September 21st, 2023. It's been about 2 years since I've uploaded a video. I have had that feeling that Payday 3 was going to fail, but nobody believed me. Within more than 2 years in the making, I have to finish what I started. What I'm about to do has not been approved by YouTube's terms of service. I live alone. Who is leaving paper when I'm done? Nobody uses paper anymore.
Everything f***ing hurts.
After 10 long years of Payday 2's lifespan, after 7 years of delay after this game was originally announced in development back in late May of 2016, Payday 3 was finally available to the public in September
21st, 2023.
I'm sorry, there's a bug in my throat.
And to be honest, I've never seen a game that was hyped so much fall into absolute obscurity the following months after its release. Now, I know Steam charts isn't an exact metric to pull out anymore because Payday 3 is a game that is available for both Xbox and PlayStation besides PC. Although I'm not sure if this is going to last as long because Payday 2 was ported to home consoles before, but these ports are notorious for their lack of updates. So this could be a major turnoff for people who want to get into the franchise if they drop console support like they did with the previous game. And I'm hoping that this game will still receive updates so nobody feels left out of the full experience. But I wanted to bring up the Steam charts because sometimes, if you're lucky enough, you can see the game sometimes go as low as 0 players online, and it has nothing to do with server issues. Now, first impressions are everything. The game that you're promoting has to be enticing for others, not only for your customers to keep playing, but also them to maybe recommend or buy the game for others to play.
What the fuck is that, dude?
I don't know. It's scary.
It's a simple cycle. Good game equals more sales equals more money. So we need to understand why this game is constantly bleeding players. So what if I told you that it would be hard to promote a game if you can't even play it to begin with?
About an armored transport carrying a payload of rare earth elements. All essential materials in the creation. So you need to
Oh,
get
it
back
fucking
into
stacks.
As I'm sure you realize, I have not cargo is dead for me back in
Starbreeze have committed one of the biggest sins in modern gaming, and that was making their highly anticipated sequel only playable with an online connection. There was also the requirement that you had to create a Starbreeze Nebula account to log in to play the game. And I already did this before the game came out because I'm a sucker for free cosmetics. Look at this! But the website itself just looks very bare bones. There's almost nothing going on for it. Even before a playable beta for the new game was available, this was deeply concerning to their active player base because of June 8, 2023, 3 days before Payday 3's first gameplay reveal trailer dropped in the Xbox showcase, Payday 2 had suffered from one of the most controversial updates to date. Well, except for loot boxes, but honestly the loot box craze was at its peak in 2016. Also, I think we're starting to get pissed at every game just implementing these surprise mechanics. Just to name some of the major problems that Update 237 brought to Payday 2, originally this update was promoted to bridge the gap. Not only did Payday 2 launch on the Epic Games launcher for free on the first week, but they decided to add crossplay between both Steam and Epic Games players. And of course, that bridging the gap thing was absolute bullshit because even after the 10 years of this game's existence, this only affected PC players, and console versions of this game still remain untouched. And the most recent ports for Payday 2 was back in 2017 on the Nintendo Switch. Am I ranting? Oh, I'm sorry, that's just probably what happens when I have to relive the silence that was going on. Probably not to make your first gameplay trailer for your highly anticipated sequel to look bad. No, I'm ranting again. The major problem with crossplay was the change in server providers. Instead of using Steam servers, Payday 2 had to move to the Epic Online servers instead. Because of this, people who've played Payday 2 on Steam, aka the game's biggest audience, was having trouble connecting to the servers. You couldn't join a game without disconnecting. You couldn't be in a game without disconnecting. You couldn't even host a game without disconnecting. I've never seen this error for the 8 or 9 years of me playing this game until the official live stream the same day Update 237 dropped. And it didn't stop there, because some people have even reported having their entire save data corrupted after this update. Linux support for Payday 2 was dropped, so you had to rely on programs like Proton to run the game now. And this is a bit of a coin flip with Linux users, because some games can either run perfectly fine, or they can be downright unplayable. And there's still a list of issues that I could be talking about for 10 minutes, but I won't have to. Their loyal community was pissed, and to hear that the new installment was online only just further drove the knife deeper. So, what did Almir have to say on the situation?
Since the game is online only, what happens if the servers go down? Well, they won't, is my answer.
Heisters, we are currently experiencing authentication issues with the Payday 3 servers, so you may experience issues accessing the game. We are looking into this. The authentication issue has been resolved, and you can now access the game again. My bad, Heisters. We are currently experiencing slow matchmaking. We are investigating and working on a solution. Matchmaking is still unavailable. The team is hard at work with identifying and resolving this. We are sorry to report that matchmaking was still unavailable. Now we realize that the matchmaking issues are frustrating. They are for us as well. We are still here and still working on getting you all back into the game. We are still seeing instability in the matchmaking. We are continuing this investigation and will keep working on it. Heisters, sorry for having kept you waiting in the safe house. We are slowly but surely getting the services working for you all. Matchmaking services are gradually getting back online. Thank you for your patience and apologies for the wait, we Heisters. It was a long night, and once functionality came back, it was still unstable for a time. But we're now confident in saying we're on our way back to flow. For God fucking damn it, we are seeing an increase of matchmaking issues. The team is investigating. We're now seeing all platforms unable to matchmake. The team is working hard to restore functionality. The team is still working on the current matchmaking service outage, hoping to have a positive update soon. Status update, things are starting to look better. We're seeing players being able to create lobbies again and getting back in the game. You still might have a few issues, bear with us, while we focus on stabilizing. Hey Heisters, have you been able to log on yet and heist? Let Payday Twitter man know below. We continue working on stabilizing the experience for you all. Thank you for yours. I fucking give up on this shit. Hire a new Payday Twitter guy. For f***'s sake, I have better things to do than to scam me on Twitter. Wait, lock the f*** is there? Oh, Jesus.
For the entire first week of Payday 3's release, the game was in an unplayable state. You were either gambling, waiting in the menu 5 minutes for a connection error, or if you're one of the lucky few to get into a game, you would just be disconnected a few minutes later. You couldn't even host a private game for yourself to avoid this issue because you still needed an online connection just to play the game by yourself. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit thirsty. Just... They hated Jesus because he spoke the truth! I don't have any cutouts for this. Just imagine that I'm completely naked right now. I've never felt this kind of rush from being so right. It just makes my penis hard. Oh, this one's my personal favorite. Payday 3 is dead. Bitch, please. The game didn't even got released just here. Take your dislike on video and fuck you. It brings me so much happiness. I mounted this comment on my wall over the fireplace. Why the hell did you try to word this like a Yelp review? I make YouTube videos, sir. I'm sorry. I'm just getting off topic. You get the So a week after launch, and the servers finally they started working as intended, and I could finally give my personal view on the game for what it's worth, and I felt disappointed.
Fuck me, it's a cloaker!
Are you
fucking stupid bitch! This stupid fucking justice, all fucking righteous fucking
A lot of the problems I had with the overall gameplay felt like it was made by people who didn't understand Payday as a franchise. And that's not far from the truth. The original founders of Overkill Software, Ulf Andersson, left the company in 2015 by the time that the controversial loot box was released into Payday 2. But even before this, there was a lot of internal problems happening in the company before Ulf's departure, mostly due to the conflict Ulf had with his brother, Bo Andersson. Yeah, Overkill Software is owned by two brothers. And Bo was driven more by the profits of the company versus the actual games themselves. I will go into more detail about the games and other projects Bo Andersson was responsible for making in a part 2 video, but if you want a better rundown of what Bo did to the company after Ulf's departure, then I definitely recommend watching The Ballad of Bo Andersson by Hatnia. But shortly after 2018 and the failure of the Walking Dead game, Bo Andersson was forced to resign and sell all his shares. I mostly wanted to bring up these two names because I believe there's a big misconception in people believing that Almir Listo is much more than just the face of the company. As early as August 2014, he's announced that he was the producer for Payday 2. And I believe when people see the word producer at first, they believe it's on the same level or even same title as a developer, and I'm gonna prove to you guys that that's wrong. You're wrong! A producer's job is more or less the backbone for that company. Marketing, controlling the budgets, relationships with both their community and their workers. Think of them as a manager for that brand. And for a producer, I'm surprised to hear his name more than the actual developers. Even Payday 2 seems to promote Almir's presence in the company more than the actual Anderson brothers. Even though Wolf is meant to be a stand-in for Ulf, even having a similar backstory that mimics the bankruptcy of both the brothers' previous company, Grin, which also has a mask in game, which I didn't even know that was a reference. How about that? It felt like anything past 2015 for this game's life cycle felt like Almir was being promoted as this golden child for the company, even more than his other producer colleagues. There was even a running gag in Payday 2 called Almir's Toast. Besides finding it in most of the heists in the game, there's even some heists that you can secure it and it would have the best possible payout out of any loot in the game. And besides him being the face of any new announcement for the game since 2013, I feel like when people really hear his name, I think people hold him to a high pedestal like other big names in the gaming industry, like Gabe Newell with Valve.
We are not video game developers, and it's funny.
Or John Carmack with Doom, or Masahiro Sakurai with Smash Brothers. Or Todd Howard if you're an absolute masochist.
You know who the fuck I am? I'm Todd fucking Howard. I was in the fucking chess club.
But in reality, he's not a game developer. He's just a community manager that represents the company and listens to players' feedback for the game. So I don't know what people's cope is when they tell him that he's doing a shit job when most of the things he cannot address is probably under an NDA from the higher-ups.
Almir, what is your exact job description? Are you the CEO? No, I'm not the CEO. I'm the head of community, and I am the brand director, which means that I work with the Payday brand, the Payday universe, and I work with you heisters.
I feel bad for someone like Almir, because when Payday 3 kept flopping after its release date, some people wanted to put a face on who's in charge, and unfortunately, Almir is probably the first one they see and blame and harass him for the continuing failure of Payday 3.
Dirk Goatsky says, we are not friends, you are simply the scapegoat.
When all he can really do is maybe give a thumbs up or a thumbs down at best, like he's trying to pass a bill in the US Congress. I know that comparing a game that's been getting frequent updates for 10 years over a game that just came out seems unfair. Payday 3 is obviously competing with its 10-year-old counterpart that's received a plethora of updates, adding in a bunch of new content to the game. But my problem wasn't the lack of content for this game, it was just the lack of vision for it. A lot of the heists in this game feel bland or boring. Now, personally, I'm not someone who cares about realistic graphics in video games just so that I have to download close to 100 gigabytes just to play one of them. Western game dev, you get the point. What's not bland, at least, is the setting the developers wanted to capture. I lived in New York City for a good chunk of my life, and the atmosphere of the streets feels as accurate as you can get without slapping real-life brands everywhere. I personally love what they did with Rock the Cradle. I'm impressed they went with a unique direction with the subway station, instead turning it into a VIP section of a nightclub. I only bring that up because I feel personally offended that most games have to put in a goddamn generic subway station when they want to represent New York.
How are the drinks here? Great, if you like hot. Never tried it.
Like, what the fuck is this? Do all game devs think all New Yorkers are just rats in the subway? Well, you're 2% right. Okay, maybe 5%. This is not helping my case. The cars not only move, but also react to traffic, like either from the stoplights or whenever you step right in front of them. That is until the alarms go off and the civilians just so happen to be right in front of them. Hey, so originally when it went loud in this game, cars just ran over a bunch of civilians no matter what. I unfortunately don't have any footage showing you guys this because I honestly assumed something this funny wouldn't be patched out. I know. Sources.
Just me, bro.
The only thing that doesn't make any sense is that the lights on the sidewalk on all sides are the same. If this is how traffic was in New York City, where you were allowed to walk in all 4 directions on the crosswalk, just imagine the number of people in their cars that get tired of waiting for their lane to go green and just say, fuck it. Whoa! It really feels like a moving, breathing city, something that Payday 2 struggles at emulating, especially because of the diesel engine holding it back. Seeing the construction sites of new buildings and even scaffolding on the sidewalk to establish that New York City really is the city that never sleeps. Personally, I love the view that I got from the art gallery heist. It reminds me of the few times that I would go to the state parks at the edge of Long Island City and just see Manhattan on the other side. No, but the setting itself is not what's bland. Most of the 8 heists at launch felt like they were just reusing too many of the same objectives, like go find the code for the keypad to open the door, go find the QR code to open the door, go find the thermite to open the door, or my personal favorite, go stand in these circles to open the door. It doesn't help the fact that if you wanted to start the heist on almost every map, then you need to find a couple of QR codes in order to gain access to the rest of the heist. Going loud does replace some of the QR code objectives. Usually the QR codes that are attached to NPCs on some heists are usually the ones that do get replaced on loud. And even if you do manage to get the QR codes from their phones in stealth, when the heist does go loud, it just becomes nothing more than just a huge time waster. You can't use those specific QR codes when you hacked it from someone's phone. Even though the hacking requirements for a moving NPC requires you to not only wait 30 seconds, but you have to be within that hacking circle. But if you aren't careful and if a guard spots you, then you're more likely to have to restart the entire hacking process. But for the ones that do stay on loud, then you need to at least have a lot of map knowledge just to know where they can potentially spawn. The worst offender has got to be the art gallery heist by far. This heist requires you to find a total of 8 QR codes to open every exhibit. Besides how scarce they are across the entire map, there isn't enough of them that spawn to open all of them. There are a couple of ways of saving QR codes, like dropping from the rooftop to the 2nd floor on some of the exhibits. But when it does go loud, the exhibits with the vent entrances get completely blocked off. And if you don't know where the rest of the QR codes are, and if you aren't aware of the fact that you can drop from the skylight from the 2 exhibits that didn't lock down on loud, then it's entirely possible as a new player to completely soft lock yourself from the entire map by running out of any possible codes that you're capable of finding that spawn on the map. At most, finding every possible phone location is just stalling the actual engaging parts of every heist, and at worst, it punishes players for not having any prior map knowledge. And the main reason why so many of these hurdles like this exist in this game is because of the design philosophy that Starbreeze wanted to implement in this game. The reason why the objectives feel boring in Payday 3 is the design philosophy Starbreeze had adapted into this game. Instead of maybe waiting for a drill or time lock to finish, they also want the player to be as active as possible in the progression of the heist. That also includes making every other player actively doing something in the progression of the heist. That isn't just shooting and taking out enemies. And the problem with this philosophy is its execution. From how Payday 3 centers around these overused objectives more, it takes away from the actual FPS part of the game. Have you ever heard of an unconscious decision? In most first-person shooters, from the shooting to the even positioning, there's not much brain power required in making these decisions, and maybe less self-awareness needed except for maybe the occasional audio cue. But these objectives are what I believe are conscious decisions. These can force downtime and positioning that the player does not want to give up. But more importantly, the more you force the player to be more involved with the objectives, the more they will notice the repetitive tasks that they have to do on different heists. That's why the drills in Payday 2 are an absolute joke. Even though it doesn't take much time to repair them, they still are an overused objective that halts progression in a large majority of heists in the previous game. So now there aren't just multiple objectives that have the potential to halt progression, but the fact that the game wants you to do more than just to wait out an interaction makes you feel more aware of what's going on. I mean, that could be seen as a positive to some people, but when there's about 3 or 4 repeating objectives across all 8 heists at launch, it makes the meme of the drill breaking down every 20 seconds feel less annoying than having to wait out in the open to lose all your armor. Speaking of overused, it feels weird that 5 out of 8 of the heists at launch all have the helicopter escape versus the actual van. Now, as a New York expert, I could imagine traveling in the air would be a lot more dangerous than traveling in the ground. Like, you don't think the US Air Force would be prepared for unidentified aircrafts in New York City 20 years after the incident? Going back to the objectives, besides the thermal drill in Golden Shark and the bouncer door in Rock the Cradle, and a security panel underneath the truck in Road Rage, I forgot to mention that because I have Vietnam flashbacks of another escort mission involving another particular bridge.
What a fucking...
Drilling in this game is almost completely optional because while in stealth, you are not allowed to use the drill. But when it does eventually go loud, there's still that secondary method to open the door with. Whatever that method might be will allow you to save as much time as possible before the first assault wave of law enforcers show up. I can make the argument that finding alternative ways of getting through security in this game is a great idea on paper, but in execution, drilling in this game feels less mandatory and more punishing for me when I don't know where the code might be to open the door, or if the civilian I needed either escaped or was caught in the crossfire. Oh, okay, goodbye. It's kind of unfortunate too, because drills can be readjusted now so you can maintain them without them stopping progress on the doors that they're on. But that's something you don't really get to notice when you start to develop more map knowledge and rely less on it. What happened to the Payday I knew, like pretending to be repairmen to steal a money plate from 2 families that were creating counterfeit money in their connected basements? What about rigging an entire election by hacking the voting machines in a warehouse they're stored in? By the way, this part was made before July, so I really don't know what the hell is going on with this presidential election.
He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag.
He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah, I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Hey,
let's not act like Joe.
God, I fucking love being a Bosnian. Stealing an entire panic room, breaking a funny British man out from the FBI.
Daddy's home.
Or what about just straight up cooking meth? Oh, they imported that entire heist from the previous game 2 months after the game's release? My point still stands. A lot of heists in the previous game felt experimental. It felt like they were trying to spice up the gameplay, even as early as Payday 2's launch. It felt like they were trying to push that envelope. And sure, there were some misses like driving around an entire city to find goats while being sniped across every rooftop, but that was a necessary sacrifice to figure out what works and what doesn't. But a lot of heists at launch felt like they were trying to incentivize players to play more into stealth with all these cool new changes like hacking, gadgets, and especially the new art gallery heist to show off how different it was compared to Payday 2. Loud gameplay felt like a complete afterthought, and if anything, little to almost none of the objectives changed when the heist did go from stealth to loud, except for the first heist, No Rest for the Wicked. A lot of things that made me gush about the gunplay from the previous game was just gone. Different ammo types for shotguns, magnifying sights to hit things from further away, adding in mods like flashlights, laser sights, DMR kits that make assault rifles hit more in exchange of having less ammo, the akimbo weapons that made you feel like an edgy Newgrounds kid that was into madness combat. Yeah, I was one of them. They were all gone. And I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at when I see the stats shown like this. And some of the cool stuff that they added, like an LMG with a flamethrower underbarrel, a shotgun that swapped between pump action to semi-auto, I still didn't care if the weapon was bad. I thought it was still a pretty cool concept. The nail gun that had a single shot mode that penetrated targets. I was hoping for more powerful, cool weapons like a giant Daedric mallet, but all I got was just a woodcutter's axe of a downgrade. And that cool attention to detail of swapping between semi-auto and full auto wasn't even considered to be put into this game. The only nice thing I could say about the gunplay is that at least they implemented a crosshair into this game. You know, something that was added in 1996. I don't care if that was a harsh way of putting it.
That's a low blow, Colonel.
I will talk more into detail about the overall problems with this game's meta and gunplay in the loud gameplay section of this video, but to at least summarize it as a first impression, it felt like everything that you could do in this game was just slower. I've been into too many gunfights where I prematurely hit the reload key, and I forget that in this game you cannot cancel the reload, and I thought that swapping to a secondary could be the quicker option, but some secondary options feel like I'm flailing around like a fucking idiot, either because most pistols don't have good accuracy after the first shot, and even the ones that do just don't deal any damage. The reload speeds themselves feel like they want me to admire the crisp, well-refined, hand-done animations, while I'm running for my fucking life questioning why my assault rifle with the speed pull mag doesn't reload any faster, or why I'm reloading my shotgun like the bank teller from Chowder.
1, 2, 3.
The quick melee having a strict window and range and even a long recovery time, so I feel more incentivized to just keep shooting for the chance to stagger rather than just whiffing and breaking a large chunk of my armor in the process. The armor recovery itself taking as long as me going to the bathroom and taking a fat smelly piss after I drank a morning iced coffee. The bag moving in this game feels like they were trying to pad out as much time as possible just to make every heist feel longer than it really is. And yeah, you can make the argument that the gameplay was just like that in the previous game, but most heists in Payday 3 just felt short in length if it wasn't for the bag hauling. I'm pretty sure someone on the dev team was even aware of how bag hauling was that much of a design flaw, especially with how Payday 3 was built around being more unfair, that they wanted to implement an entire perk branch dedicated to moving bags as early as the first 2 months after launch, but that quality of life change was only added after the several delays that was effectively radio silence from Starbreeze about what was going on for the future of this game. Now, if there's anyone that still plays this game, I guarantee you that they have Powerlifter just equipped on all their loadouts. I will put money on the table. Nobody in this game wants to risk the heist taking maybe more than an hour to complete when each player can effectively cut the bag hauling time in this game by half for each player that has it equipped. And there's another reason why people want to complete the heist a lot faster. Because challenge-based progression was plaguing this game for like the first 7 months after launch, it was seen as a much better option to just speedrun every heist while securing the minimum bags required. Either because of heist-specific milestones that give you more XP just by completing heists on harder difficulties, or 2 months after the game released that finally gave players just a very small XP reward just for completing the heist. That's also excluding the fact that you need to get all the bags to get get more of a bonus XP, while some heists have loot that's exclusively locked behind stealth. It didn't matter if the heist took 5 or 50 minutes, you were getting the same amount of XP, especially when you start to run out of combat milestones to grind for those easy levels. But there's also a weird oddity that happens when you try to speedrun the heists. The wave of enemies gradually does get bigger as more objectives and assault waves finish, but with the right team and the right build, it's entirely possible that you can outpace the heist's difficulty progression. And with how assault waves work in this game, it's entirely possible that certain special units don't get the chance to spawn up until the very end. And by the time that you're securing almost all the bags you need, the game just ends up literally throwing everything at you without a proper build-up. Heavy SWAT units with more armor will start to spawn in place of the regular SWATs, and if you're not ready, a single bulldozer can derail the entire heist just because you can't really stall out the assault waves to get any proper breathing room to replenish both your resources and to wait for your teammates to get out of custody. Even when you want to get the minimum bags required, some heists like Golden Shark require almost every bag in the heist. So what's the point in leaving the last 1 or 2 bags? No Rest even requires you to secure all the bags that are visible in the vault without having to open up any of the deposit boxes. And I wouldn't really notice these little minor hiccups if it wasn't for them constantly stacking on top of each other when tension between each assault wave was high, and decisions that you would make would always be a risk where you will always be losing something in exchange. Payday 3 is meant to be a reboot to the franchise, and this game's problem is the direction it was going to make this game more unfair. Oh my god. What the fuck happened? That is insane. Be fucking stupid. Please don't do that again. Did I forget to mention that every time I try to get footage for this game, I've been consistently getting memory leaks? So maybe about 25% of my footage sometimes becomes unusable. What the fuck is going on? Something punishing implies that there's something you can do to prevent yourself from being in that bad situation. But something unfair implies that there's so many things you could be doing right, only for the game to throw you a curveball if that curveball was a 50 caliber bullet with a hard carbon shell and the tip was laced with a lethal dose of fentanyl. Awesome. Awesome! Awesome!
Somebody help Dallas.
Armor bag right here. Tactical shield unit.
No.
Wolf is down.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Even in the production of this video, there have been moments I've taken a month hiatus from playing this game, and the first games I usually come back on are just me forgetting how the controls work, just so I fat finger everything and lose all my armor. I'm sorry, what? Okay, I could just figure out how to break the game while I'm panicking. I have a lot of muscle memory from what the controls were in the previous game, and Payday 3 takes that memory and throws it out the window. The F key in the previous game is what I used to both interact with the environment and shout at civilians and law enforcers, but instead, shouting was moved over to the middle mouse button and was given a new ping feature too. Most of the time I'm not even trying to use the ping, I just spam the button to do what I wanted to do, just for everyone on my team to hear it and see something I already had under control. Marking actual enemies requires as much accuracy as pointing your gun directly at them, and compared to the last game, it's a much more forgiving radius. Which sounds like a nitpick, but being able to track something as dangerous as a bulldozer through the wall can give you a lot to work with versus just a stationary ping that could literally mean anything. And that's only just loud. Tracking guards and stealth through walls can be a game changer, but if I manage to miss the ping, I'm either in the dark on what my next move is, or I'm answering another pager. Throwing bags went from G to Q, which throws me off not only because I have to use a different finger, but that finger is close to the sprint key, so I have to awkwardly use my pinky to let go of shift or take my ring finger off of W just to press it, so I can't throw bags further without giving my hand carpal tunnel. And of course, every FPS game coming out today, they just have to add in that obligatory slide mechanic. Just look at how I have to perform the slide with one hand. Do you think that's fucking comfortable? I'm trying to move my character in-game. I'm not trying to make her pussy squirt. There really is a lack of options for making the controls similar to the previous installment, so I just had to thug it out mostly. Even the sensitivity felt bad. Even on the highest settings, my mouse felt like a fucking boulder just trying to land consecutive headshots. I have an entire section in the Loud Gameplay talking about it, but to summarize why I really hated it, it all really boils down to Payday 3's armor mechanics. There was no way of being able to get back that armor outside of armor bags at launch, so the second best method of being able to maintain your armor was to take out enemies faster before they can damage your armor. One-shot builds were obviously just the meta, but oh my god, they were so fucking boring! The best part about Payday 2 was how you can play this game. A large majority of heists in this game could either be completed in stealth or loud. Because of this, you will potentially have players with a preference. This game at least gives you the tools, so not only can you tag your lobby with the preferred tactic, but as the host, you still have control over the lobby, like restarting after every failed attempt, or kicking players that don't comply. What, you're telling me that Starbreeze already implemented a system like that while I was making this video? I wonder how long it actually took them. Let me just look this up real quick. Over 1 year! Besides only 1 out of 8 heists at launch were loud only, the control you had in the previous game just didn't exist. Everyone has to agree to restart the heist, and if one player doesn't, then an entire lobby filled with people 1 minute can be converted into a bot lobby the next just because one person didn't accept. That usually happens when someone calls a vote. Okay, where is he? Where is this guy? There he is. Give me content. Give me content. Yes! Yes! It's always the same types of people. Oh, my mic was off. But yeah, no, I was glad I fucking got that. I'm glad I got that. I'd like to clarify that this is, this happened literally, like, we are fucking, how long is it? Like, we are fucking 10 months in this game's lifespan, and people still do this kind of shit. He's not even gone yet, like, why is he still here? Is he the one voting to restart? He's like still here and shit. As dumb as this might sound, I remember hearing a lot of people in the Payday community, even before Payday 3's reveal trailer, saying they wanted there to be more stealthable heists. This does go back to the bland objectives a bit, because I believe the compromise to make most heists playable both in stealth and loud can easily restrict a lot of the potential heist scenarios, especially when those same objectives are used in both stealth and loud to pad out the heist playtime. So going back to the co-op problems this game has, communication between other players were very limited. Console players, especially, are at a severe disadvantage because not only are they unable to see the text chat for PC players, but Payday 3 didn't even bother implementing a voice chat system, which that lack of voice chat might be a blessing depending on who you ask.
Thank you for playing. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
With the very few games I was able to find actual players in Payday 3 for the first 2 months, I felt like my brain was developing a tumor. So instead of playing with the clusterfuck of different strokes for different folks, a large majority of my footage was collected from me just playing in bot-filled lobbies instead. And the bots are just... I really don't want to talk about them. Even in stealth, people have a preference on how they want to finish the heist, and I couldn't do what I wanted without people just rushing it. I even stayed this one game just to count how many failed attempts this Hoxton player took before we properly finished the heist. It took 18. God. Dropping in the middle of an active game wasn't possible, and there were so many times I would just join a lobby filled with 0 people, and this was before the player numbers started dipping to 4 digits. This has happened way too much for me for like the first 5 or 6 months of this game's lifespan, and I have a theory that the main reason why the game servers just didn't work at launch, besides the high traffic of people playing this game on multiple platforms, was because the game had some kind of cutoff point, like maybe after the first 2 minutes of the heist starting. I've played enough public lobbies, even within the first week or so, and I've noticed that there were games that clearly had at least one bot that could easily be replaced at any time, only for us to either finish the heist with barely any resources, or just fail it altogether within the final assault. Because you couldn't drop in the middle of an active game, especially on loud, the game could only drop you into a new lobby instead. And that may have been one of the main reasons why there was so much stress being put onto the servers for the first week of this game's launch. The challenge-based progression at launch was another huge problem holding this game back. Halo Infinite came out a little over a year before Payday 3's release, and one of the game's glaring issues was, well, you guessed it, the challenge-based progression. I mean, there was other things, but that was definitely one of them.
Forcing the player to play in one way is the most horrific thing I have ever seen. What if you wanted to lay back and the game told you to go play ranked? What if you had a buddy, but the game said go play free-for-all? Absolute dog ass.
This kind of progression system doesn't affect new players right away because you can unlock a handful of milestones maybe within the first 4 to 8 hours of gameplay. But right when you're starting to get comfortable with what the game has to offer you, and right when you're starting to develop your preferred playstyle, the game just throws up a wall with a spray-painted middle finger forcing you to use weapons or equipment that you don't want to.
No, I don't want to use a refill sniper.
No! No!
And progression in Payday 3 is not just for cosmetics only. You need to get up to level 77 to unlock every weapon and equipment in the game. And you need to get up to level 100 to have access to all 21 skill points at launch. You know, this is also another stupid thing to think about that Payday 2 had. But you know how you could track the achievements that you wanted to unlock in Payday 2? Why can't you do that in Payday 3? Heck, why can't you just sort out specific milestones you want to unlock? Oh wow, I can filter out ones that are in progress or completed. Yeah, no, I didn't need to filter out specific guns at all. And those certain methods to kill with those guns. Hey, what did Starbreeze say about the progression system? Are they gonna do something about it?
Change the XP system. It's shit.
We're not working on any fundamental changes to it.
We are aware of the complaints. We are looking into our backend analytics and stats, how people are playing, where the complaints are coming from.
Will you stop pretending to be blind about the main issue and add XP rewards for completing heists?
Just to be clear, we're not pretending to be blind about that, even if I'm blinking a lot.
I have special eyes.
Jupiter, you understand, kid. I'm a level 100 because all I did was stay in a bathroom stall and start shooting down the corridor. I'm level 100 because I was sliding all over the place. Do you know how much fucking skill it takes to open and close the door and go through it? Do you understand how much I trained for this moment?
You like using you like using these mines that just have a reliable stun when things go loud? Sorry, pal, but you're gonna need to place about 100 microcams and 35 of these jammers. Oh, you only have just that many per heist? Do the math. Do you want your pistols to deal more reliable damage? Neither do I! Neither do I! Slap a fucking suppressor on it, because if you get kills with a suppressor also, you get to knock down 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh yeah, by the way, these milestones don't go to the same gun. There is a fucking typo. Like, I never realized why this milestone never went up until I realized that it wasn't my dyslexic ass this time. What's weird is that Payday the Heist, the first game in the series, handled this kind of progression a lot better than it did in Payday 3. Besides getting XP directly when completing objectives, also has a milestone system that not only allows you to level up faster, but it's not mandatory to do them all just to get to the level cap. Even tracking which one is the most convenient is as simple as holding down the tab button while in-game. And I know they did try putting something similar into the main menu 2 months after this game's release, but I'm still questioning why something like tracking your overall progression was an afterthought. I mean, if the only way you can gain XP is by doing the milestones, then wouldn't it make more sense to make the UIs for those menus as user-friendly as possible if people were trying to find more convenient ways to level up? Or they can just, yeah, do that too. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, Why is that even there now? With how Payday 3 not only had a lack of a server browser, but also how XP was harder to get at launch, I assumed the worst, that they were going to use DLC as an excuse to allow players to level up faster with the extra heist and weapon milestones that comes with each DLC wave. That and the beauty that is joining a random public lobby without owning the DLC heist like in the previous 2 games felt like they were trying to entice people to buy the DLC sooner if they wanted to level up faster. I'm glad that by the time of putting out this video, it's not like that anymore, but it really felt like that at the time for me. Although Update 7 for this game reworked progression to what was similar in the previous game, where you could finally just play the game and just earn XP without doing some stupid checklist, this is still not enough. This overhaul was introduced 9 months after this game's released. Even before that, there was a rework put into place around November that still allowed you to gain XP after completing a heist, but it's so minuscule that if you wanted to grind for it, then the best way was to keep speedrunning the nightclub heist because it guaranteed 90 XP after every 3 minutes. The bad online, the online only, the milestone progression, and there's still a handful of other issues that I will mention later in the video. But to keep this statement brief, the first impression that they left not only tear their own community apart, but it hurts me when I have to say this, that this game will be remembered as one of the worst games in 2023. And it didn't help that Starbreeze was staying silent about the future of this game for the entirety of October. The harshest way to put it was that all eyes were on Starbreeze, and they blew it. Although this game has received major overhauls to many aspects of its gameplay, from the armor to the skills and even the objectives from 2025 and onwards, the core problem with the game still persisted more than a year after its initial launch, with many of the needed changes being implemented at a snail's pace. Like, I'm not even kidding. I've seen several examples of the community making quality of life mods for this game months before the devs actually implemented these fixes themselves. Sometimes I think about getting antidepressants, but they're too expensive, so instead I down an entire ball of melatonin just to go into a coma instead. Now let's start talking about the gameplay and what every new player might be interested in when picking up this game, and that's stealth. Now before I talk about Payday 3 stealth, I think it's more important to talk about how flawed stealth in Payday 2 was. Now, I don't really like playing Payday 2 that much for the stealth gameplay, but with the 2,000 hours I have in this game and every achievement on Steam, I can tell you without a doubt that stealth in this game wasn't just flawed, but just flat out stupid. How the fuck did he see me? Your best chances of playing around stealth require you to have a minimum detection risk. In order to drop that, you need to equip weapons and armor with high concealment stats. That doesn't sound bad at first, right? Well, what if I told you that most, if not all, weapons that are modified to have a high concealment have worse stats overall for combat? Some weapons can't increase their concealment high enough to be used in stealth, while guns like the Bernetti 9 is a special case because it's one of the only few weapons in the game that can get a concealment stat of 34, but its damage is just some weapons are used for more utility, like the portable saw to open doors quickly, but the damage numbers are abysmal, the ammo for it can only be replenished with ammo bags, and the fact that this isn't a gun means you have to casually approach a law enforcer to hurt them with it. And I don't have to tell you what happens when you charge at police officers with a portable saw in real life. In your game about robbing banks, you would think that civilians would be more cooperative towards a guy wearing a mask and holding a gun to their face.
Sir, get down! Get down! Get down! Get down! Sir, get down! They're gonna bring in the big guns if you kill civilians.
Trying to actually take civilians as a hostage is annoying because it feels like they're trying to resist at every given moment. The bank tellers, especially in the bank heist, because they're more prone to hitting the panic button when they feel threatened. you know, this is a very common rule that Payday 2 civilians, and employees especially, don't follow, and that's what you're supposed to do when a robber is threatening you with lethal action. You're supposed to put your own safety first and not resist. Even when you try moving these NPCs, it just feels as annoying as trying to be at my special uncle's house for over just one weekend.
Hey! Are you talking about me with your boyfriend the other day?
And I was trying not to say anything offensive, so I didn't have to censor that.
What did you say?
No, Uncle, I was just working on my video in the other room.
How about you start working on something more useful like fixing the TV for me? It won't turn on after I threw the remote at it.
And was this because of your Parkinson's?
No, it's because the TV played that beer ad with the in it again.
Alright, everyone.
Oh my
so
God,
it's Friday night.
stop doing
You know
that.
how I'm doing.
Signed up on this. Don't they know they're trying to indoctrinate children? I mean, it's a beer ad, but still, like, maybe they're trying to indoctrinate me and my penis. It's fucking, they're turning me on right now.
Oh yeah, no, that editor's note's actually serious. I had to deal with this for 3 months. I couldn't record any new lines in that time. I can't just keep censoring him, it's gonna take forever. What am I supposed to do? I know he's not allowed to drive after that Pride Parade incident. And it already cost me a fortune to fix my damn car.
I'm rambling right now. I don't know how to keep saying the word but I know I have to keep censoring. I have to keep censoring.
Fuck it, what's a couple $1,000s down the drain gonna do? Hey Uncle, do you want to go to the grocery store to get more of that non-gay beer with my car? Oh! Oh! Fuck!
Oh, damn it, keep your arms still.
Yeah, that's coming from someone that can't seem to keep their arms straight.
Oh! I can't wait to go play Mario Kart in real life.
And then I said, oh my god, is that the guy from the Pride Parade?
I don't even know how he got the keys in the ignition in the first place.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
Oh, if this is what Oppenheimer feels like, I feel like I just unleashed my own fat man into the streets. If that fat man was stupidly homophobic. Sometimes when you escort your hostages, they just don't know what to do and stand there do nothing. They effectively just became brain dead. Like my uncle after I gave him my car keys.
My leg keeps moving, I can't hit the brakes! Oh god, no!
I'm sorry, this bit just fucking sucks. I'm under the personal belief that Stealth in Payday 2 is not a game of patience, but one of taking less risks. And dealing with civilians the ethical way is considered to be more risky because of these following reasons. Civilians don't go down right away when you shout at them, which in a game of Stealth where every decision matters, they have the potential of starting a chain reaction of other civvies and guards alerting each other. Cameras can still sound the alarm if they see any guard or civvy on edge, and cams will instantly detect a hostage the moment they get in line of sight. Even if the cameras are down, you either have to deal with their slow walk speed or worse, their pathing. It's not like the devs didn't try to fix it, but for how unstable the diesel engine already was, it's no wonder why their pathing is still this bad since 2013. You only have a limit of 6 cable ties max per person in Stealth, and on some heists you can have more civilians to tie up than cable ties. And leaving a civilian untied runs the risk of them calling the police. And with all these problems, it feels wrong that it's almost normalized to see players shooting civvies because it's widely considered to be the least risky option in any stealth heist. Taking out a civilian and bagging their body is more reliable than moving them while tied up. The only thing that civilians do in stealth is just waste body bags that you could be using for patrolling guards. A heist like Election Day is one of the few heists where a civilian is running the cams, and trying to hide him as a hostage is almost impossible, so you're better off blasting him and throwing his body in the dumpster outside. Here's a little trivia. Did you know that the detection range for a tied up civilian is larger than the body bag they were bagged in? I should probably put this disclaimer that I'm not trying to devalue human life. This is only a video game, so please, Mr. FBI men watching this video, I am very stable and also normal, and still taking my daily dosage of normal pills. But if you really want to know how bad it is to control civilians, try to complete one game of Go Bank without any of them dying. There's even an achievement for it, and for the over 1,000 achievements, there's only one in Payday 2 that requires you to game end a civilian. And there's a handful of them that require you to show them mercy. But that doesn't really matter to me anymore when I already got the achievements once, and I could just keep paying the cleaner's costs.
I know what I was doing, and I know it's all wrong. This is gonna cost you. Put it on my tab. What was that? Put it on my tab.
Going back to the body bags, these were your only way of moving bodies around if it didn't involve launching them with a suppressed shotgun. And if your body bag count is lower than your leftover pager count, then you have to worry about the corpse you just left being found by another guard or civilian. My last gripe with Payday 2's 10-year-old outdated game design has to be the cameras. You couldn't really tell where their blind spots were half the time without trial and error. It doesn't help that Titan cameras that appear on harder difficulties are also this weird box shape, so you wouldn't really know where they're facing until you get close enough to it. Some cameras can also spawn in different rooms or locations, and because they're stationary, they can still cover a large portion of the room that they occupy, making it unsafe to take out guards or civvies in front of them. Cams are mostly a minor inconvenience, and that's intentional by design. But if a camera does see something like a dead body for just a split second, then it's an instant detect. Even if that heist does house a cam guard, there's nothing you can do to stop the alarms from going off if the camera detects anything suspicious. And understandably, there's many heists in Payday 2 where the cam guard doesn't exist, so the cameras can never turn off permanently. I just hate that the game gives this false sense of hope that something else could be done to stop the alarms from going off. Whenever you get caught by a guard, sometimes they would shoot you without any real warning after getting caught sometimes, and other times they give me enough time to answer the pager or pay for my maintenance bill.
I want you to understand that you matter.
Give myself a haircut, go to my local Walmart and restock on supplies. Dinner. Look at Meow Skull feet pics, and then I get to take out the guard that saw me. Even when you're supposed to take down a guard that saw anything suspicious, it's a risk for some ungodly reason, because if a guard takes any form of damage after 3 seconds of being alerted, they have a 10% chance to discharge their weapon, alerting any nearby civilians or other guards. Payday 2 stealth isn't a bad system, it's just got many flaws built into it that you have to be aware of or account for before you can minimize as many risks as possible. For each flaw that does exist, there's some kind of workaround that makes the system more tolerable. Stealth in Payday 2 more or less felt pretty experimental to me because most of the stealth mechanics that did exist more or less were just the same almost 10 years ago. And the first game in the series, Payday the Heist, originally didn't have stealth as a proper mechanic. The diamond heist in the first game was a closest thing you could get to a stealth heist, but it more or less felt like a bug or an unattended effect in the game's design. No Mercy was a free heist added a year after the game's launch, and it did have more of a proper thought out stealth segment, but besides the janky nature of Payday the Heist's mechanics and the fact that the heist still goes loud after a certain point, stealth was more or less a requested feature because of how different the approach was when the only solution didn't have to be just guns blazing. But if you ask me about what I think about Payday 3 stealth, it's the fact that it has a lot of welcoming improvements that change how you're supposed to approach the tactic. It almost felt like the game originally had stealth as the first thing in mind in development, and it not only improved, but it added so much more depth into a barely touched upon system. Civilians are a much more useful and controllable asset in terms of both stealth and loud. Guards will give you a lot of second chances when you get caught depending on where and how, and cameras, although they can shift what direction they're looking at, they have a much better blind spot to take advantage of. Out of all the changes made to Payday 3 stealth that I like, it's that detection no longer is affected by concealment because that stat no longer exists, meaning now I can bring a wide assortment of weapons with the only drawback being how effective it is in combat or if it has a suppressor for taking out the guards. Detection risk is now determined by simple factors like how fast you're moving, whether you're crouching or not, or how far you are from the witness. I know that sounds like the sky is blue statement for stealth game designs, and you are 100% correct. The difference in these stealth mechanics are just and with Payday 3. Casing mode in Payday 2 only really did 3 things at most, like marking guards and cameras, getting into a more favorable position to mask up, or sometimes just being able to pick up a keycard. But casing in Payday 3 allows you to do almost anything without having the need to put on your mask. You could even outright complete some heists without ever exiting casing mode. And of course, it's still balanced with a couple of factors. While in casing mode, you don't have access to all your movement options, so you won't be able to jump or slide. You can't even use zip lines or even mantle to get to higher ground unless you masked up. The main reason for masking up besides getting into position now is to either take a civilian as a hostage or to take out a guard that spot you committing an illegal activity. These usually range from walking into secure areas of the map, or some interactions are marked with a red box and exclamation point. When a guard sees you committing a crime in casing mode, he'll attempt to cuff you, and if he succeeds, then a search protocol will be triggered. There are multiple ways of triggering a search mode, but to summarize how this mechanic works, guards not only treat private areas like secure areas now, but their pathing will change drastically from being less stationary to being more active in how they move around the map, but also going into rooms that they never bother to check without a search being triggered. Resisting arrest will either make the guard sound off the alarms, or he'll take his time to pull out his firearm and shoot for everyone in the map to hear. But as long as you mask up and take out the guard before he gets the chance to do so, you can continue the heist with your mask on instead. Casing and masking up both have their strengths and weaknesses. Casing is built around a more passive approach to get through security, but has problems with dealing with guards and cameras without wasting too much time, while masking is more aggressive, allowing you to take out guards or civilians in the way, allowing you to secure a portion of the map with less problem. Regaining your movement options also allows you to find alternate routes that you wouldn't be able to access while in casing mode. Of course, you wouldn't be able to go out into public areas anymore without alerting every civilian in the area that you have an unregistered firearm. I mean, that should have been obvious that the average New Yorker goes into fight or flight the moment they realize they can't throw their Yankee caps like Kung Lao to outzone you. The only thing they can do at that point is hit you with their level 3 Metro Card super. The fuck is that? I wrote that. Every map is split into 3 sections: public, private, and secure areas. You're not in any trouble for just roaming around in a public area, which, I mean, I don't have to explain it, but come on, some people might be living in North Korea for all I know. That's just kind of how society works. Even if every guard on the map is searching, as long as you're in a public area and avoid doing anything illegal, guards and cameras won't do anything, but obviously we can't continue the heist without going deeper. What is this place? My Hero Academia TikTok compilations?
Puppy, this chicken's bussin'.
I can't be that fat. Wait. Bread tubers?
I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child should be illegal.
No, I can't. Wait. Is that the Bronx? I don't know what I was expecting. I thought there'd just be more has-been hotel stuff in hell. Private areas aren't considered as illegal, but there are more illegal actions for civilians and guards to witness. Every civilian in a private area and onwards are classified as employees. This means you have to be careful even around them when you're doing anything illegal so they don't call over a guard to sound off the alarms, or if you just want to stay in casing mode. If you get caught by a guard while casing in a private area, then you have to stay in the yellow circle until the guard walks you back into the nearest public area. And I have a problem with this, mostly in regards of how slow and janky this mechanic can be sometimes.
You heard me the first time. Let's go. Get moving, or you're gonna be hurting. Don't move a muscle.
If you don't have a skill like Glitch Protocol to stop the guard from escorting you out, then there's no other way to make the walk back any faster. As dumb as it might sound, I don't know why I can roam into a private area only for a guard to clearly see that I wandered back into a public area, only for him to get pissy just because I didn't want to stand in his hula hoop. I mean, it's not hard to understand the mechanic, but my god, I'm just edging to blow this guard's head off, even if I don't have a suppressor. Every time I get caught while I'm either playing by myself or I feel like I'm the only one in my team trying to go deeper into stealth, I just imagine Chief Kick-a-Bitch from the casino, crying as he's forced to walk the trail of smears. See, the joke is that Payday 3 is shit. Walking into a secure area is considered as an illegal action itself, so any employees minding their own business just becomes a dollar store guard at that point. Because you're not supposed to be in secure areas, guards will attempt to cuff you while encasing, and running away will only sound off the alarms. And if a camera spots you while masked in any 3 of these areas, then it instantly sounds off the alarms. One more thing about secure areas is that anytime that you're running around in them, guards can be alerted by the sound and check where that sound last came from. No, 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 no. Oh my god. Yeah, so after that moment, there was just a really big brown stain in my chair. The only mechanic I think needs an improvement in stealth is carrying bodies. Although you don't have to worry about shitty assets like body bags now, so you can take out as many people as you want until your pager count reaches 0. Stashing a body is as complicated as playing Tetris if you were my special uncle with Parkinson's. Oh god. Even his corpse has Parkinson's. There's the occasional bathroom stall where I can hide these bodies in, but even then I feel like guards just have thermal fucking vision and just know exactly something is wrong. This instant detection is the only old archaic design that hasn't changed from Payday 2, but instead of it being on something easier to manage like stationary cams, it's now just on the guards that could wander anywhere, especially when a search gets triggered. I'm not sure if this was ever changed yet, but since launch, if a guard did see a tied up civilian, they don't have any alert symbol over their heads, and they've very easily ruined a good handful of stealth runs for me. You can't even chuck these bodies into something that you think would be safe, like a trash can or even out into the fucking sea. Apparently this is a safe place to put the body, but I honestly feel paranoid just knowing fully well that it could just take one civvy to ruin everything. Can't I just get a locker or something like in Hitman and just stuff the bodies in there? Fuck man, I'll even gladly take a wood chipper and just fucking stuff them in there. Whenever you saw a dumpster in the previous game, it was a sign of relief because you could just throw a body bag in there and close the lid, so you didn't have to worry about a guard or civvy ruining any possible stealth attempts if you were on the other side of the map. I may be only scratching the surface of what they did in stealth, and that's true. There's a handful of design mechanics, whether intentional or not, have played very important roles that influence the choices that you make in stealth. I can literally go on a 7-minute rant on how opening and closing doors is now a very important stealth mechanic and sometimes can be used to save yourself in loud.
Stay behind cover.
I did not think that would work. But I'm not door sexual enough to justify that. All I gotta say is, fuck Payday 2 doors. The only thing I'm really disappointed in stealth in Payday 3 is that you can't launch corpses with a shotgun like in the previous game. Literally unplayable. No wonder why this game has mostly negative reviews. Stealth overall in this game feels like you're given a lot of second chances to keep the heist going before the alarms do go off. Obviously, there are a handful of ways of triggering the alarms, like immediately forgetting what button was your grenade button, but if you were trying your best not to, then it's possible to make enough progress to finish the heist on loud. I fucking heard that. I fucking heard that. Oh my god. I fucking heard that. It's even possible to finish the entire heist in stealth without a suppressor equipped or any skill points invested into stealth. Even if stealth isn't your preference, there are benefits that allow you to go through security faster, like grabbing a key card to open a door that would take you a minute to drill open on loud. From what I could at least see in a game dev's perspective, it looked like the devs really wanted you to treat stealth more or less like a resource, even if it wasn't your preferred tactic. But if stealth is your preferred tactic, then you're in luck because there's a handful of resources that you can gain access to that more or less are exclusive to the Payday 3's mechanics, with the only exceptions being that only 2 of them are worth bringing at a time. You see what I did there? I fucking Trojan horsed your expectations. I personally feel like this little new spin on stealth just kinda sucks in general.
I think we're going to find out what happens when you use the world's most powerful laser pointer and give the camera superpowers.
Of course, I forgot to water the fucking plants. I wish I was there instead of this stupid parody of some indie game. I am thirsty. Did I leave my door unlocked or something? Whoever is writing me sounds like a loser. Of course, I forgot to water my floral carpet. The door is already locked. It smells rancid. Is that you? I think I've seen it all by now.
He still has my fucking car keys. One of the main selling points of Payday 3 across its marketing was that it was supposed to bring the franchise into the modern era of 2023. I stuttered because I just realized I spent 2 years making this fucking video. And to reflect upon the view of the art direction for this game, a completely new resource was added into this game called tools, or gadgets. I don't know, the naming scheme for this game sometimes isn't really that consistent. Fucking doing cocaine is more consistent than playing this game. 3 out of 4 of the gadgets at launch in this game were primarily used for stealth. Microcams are the first gadgets that you have access to, and they are objectively just the best utility in the game in terms of gadgets. You only have 2 per heist, and sticking it on the wall can give you remote access anywhere on the map to see around the exact spot where you put it on. And this is something that all gadgets are capable of, where you can stick it on any living person like a guard or a civilian. But in the case of the microcams, if you just attach it to a guard's back, you can just constantly keep track of that guard's movements. Even if you do think you have workarounds like being able to hack camera feeds outside the cam room, it not only takes more time to do than the microcams, and the fact that you have to locate a camera in the first place, but you'll usually be more out in the open for guards in private or secure areas to spot you. Honestly, my favorite use case scenarios for the microcams is that you can really get creative with how you can collect information around the heist with it. Sticking one of these in front of the switch box in the vault room of Golden Shark allows you to see the next correct color or switch you need to flip instead of relying on your teammates to tell you. You could just pull out your phone and check the color by yourself instead of running back constantly to the vault room to find the next switch color. There's another one in Dirty Ice where you can throw a microcam onto this table leg from the outside of the break room window and see one of the possible code combinations for the basement on the whiteboard. And if you pair it up with finding the Employee of the Month plaque in the actual store, you have about a 66% chance of actually opening up the basement without ever having to pick up a single QR code. Microcams do require map knowledge to use to its fullest, but the reliable information that it can provide is something that I don't think has any other competition or trade-offs in terms of the other options that you can unlock later. The ECM Jammer used to be a deployable from the previous game, and when a single player maxed out all jammer skills, it not only lasted for 30 seconds, but its main purpose was to prevent almost all technology from going off to set off the alarms. Cameras stopped working, guards and civilians were unable to call the police, and more importantly, pagers will never go off during this time period. You can carry up to 2 jammers and have a total time of 60 seconds if you manage to properly space them out. In solo play, it's not really that broken, but if you consider the fact that everyone in a stealth lobby is carrying max jammers, then the effective time that you can get to stall before the alarms can trigger is basically 4 fucking minutes. You'll probably not make full use out of the 4 minutes due to some lack of coordination, but a lot can still be done within the 30 seconds that each box provided. When you don't have to sneak around anymore and rush to get as many objectives done as possible, especially when you have a 4-man group, a lot of heists that can be completed in stealth are a lot quicker than you think. This is called ECM rushing, and just to give you the Cliff Notes version of it, this strategy was so valuable that it defines Payday 2 stealth. Whether you're in a group or by yourself, ECM rushing is what I'd imagine having protected sex is like. The alarm in this scenario isn't actually when the condom breaks, but when her pregnancy test comes back positive. Oh, I'm having fun. No, I'm having a lot of fun making the stupid jokes like that. And ECM jammers in Payday 3, instead of stopping electronic devices completely, only makes them run, and I quote, "Stupid slow." When you activate a jammer in this game, all technology on the map will only be half as effective. Cameras take longer to spot you, and things like someone calling the police or pagers going off will take twice as much time. But the ECM jammer slowdown can stack the more that are currently active, but the only problem with that upside is that 1, most people don't care about running ECM jammers, at least at launch, and 2, this is the only gadget in the game where you only have one of. So its slowdown effect not only isn't as useful, but there's almost no other situation that I can think of using it for. I assume there may have been at least some better use case scenarios for maybe using them in a squad, even if there isn't any kind of synergy whatsoever. But besides my own experience of never getting into a public lobby with more than just one person at launch, solo play just makes them feel almost useless, at least for me. And the slowdown sometimes isn't even that consistent across all the technology it can affect. Even with multiple jammers going off, I didn't know that guards can still call the cops much faster than a deceased guard's pager going off. It does make sense in the core gameplay, but I just expected the rules to change in my favor when the jammers are active. Throughout my entire experience playing this game, I've never seen anyone attempt a well-coordinated ECM rush even after the Scrambler branch was added, because I can only assume that rushing in this game is just too demanding compared to the last game. Even though that you can slow down the cameras from spotting you, it doesn't stop the guards the same way at all. And strategies like ECM rushing still gets further decentivized simply because the very guards that you're trying to avoid can now hear your footsteps in secure areas if you're running. And on most heists with a camera in a safe location with the right skill combo, you can just hack and disable every single camera in a specific room so you never have to worry about cameras ever spotting you in an objective heavy area. I mean, it's perfectly reasonable and understandable that the jammers from Payday 2 really did need some kind of nerf moving forward into the new installment, but the overall changes in the actual stealth mechanics into Payday 3 was so big that it almost felt nothing was really accounted for when the jammer was re-implemented. Like, these changes feel so ass backwards, like if I left my baby in the oven and put my dinner to bed. Oh wait. They didn't even bother introducing something as useful like using a jammer to unlock an electronic door without a keycard like they could in the previous game. There's also a hidden function that I would have never known existed until I saw a video on YouTube showcasing this on No Rest for the Wicked. An active jammer can actually slow down something like the die packs just enough so that one person can save the money without any of the cash going bad, while at most you can only salvage about 6 out of 8 of the bags when you're just playing solo. I mean, it does make sense, but why not clue the player into something like this can actually work? Are there other things I have to be aware of when running jammers? Can I slow down the crypto wallet from losing value in the Rock the Cradle like that one asset that I can buy? What about slowing down the rate in which the lasers change in the art gallery heist? From a player's perspective, I assume that most things I get to use was implemented with the bare minimum being done. And something as small as the die packs in No Rest pisses me off because I don't even know what else they could have done with the jammers. What if they did something negative, like make my own hack times run slower? What if things like drills or thermal drills break down faster? So many lobbies could be griefed if that was actually true. The reason why I'm so fixated on this is because there's some heists in Payday 2 where active jammers can negatively affect affect the objectives. On heists like Hoxton's Revenge, there's a time lock that needs to go down in order to open the panic room, but if at any given time that there is an ECM jammer active, then the timer gets paused. It's not a thing on most heists, but it can definitely piss you off like how it pisses me off when the rules the jammers have to follow is very heist specific. The jammers didn't even have any loud utility at all until the Scrambler branch was added in the first paid DLC for free. I would like to voice my concerns about the jammers in my next Payday video, talking about the changes this game has went through since launch, but all I want to say is that I think it's a fucking stupid idea that the only way they could figure out making jammers better still requires you to spend a couple of skill points already when microcams still didn't require any investment to make amazing. Motion sensors are the last gadget you could use in stealth, and they aren't as useless as jammers at launch, but the utility is just so laughable to me because not only did they potentially get outclassed by microcams in Payday 3, but they even got outclassed by trip mines in Payday 2. When you place them down, they're supposed to mark anything around them, but they can only mark up to 15 NPCs per sensor. After that, the sensor just stops working. You could place them on guards to automatically know where they are on the map at all times, and as long as that guard is still marked, it doesn't subtract from the total number that the sensor can mark. But it can potentially be even worse because if that guard walks past a group of civilians, then the sensor usage could drain almost instantly. Placing these on doorways or in the middle of corners was the most effective use out of them. But if you just needed to know if it was safe or not to pass, then you were literally just given the best stealth tool at level 1. This is probably not the most accurate comparison, but let's say if your life is in danger and there's 2 weapons on the floor that you had to pick up. Would you rather pick up the AK-47 to defend yourself, or the fucking slingshot from Ocarina of Time? The trip mines in the previous game not only gave you a plentiful number of 14 to 7 when maxed out, but they're always capable of marking any guard or civilian that walks over them. For how overpowered they were, especially when just one person could bring them to cover the entire heist, I still find it ironic that these explosive traps originally weren't even considered to be used as a stealth deployable. And you know, instead of making buffs to the gadget directly, I'm still mauling over the fact that they literally just implemented the trip laser instead as a separate thing. It's also really stupid to me that the ability to pick up a misplaced tool not only didn't exist at launch, but when it was implemented, it still required you to have a skill point just to pick them back up. I understand that this is a resource they wanted to feel more valuable or limited, especially when it's the only resource in the game that you are incapable of resupplying. What you get is what you get at the start of the heist, but sometimes the game might screw you over when trying to place them down. The placement is exact, so there isn't any delay, but if there's something like a guard that's trying to spot me, then I could imagine that I move my mouse quickly just enough to maybe place them in the wrong corner or surface. Even when I was trying to get example footage where I stopped playing this game for a month, my dumbass forgot which button was the interact key. The skill in question they added doesn't work on used consumables, so I don't understand why the need to unlock a nice quality of life change was locked behind a skill point at all. I mean, there was a lot of skills like that, but I'm really getting ahead of myself. The final stealth utility you gain access to isn't really classified as a tool in this game, but its utility in stealth is too good that it would be a problem if I didn't bring up its usage. The throwing knife makes a return from Payday 2, but instead of having access to 6 of them like in the last game, or 3 like your other deployable options, the throwing knife only has 2 by default. But that arbitrary limit only really is there for stealth. After a throwing knife makes contact with any surface that isn't a beating heart of a human being, the knife breaks on contact. So technically, if you only use the knives to take down enemies, then they practically have infinite uses. The throwing knives, besides being your best substitute option for not carrying a suppressor, has received a rework so defining that its actual purpose doesn't even stand the same footing as the throwing knife before it. Well, besides being a DLC weapon that can no longer be obtained due to licensing issues. But that's a rant for another video. I'll be using still images of myself crossing my arms like every other shitty rant sewn. Throwing knives in Payday 3 aren't just weapons, but their utility relies on them being used as noisemakers. Throwing them at a surface near a guard will force them to stop and look around the area the knife landed. This can be used both as a way of moving guards out of the way of objective spots, or even getting yourself out of corners where the nearest cover that you can get to is in the way of a guard's patrol path. There is a skill in this game that makes your knives unbreakable, but Retriever has a problem with telling the player that the skill is considered to be a trade-off skill. The simple act of using your throwing knife to distract guards now doesn't work without a search mode being triggered just because the knife didn't break. And you know, at least to give some credit, the knife does at least break into a million pieces, so it's unrecognizable instead of something lazy like cutting the model in half. Or, what the fuck? It does make sense why they did this, because unbreakable knives would completely defeat the purpose of making them an actual resource that you have to be careful with not to waste at all. But the aspect of not disclosing this crucial information is something that plagues Payday 3's entire game design, and it's something that does reoccur constantly the more I kept playing this game and looking into each of the mechanics more into depth. Losing your AoE options with other grenades for Loud may not be as bad when you consider the knives can be great for taking out most enemies in one hit, especially when you're forced to reload your weapon. But sadly, there are options that exist that make throwing knives redundant on Loud, and I'll go more into detail about the skills in their own section. Overall, when it comes down to the new tools you have access to for stealth, I love the concept, but I feel like the execution was either just shy away from being perfect, or just not even close to being finished. I feel like those jammers might be stuck in my brain because of the time it took for me to make this video was pretty stupid slow.
The fuck?
Aside from the infrasonic mines, the only gadget I didn't talk about in this section because I was saving for the Loud part of the video, every other gadget kind of does lose their usefulness on Loud, that you just forget you could even bring them in the first place, let alone the fact that it's just sitting in your inventory just collecting dust as you progress through the entire heist. Motion sensors just stop working after a small horde of SWAT units just rush in through a door that you place them near. Just shooting an actual enemy is a lot more useful than just looking through a microcam while in cover to find them in a crowd. Or in other words, constantly pulling out your phone and doom scrolling in the middle of a heist. And you do nothing! You do nothing! Now, depending on who you ask about how difficult Payday 3 is to someone who played the game at launch, you probably hear about a 50-50 split on how difficult the game really is. I've looked both long and hard about the criticisms for this game, and ever since launch, although both sides do have valid points, I don't think I've ever heard of a game where a lot of people say that the game was either too easy or too hard on opposite sides of the spectrum. It's such a weird phenomenon that I just decided to coin the term as Schrodinger's Payday 3. Now, maybe today there's already a general consensus with the game's difficulty, especially with the new content that was getting added. But back before this game was getting updated almost monthly after January 2024, and then it went into a screeching halt going into the next year, I've seen this argument split the Payday community in half, almost like politics. No, this is not going to be the last time I bring up politics as a joke in this video. I hope you understand that I'm just pissed that Vermin Supreme didn't win the 2024 election.
Do you still stand by your pledge made in 2008 to provide a pony for every American?
Yes, I do, sir. Free ponies for all Americans.
Oh my god, I could have used the free fucking pony. I am never gonna make enough money to buy a new car in this fucking economy. Now for this section, I'm only gonna be talking about how difficult stealth really was, and I'll go into more detail about how hard Loud really is in the Loud gameplay section. I am going to account for both sides in the argument of difficulty, but I just want to let you know in advance that I do have a bias, and I did believe that the game was difficult at launch in the wrong areas. When you do go past the hard difficulty, there are things called stealth modifiers that heavily impact the gameplay in stealth. Very Hard will add 1, and Overkill will add 2 of them. For the sake of this video, I'm only going to go over which ones that have been in the game since launch, so that doesn't include any new ones or Loud modifiers because they didn't exist at the time. And if you think the game was easier because of that, then... No. No. Do you hear yourself? You sound fucking stupid. At launch, there were only 3 stealth modifiers. Titan cameras were the bread and butter of higher difficulties from the previous game. Just like the previous game, these cameras are unbreakable, and the only way you can take them out is to take out the camera operator themselves. I don't know why the sound just died there. Ah! 2? You serious? The Cerberus core only really affects one thing in this game, but surprisingly, it's effective for what it does. It disrupts the secure loop skill. Secure loop allows you to run a runtime to hack a camera to basically disable it for as long as you want until you run out of available runtimes before you need to hack another camera to reuse a pre-existing runtime. With the right skill combinations, you can have a total of 3 runtimes, and because of this, it was objectively the best perk in the game because you could effectively lock down portions of a map without having to ever take down the camera operator. Cerberus core just takes that and gives every runtime a limit of 5 seconds. After that, the camera goes back to normal. I really liked this, but the only problem I had with this modifier was that it was only really exclusive to one heist, and that being the Golden Shark Bank. But for this last modifier, it was on every other heist that could be stealth. That wasn't Golden Shark. The lead guard was the biggest unnecessary difficulty spike this game just had to offer. All it says on the surface is that taking him out will send off an endless pager response. So even after you answer his pager after taking him out, you still have to worry about that pager going off again. Oh yeah, by the way, that's not a joke. Going up the difficulty not only deducts 1 total pager you have, but it also increases the number of guards that are active in the heist. So not only do you have a grand total of 2 pagers on Overkill before a search gets triggered or before the alarms go off, but killing the lead guard does nothing but put the entire stealth attempt on a timer. I think the worst thing they did with this guard is that no matter what heist that you're on, the absolute bastard that made the lead guard in this game just figured out how to force an interaction between you and him regardless of the heist. On No Rest for the Wicked, the staircase is usually a safe spot. No guard ever roams in the staircase as long as you don't get escorted out. But the lead guard not only patrols the staircase, but he also patrols the other 3 floors too. On Dirty Ice, the lead guard starts patrolling the back alley on the same side with the delivery truck. The entrance that he guards is the quickest and easiest way to get into the back room of the jewelry store, so it gives you more time to get the manager into the back room to access the jeweler's workshop for a better pay. But him just being there at the start of every Dirty Ice run is always a potential time waste. Also, this was the only heist the lead guard appeared on very hard. The update that added more difficulty modifiers just implemented a guard to replace him in the back alley when he didn't spawn. Regular guards never go into the VIP back room without a search being triggered, but the lead guard has this as a part of their normal patrol pattern. On Rock the Cradle, the lead guard has 2 patrol patterns, one for the club upstairs and one for the VIP section after you activate his trigger by walking past the bouncer. Did I forget to mention he can go up the staircase leading to the manager's office?
There's another one?
Stay right there. Don't even breathe.
What do you mean this? Why? Where? Why do you go up there? I did not.
Under the surface is at least more manageable because he stays only on the first floor as long as the search doesn't get triggered. And already on the surface, no pun intended, it already sounds a lot more 99 Boxes was probably my least favorite heist to play on Overkill, and the lead guard is still no exception. He patrols the central warehouse, so not only do you have to worry about not running into him while trying to find the right storage yard, but you have a timer on your back when you have to secure the main loot of this heist twice, and waiting any longer can drastically drop your payout. Finally, Touch of Sky requires you to get a QR code from a unique guard on the map, so you can get a key card to the filing room to open the panic room to get the... It's replaced with the lead guard, isn't it?
Definitely not bullshit game designer, right? Definitely not bullshit game designer, right?
Most guards in this game follow a patrol pattern that's easy to choreograph. Even if a search does get triggered, there's still some rules that they have to follow, like never changing floors. But the lead guard doesn't have a consistent patrol pattern that you can follow. His pathing is completely randomized. Aside from the empty closets, bathrooms, or camera rooms, he could be anywhere on the map, especially when every guard is on search mode. This is something that I don't understand that wasn't considered as a rework for the lead guard. Not only does he appear on harder difficulties and the total pager count gets reduced past hard, why couldn't they just make his pager count specifically cost 2 instead of having the endless pager response? You'll still have the rest of the guards patrolling on the map like nothing happened, but you can't take them out and answer their pager without the alarms going off. I see this as a pretty decent trade-off. Taking out the lead guard makes the heist less RNG dependent on his pathing, but it sacrifices 2 pagers, meaning you don't have much of a safety net for when you do get caught. There is something already in the game that exists similar to what I'm advertising. If you don't answer a guard's pager, not only does it consume 2 pagers instead of 1, but a guard nearby will also investigate the area near where you took out the last guard. It even accounts for if you don't have enough pagers to put the heist either on search mode or loud, depending on how much you've used. The fix, in my opinion, for the lead guard already exists in the game. It's just never considered as an option in development. The problem with the lead guard, in my opinion, is that he demands too much high maintenance when he's present on the map regardless of difficulty. Almost like you need someone to play a specific role on the team to keep track of him. I see what they were trying to do in terms of his implementation, but the level of maintenance not only wasn't even required on most heists on very hard or under, but microcams not only became the mandatory gadget you had to bring on solo stealth, not just because you could keep track of his every movement when you stick it on him, but it has much more longevity than the other options. When you do get a general understanding of your toolkit to avoid him, he just becomes very annoying to deal with. And every precaution that you have to take to avoid him only makes the heist not only longer, but it could potentially stall for enough time for just normal guards that you don't have much of a problem with before now feel even more dangerous. I really wanted to bump up the difficulty to get the full experience of what the new stealth mechanics had to offer, but the lead guard honestly took a lot of fun away from any stealth attempts, so it's not surprising that a lot of people decided to use exploits just to cheese every heist that he's in. For the first 2 months, if you had the cover-up perk, this allowed you to answer a guard's pager automatically after performing a silent takedown on them, but doing this on a lead guard results in an endless pager never going off. It was common for people to sacrifice just 1 pager to get rid of the most annoying threat in almost every heist on the highest difficulty, even if the cameras remained operational. And of course, this game just still had so many bugs and exploits at launch that some of them just seemed to work together like brothers in arms. If you still wanted to save a pager, you could just take a loot bag and throw it in front of the cam guy and then just pick it back up. And the cameras just stopped working altogether. Heck, why just stop at the camera guy himself? Why not just break every guard's AI by simply using a throwing knife and picking it back up? Like, if anyone told you that stealth was too easy at launch, it wasn't because stealth was easy itself, it's because the glitches you can do were so easy to perform with just a little bit of practice. Most of these bugs did eventually get patched 2 months after launch, but it's still fucking insane to me that this is still a long enough period of time for people to find even more creative ways of breaking the game even further than intended. That loot bag thing I said about disabling the cam guy, guess what? There's like several other more ways of disabling him without putting a bullet between his head. And I'm serious when I mean creative. I don't know who the fuck had the time to realize that there is a way to trap every single guard on a heist like Touch of Sky with just a couple of throwing knives and a breakable door. That's not even a bug at that point. That's just something that should be displayed in a modern art museum on loop. The last gripe I have with stealth could just be the biggest thing that this game has is just the lack of information you get from increasing the difficulty. Like, sure, the modifiers were indicators of what you could expect, but if there's something I just hated about Payday 2 stealth, it's that they just had to throw in something extra whenever you go up from Overkill to Mayhem. There's an extra heist-specific modifier that's just not listed there, and you have to figure it out for yourself, and I hate these things so much. No Rest for the Wicked requires you to find a QR code in the first floor before you can access the second. Everything from trying to find the manager and the passcode to open the vault was moved from the first floor to the second floor instead. And the room that may have both of those things has a skylight that the guard on the roof can see through to sound off the alarms if he sees a single civilian tied up. Dirty Ice requires a red key card. Instead of being in the safe with the power switch, it would be attached to the guard that's roaming the basement instead. And the biggest example that I hate so much is Rock the Cradle. The entire back room of the nightclub not only goes from private to secure areas on very hard, but on Overkill, the entire nightclub is classified as a private area. That literally changes the entire approach you have to the entire heist, and although I did like that, I didn't like the fact that it wasn't even told to me in the mission briefing. And that's not even including the lead bastard they shove in your face all the time. One more weird quirk about how easy it is to exploit difficulty in this game is the lobby's RNG seed. seed. One very common thing you'll hear whenever you get into IT or computer science is that everything in programming is not completely random, and the same thing does apply to video games. The closest thing you can get to making a game more random is by creating a seed that takes anything that involves chances play out more differently. Most games can house more than 1 billion possible combinations, and there is a limit to how random the game can get. But you're probably never going to experience every possible one in your entire life. The heat death of the universe is probably closer than getting Dream's Blaze Rod and Ender Pearl drops legitimately. Fucking hell, man. The fact that he spent money on a Harvard professor to prove his innocence. I'm pretty sure Dream was a billionaire at that point of his life. Like, he's got both things that a Hollywood actor and a politician have. Money, fame, children. I'm just saying, if I had a lot of money and if I was caught cheating, I would probably hire one of O.J. Simpson's lawyers. This is a video about Payday 3. What am I talking about? Unless you're playing on Payday 3 solo mode, it's not an offline mode, don't get your hopes up. Every public or private lobby that you do join has a fixed RNG seed once the map loads in. This means that if everyone in the lobby votes to restart the heist, then everything from enemy spawn locations to objective spawns to even the passcodes are the exact same. So if you do manage to find out what the right code is before the alarms go off, you could just restart the heist, input the same exact code, and skip a big chunk of the entire heist. If you were to look at old world records for speedruns in Payday 3, it's most likely that they were able to achieve these shorter times just by figuring out what the RNG seed was first. I wouldn't really have much of a problem with fixed RNG seeds as long as there's some kind of penalty in place for maybe restarting the heist, or if its only existence is just in easier difficulties. The fact that you could do this exploit on Overkill could just take a lot of the fun away when all you have to do is just rush to find passcodes or where specific rooms or items can spawn. So now I'm pretty sure I've talked about almost every possible changes or other additions that they've done with stealth into Payday 3, and now I can finally move on to talk about my favorite part, or at least my more detailed part, of this video, and that's talking about the loud gameplay. Compared to how they wanted to make stealth harder, Payday 3's loud difficulty spikes were just counterintuitive by their own design. For starters, when Payday 3 first came out, there was no such thing as loud modifiers, while the game already had 3 stealth ones implemented. Now, because of that, I won't have to go over them too much in this video, but it should at least put into some kind of perspective how the game may have been easier on the surface. The only thing I could say that I liked about what they changed in terms of difficulty for this game is that enemy health pools stay exactly the same on harder difficulties. So if you know if a weapon should be able to one-tap on normal, they can do the same exact thing on Overkill. The game is entirely balanced around this decision, and even in the dev diaries before Payday 3 released, I just got the feeling that the devs behind this major gameplay decision just got a massive hard-on just talking about its benefits. And you know what? I could see it. His penis, I mean. You think it looks like Peter Griffin, where it's just, this fat is just covering it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
One other thing that people will notice is we don't actually change their health values between the difficulties. And this is because we want to encourage people to be able to play with each other. There's one feeling we want to avoid is a situation where you have to play on an easier difficulty and be bored, or they have to play on a harder difficulty and be overwhelmed.
Keeping every enemy health pool consistent across all difficulties is something I personally think should be a design decision that should be across every video game that makes an 80-year-old politician shit ashes when he thinks that specific video game promotes real-world violence by now. If there's something I hate a lot about spikes across almost every video game I've played, it's the fact that enemies can start to become bullet sponges, especially if I don't have a proper build or a strong enough weapon to take them out. In Payday 2's case, I have to remember numbers like 128, 225, and 255 in the back of my head every time I want to play the game on death sentence. Each of these numbers are important damage thresholds, and even if my build doesn't have a very consistent way of two-shotting most enemies, if the right skills proc, then it's more than enough to hold my own against a horde of sponge daddies. Although enemies have the same health from normal to overkill, the damage that they do from jumping up each difficulty is just as lazy as increasing enemy health pools and calling it harder. The damage that SWAT units can do jumping from very hard to overkill feels like I'm tackling a horde of miniature bulldozers instead. They're not tanky, but when you get hit, it feels like every enemy has a drum mag shotgun. Bots really seem like they can hold their own on very hard, even before they got buffed. But when you jump up to overkill, you're either just left trying to revive them all, or just letting them go into custody. And if you think I'm over-exaggerating about the damage, then just get hit by a Nader's gas grenade and see how much it deals. Whoa! Whoa! The lack of any loud modifiers to make the game more uniquely difficult may have been the biggest reason why damage from very hard to overkill feels like a drastic change. Something that Payday 2 already does whenever you jump up difficulties is that sometimes they'll introduce new special units that you haven't encountered on the easier difficulties, like how cloakers only start spawning on very hard, and a handful of different bulldozer types can start spawning on death sentence like the minigun and medic dozers. There's a lot of creative ways of making a game harder, and I was honestly hoping for something similar to this. They don't have to add in a completely new enemy, but adding in some different enemy types for pre-existing enemies should have at least been considered. Payday 2 added the Marshall Sniper and the Marshall Shield units to the spawn pool across all maps near the end of its lifespan, and I feel like these units should at least be considered as alternative units that should have been in place when the game's difficulty jumps to overkill in Payday 3, especially with how easy it can be at implementing them, because all it really is just a couple of different properties and stat changes that are just given to them. I personally think the best way of making overkill a meaningfully harder difficulty is to either add in more unique special units or to increase their spawn numbers so that roughly half of the units have some kind of gimmick that drastically changes the way you have to approach them. And I know what I might be saying might get a little bit hypocritical when I do eventually cover special units in this video, but I still want to reiterate that my input is more or less opinion-based for specific aspects of gameplay that I think should be touched on for the most part. I don't expect every idea I put into this video to come together to make the best possible game, or at least the best possible Payday, but I'm at least hoping that some of my suggestions are at least heard. With how special units already spawn in Payday 3, it's very orthodox. As an example, cloakers only start spawning around the halfway point of most heists, while bulldozers spawn near the end. Simply throwing out some kind of spawn order and just allowing every special unit to start spawning at the start is a very simple but effective way of increasing difficulty instead of just increasing numbers. But unfortunately, that's not how they decide to increase difficulty, and I will go over more into how they did it in the part 2 video. But what I can tell you is that there was one more thing that they did have at launch that was supposed to increase difficulty across every difficulty in this game. There are these things called final assaults. They usually should pop up right when the heist is about to end. When this happens, trying to get some breathing room for cops to retreat or just being able to trade resources just doesn't happen anymore. This is the game's way of telling the player to stop being greedy and escape as soon as possible. But final assaults are just so goddamn buggy that you can easily trigger them on some heists without even trying, and those heists aren't even close to being finished yet. On the art gallery heist, there's a painting that you need to steal with the USB drive, but if you secure that one first, you can easily trigger a final assault when you secure the second to last required loot on this heist. And because one of them is the UV paintings, the other one could be on the first or second floor, which can be difficult, especially if you haven't found all the QR codes to open all the possible exhibits that it could be in. 99 Boxes has 2 containers that have extra loot inside of them, but if you secure them and at least one coolant bag from the correct container, then you have to unlock the second one with just heavy SWAT units and bulldozers spawning non-stop. And here's an honorable mention for Rock the Cradle. When you secure the crypto wallet and the heist goes loud last minute, then you have to wait out in the middle of a final assault wave before the escape arrives. No first responders, no hostage trading, none of that. That's because if you secure what the game considers to be all the required bags, then the final assault will trigger regardless of what part of the heist you are in loud. But just like how there are ways of triggering final assaults, there are ways of avoiding it, even trying to avoid some special units to start spawning. Every heist has a flag system, so every time that you pass it, the next assault wave will have those new special enemies that will start to spawn. I'm trying to make a visual for it, and I know I'm failing, okay? Graphic design is my passion. But what I'm trying to visualize here for the example, if you try to trigger something like like the cloaker spawn flag in the current assault, then they won't be able to spawn up until the next assault. And this does exist for all difficulties, including the overkill difficulty at one point. Going back to the art gallery, if you just know what paintings that you need to secure and which ones you don't, then all you can really do is just secure all the optional paintings, and when you start securing the required ones last, then it's possible that cloakers and bulldozers don't get the chance to spawn because you aren't flagging the game on specific loot that's being picked up. The most important thing about final assaults across all heists and how to avoid ever having to deal with them is to simply move every bag near to the escape, but wait on securing them until every bag is nearby. Now, from a developer's perspective, its implementation was obviously meant to make it so that staying in the heist longer was meant to be a higher risk, but the reward was meant to roughly double what the required amount was supposed to be. I like the concept that the difficulty scales based on how long the heist was going for, and they at least fixed that when you go into the overkill difficulty now, but final assaults are still fairly exploitable, and when you start to develop enough game knowledge, difficulty doesn't feel like progression, it just starts to feel like a trip mine. I feel like the bare minimum was done to implement a flag system to scale difficulty. I feel like if I left a Mario speedrunner in the same room as this game, he would probably figure out how to beat every heist in under 30 seconds and get Dallas to BLJ in the Joy's bedroom for the secret gamer girl ending. Or he can just strangle himself with the controller cord before touching the game. Either way, something else was completed faster. One more thing that I forgot to mention, but if a map had an elevator in it, you can stand in it, not only preventing it from closing, but also preventing it from spawning new units. I knew that this bug existed, but I didn't even know that this bug existed as early as the beta for this game. But if you manage to shove a tied up hostage into these elevators, or even a near valid spawn location, then not only do units spawn less frequently, but those units will be funneled around other spawn locations around the map. I know it sounds like I'm trying to make Payday 3 this super easy game, easy to cheese, especially with a well-coordinated team, but this game was far from easy, especially within like the first 6 to 8 months when this game was out. The real difficulty that Payday 3 has isn't really making enemies bulky or jacked up with enough steroids to make losing an ear the least of your problems. Payday 3's constant need to inconvenience the player was the most difficult part of both loud gameplay and maybe for the entirety of the game. For the remaining sections of this video, I will be going into more detail about it, but for a good overview of what to expect, things like armor is not a renewable resource. Many of the FPS mechanics are vastly different or more complex from what the previous 2 installments offered. The menus can't even properly tell you what you're bringing may or may not be beneficial to you and your current build. Your best skills in this game are constantly asking you to perform a meaningless task like a Fortnite emote just to keep using them. And it doesn't help that you may not have access to every possible option because of how slow leveling up can get, especially when you max out every possible milestone that was specific to your favorite weapons. Certain special units even felt like they were either undertuned or overtuned in development, and when you're playing a game that has so many server issues and the player base was constantly hovering between triple to 4 digits, you'll start to realize how painful the game can be when the only thing you can rely on are just the computer-operated heisters. And because of all these elements, everything wrong with Payday 3 within its first 6 to 8 months felt like it was constantly conditioning you to play in a specific way. It's like a neatly crafted spider web made of shit. Now, as much as I've glazed the stealth revision for Payday 3, I have a very important confession I have to make to you all, and it's really hard for me to come out and say this. I'm coming out of the closet. I fucking hate stealth! I made an entire video on how much I love Payday 2's loud gameplay, and had an entire video talking about a bad April Fool's DLC, disguised as me talking about more knowledge I have for the mechanics and viability for a 10-year-old game. I really live for this shit, man. The doctor gave me a prescription to fix my ADHD, a gun, a bigger gun, and some hardcore meth. If there's one thing that violent video games have taught me, it's how to properly beat the shit out of these hoes so they don't talk back. My bad, it should have been caustic soda? You think I'm not ballsy enough to smoke that shit? The fire gives it a more authentic Latino spice. I'm running out of Dracula flow lines to make up. On the surface, the dev team behind Payday 3's development was to keep the gameplay more grounded and make it feel less like a power fantasy game as much as possible. In other words, they probably wanted to capture what made the original Payday the Heist and Payday 2 at launch without unnecessary mechanics like health regen, dodge, or even the obligatory I don't want to die button when you use most perk decks that have a reusable item on cooldown. And you know what, honestly, I can't even complain behind that decision. Like, the meta for Payday 2 just doesn't make any sense to me anymore. Armor builds do what they were supposed to do in terms of taking raw damage with actual heavy armor until Anarchist released, and it made running no armor as effective as running the best armor type. Like, what is the logic behind tanking an entire SWAT team with just a suit on? Did my entire body just get replaced by an endoskeleton or something? I remember a time when dodge builds were so niche that if you were caught running just the two-piece suit and have a detection risk in the single digits, you would have just been kicked on sight because most people just assumed that those two things were as weak as a stealth build on loud. But now that's the only thing that you see every time whenever you try playing this game on harder difficulties now. The movement speed you get with the two-piece is more valuable than anything on harder difficulties because being able to reposition quicker is a lot more valuable than just taking 2 shots before going down. And within the time span of 10 years, new content was being added, new perk decks kept getting released, an entire skill tree system being reworked for more possible build combinations. So if you needed a specific skill, you didn't have to invest into so many other skills that you didn't want. The skill tree rework also offered more creative freedom on what deployables or weapons you could bring too. Before the rework, you either had to balance between having inspired medic bags, but the only weapons you could use were pistols. Or you could run any weapon type you wanted but be forced to default to the first aid kits. Even though that dodge builds had the potential to deal more damage and could tank as much hits as armor builds, the skill point investment to make them work was just still too expensive. And even for how limited the fugitive skill tree was, this was your only means of making dodge any better, because before that, fugitive just didn't exist at all. Skills that seemed pointless to invest into before became more accessible. There is a word for something like this, but I just cannot put my finger on it. No, I still can't put my finger on it. And I still managed to figure out how to sneak in more knowledge about a 10-year-old game. I still can't stop myself. Oh, my back! Oh! Starbreeze was definitely trying to capture lightning in a bottle that made the original Payday the Heist enjoyable, but the way they were trying to go at it just feels like they were trying to go out of their way to reinvent the wheel. What made Payday the Heist a challenging game wasn't just the horde of cops, but resources in this game were much more difficult to replenish. Ammo especially, even though you have access to 3 guns, a primary, a secondary, and a handgun, it's not that hard to run out of ammo in the middle of a gunfight. Trying to get ammo from the bodies that you just dropped can be a risk because instead of tanking it with just your armor, your health can get shredded instead, and the only way to replenish getting back that lost health reliably is to use medic bags. The main crux of Payday the Heist when I've played it is either do I bring ammo bags so I don't get shot out in the open and still have an offensive pressure, or do I bring medic bags to afford making more mistakes. I've actually decided to play Payday the Heist for the sake of making this video on Payday 3, and honestly, I could see the reason why people still want to play this game despite Payday 2 not only having more content, but having every playable map from the heist be eventually ported over to that game. Maybe it's because the heist's charm is mostly because of its simpler design, and maybe because of that simplicity, resources in this game are just as valuable as trying to stay close to your team so that you don't get overwhelmed in just 1 second. Even though the classic maps in Payday 2 are almost a one-to-one recreation of the objectives, the playstyle that you have to develop is just drastically different. This might not be for everyone, but if you're a fan of Payday, then I at least recommend you to try Payday the Heist out. You don't have to play it all the way. The mechanics are just different enough to make me appreciate how much I really want the devs for Payday 3 to lock the fuck in when rebalancing this game. Payday 2 at launch tried to follow the same resource management formula as Payday the Heist, but after a couple of years, the formula just turned into
Oh my fucking god, so help me!
Armor in this game, and just like in Payday 2, acts like a shield or a secondary health bar that fully regenerates after a couple of seconds of not taking any damage. Of course, the Payday franchise didn't invent the shield mechanic, but so many games were doing it even back then because developers knew that balancing between resources was a lot more manageable for the average player when you add in a safety net like this.
That's not even realistic!
Okay. what does that have to, like, explain to me why that's interesting, because in the real world, I have to write up lists of stuff I have to go to the grocery store to buy. And I've never thought to myself that realism is fun. I go play games to have fun.
Fucking gay ass fairy.
So what was Payday 3's solution to bring back resource management? First, they wanted to remove dodge, which, okay, that's understandable. I could argue there are ways to make dodge balanced, but the main reason why dodge wasn't here at launch was to make the game less about a game of chance as possible. The second thing they did to play into resource management was to remove any or all passive health regen perks. Instead, you either had to bring your own medic bags or rely on hostage trading to get your health back. Overall, I saw no problems with these changes, but even from seeing the beta gameplay footage, I felt like there was going to be a growing problem with how one mechanic they decided to change completely. I really don't have to be a rocket scientist to tell you that if armor is now a resource that you have to manage just like health and ammo, and if that resource is just not able to get replenished, then there are going to be moments where the game just feels unplayable because you don't have the ability to peek without going down or into custody. This entire footage you are seeing is what the playstyle I had to adapt to, and that's constantly peeking a single corner, hoping I don't get shot once by the bulldozer on the other side.
That won't stop me. Those are coming through.
Going back to how armor works in the previous two installments, at its core, it rewards players for playing good and knowing when to take risks. Payday the Heist especially centers around good positioning because there are no other ways of restoring health except for the medic bags you bring. Because armor now feels exactly like a secondary health bar instead of a safety net now, it makes no sense why the core gameplay punishes you for both cautious and reckless play the same way. The worst part about it was that armor wasn't just a non-renewable resource now, but your only method of getting back that lost armor was with the armor bag deployable. I just want to rant a little bit. They took a deployable from the previous game that all it did was just allow you to store your heavy armor into it just so you can use it to put it back on. It did nothing else but waste a deployable slot. If I told you that armor bags were OP and medic bags were the worst deployable before Payday 3 release, you probably would call me a schizophrenic. You'd be right about that. Outside of that and waiting for a portion of that armor to regen, there was no other method of getting back armor at launch. Health and ammo? Perfectly fine. Kill swats for ammo, trade civvies for health. What about armor? Just don't get shot, you fucking dumbass. Just take cover, you fucking Armor in this game at least doesn't feel like you just shit yourself from drinking some random influencer energy drink, so you have to slowly make your way to the bathroom hoping a small turd nugget doesn't fall out of your pants in the process.
I don't get it.
How did you not understand what I said? I said that in perfect English.
Half of what you said was just nonsense.
Yeah, okay. Alright, fine. I'll explain it again. You can bust it down sexual style without being a sauced up Saxon after getting his legs broken with aluminum bats.
Sauced up? What?
I have to fucking write it on the goddamn board because you're too fucking stupid!
I can't read that.
Again!
Out of all the mechanics that have changed in this game, armor has changed so much that the problems with it doesn't really exist anymore, but I still think it's important to highlight the reasons why the mechanic was hated for the almost 2 years that the old system existed for. At the launch of this game, and roughly around the end of April 2024, this was all the information that you got to knowing about what each armor type did in the menu. Instead of just being told what the stats are exactly, you were given a vague description of what each armor type does. There's a lot of problems with Payday 3 in terms of telling the player information, and if the game couldn't at least tell me how much each armor type restricts my movement speed by a simple percentage, or just telling me how many segments each armor type provides, then how am I supposed to know that something like standard lining is worse than light ballistic if it's the second last armor that you unlock? I don't know what this is supposed to mean, dude. This could mean like literally anything at this point. Going back to segments, each segment equates to 100 points of armor each, and the total base health that you have is also 100 points. That's at least easy enough to understand, but there's still some anomalies that armor just doesn't outright tell you, and it's something that you just have to figure out on your own. Sometimes whenever you start a heist in this game, you can see that some players have an extra down or only 2 available when the standard number should be 3. Meanwhile, the heist just started and nobody bothered putting on their mask yet. This is because there's another hidden stat where standard lining gives you you an extra down, while heavy ballistic takes away one. I feel like that should be very important information to tell someone, especially if they were considering taking heavy ballistic on loud. But even then, the downside of losing a down is just laughable when you're just still as good as dead when you run out of your armor completely. Armor can't regen, but whatever bit you do get back is usually less than what you start out with. So you're constantly losing your safety net to peak. The moment a segment of armor reaches 0, that segment can no longer regen unless you use an armor bag. And if you lose all segments of your armor, then guess what? Your health is next. I wonder what's gonna happen when you don't add in passive health regeneration. Oh wait, I know. And like the only times that downs actually matter is either when you take fall damage, get cloaked, tased, gassed, because those just attack your health directly. Here's a funny thing to think about. Getting down enough times is actually a viable strategy sometimes, because going into custody puts you on a time limit so you can reflect upon the fact that you paid $40 for a game that offered way less and way worse of an experience than its predecessors. And when you finally come back after reflecting the fucking losses you've made to your time and money, you get your 2 armor segments back. The second hidden stat that each armor type provides that the game never told you at launch was how long it took for each armor type to recover after a short amount of time. There have been way too many moments where I've just been standing in cover for too long waiting for my armor to recover, only for the room that I'm in just to get bombarded by SWATs just for them to shred my armor regardless. So do you want to know what each armor type's armor recovery time was by default at launch with no skill investment? I've got the numbers right here. Standard, 4 seconds. Light, 6 seconds. Medium, 8 seconds. Heavy, 10 fucking seconds. In practice, the faster armor recovery rate and movement speed on weaker armor types versus the slow rate that heavier armor provides seems like an overall better incentive to go light, but regardless of execution, if armor was still a dwindling resource that couldn't be replenished, then it would still be more enticing to pick heavy ballistic just because of the extra armor chunk regardless. Oh, did I just take a graze of damage and now I have to wait 10 seconds for that armor to come back? I guess I just have to play better and not get hit. The only variety back at launch besides basic lining for stealth and heavy ballistic for loud was medium ballistic back before the first ever patch in November of 2023. Now I know that sounds stupid, but there is a method to this madness on why people were using this armor type. First, you still had the 8 seconds of delay and slightly faster move speed than heavy armor, but the real kicker was when you started to invest into the tank branch. Basic tank dropped 2 seconds off the armor recovery, so the recharge delay was now 6 seconds instead. And armor up used to be a much better skill than it was now. Originally, armor up gave you a free extra chunk of armor back when using 1 charge of an armor bag, instead of just acting like an armor repair kit for the damaged portion of armor like it does now. But there was also one more oversight that armor up did. Besides giving you the 2 chunks back for 1 charge, this also made you skip your armor recovery timer, so any chunk of armor that was damaged but not broken could still be recovered. So theoretically, you can get up to 3 chunks back and still make use out of the faster recovery and movement speed that medium ballistic provided. But then that was just literally killed after the first balance patch of Payday 3, and I guess we were just not allowed to have fun playing the game back then. And after that, armor went back to being pulverizing with only the lightest for stealth and heaviest for loud, and I hated this for the longest time that armor was in this game because it had no variety for almost half a year. And the very little variety it did have back at launch when we were starting to figure out the game was just shot down seemingly for almost no reason. This is what we had to deal with within the very early stages of Payday 3's life, and although these issues weren't ignored, the process and what they did to fix armor is something I've seen too often as a design flaw with this game. Instead of reworking or attempting to change core gameplay elements, the devs only really added on top of an already existing problem. For an example, does carrying bags to the escape take too long? Then just invest precious skill points into the new transporter branch. Do you want ECMs and other gadgets to offer more value in both stealth and loud? See answer number 1, but in the scrambler branch instead. Do the bots keep dying in solo play? Or do they have a hard time trying to follow the player? Just play Payday 2, you fucking increase their health by 300%. And there was no other changes they wanted to implement to the crew AI for the longest time. And these are only examples, but do you want to use armor that's similar to what you were using in the previous game? game, then use this armor type and nothing else in the game. The fact that adaptive armor not only regenerated so quickly, not only had the same movement speed penalty as the starting armor, but also took advantage of the plate up skill, so every kill technically gave you back a full armor chunk, which retroactively made every other armor type just obsolete. I know that by the time of me uploading this video, the armor mechanics in Payday 3 will drastically change with the Armor 2.0 update, but I still had some regards on how armor could have been balanced in Payday 3 in hindsight. This was an idea I recorded a month after Payday 3's launch, so I apologize if you still hear a little bit of my innocence left in this recording. A system of more armor for protection with the trade-off of more time for that armor to recover can work. The Anarchist perk deck in Payday 2 kinda does that in a way with its change to passive armor regen, where the more protection that armor provides, the longer that armor takes to regenerate, but in return it can regenerate more armor as a result. I never understood why a popular perk deck that changes survivability was overlooked. Comparing with another perk deck in the previous game, Stoic without any health regeneration in Payday 2 is how I feel armor is in Payday 3. Health is a slowly dwindling resource that punishes you for playing recklessly and safe the same, just without the added flair of becoming an alcoholic. And even then, almost nobody wants to run Stoic without the hostage taker skill, so I don't understand why the similarities were overlooked by both the dev team and the entire community. Oh wait, no, I know why. I know exactly why.
Now, how am I supposed to explain this without pissing off the console player? Oh, I know.
Did you know the best part about playing Payday 2 on PC is that console players don't get to?
As a PS5 player, there's a thing! Do you think I'm gonna let you get away with throwing another brick at me twice? Oh, what the fuck?
I am black, I am gay, I am disabled, I am a woman.
You could honestly just half the armor stats of all current armor types in this game and make the regen 4 to 5 seconds without getting shot for all armor types. They could even change how segments work, so instead of losing all that armor together, it just takes longer to regenerate. So instead of 4 seconds, now it's 8 seconds, or even a full 20 or 30 seconds for heavy ballistic to severely punish reckless play. I really wanted to experiment with different deployables, but for what they were at launch, they just didn't feel worth using. The one I really wanted to try the most were ammo bags, because they gave the player the ability to restore 2 grenades for each charge, and that was a huge buff that just made sense instead of adding a separate deployable that just did that with no possible way of upgrading it. What the fuck was the point of adding in the ordnance bag from the last game? Someone please tell me. Even for the nice change that ammo bags provided, there was already a way that allowed you to find grenades just by picking up ammo since launch. Sadly, for what it's worth, ammo in this game is easy to replenish. So much fucking ammo. With specific ways of funneling ammo without ever taking the risk of getting your health mowed down. Foreshadowing is a narrative device in which the storyteller gives an advance. There's also the fact that the damage boost that you receive from the skill like High Grain wasn't really that noticeable versus something like an infinite mag double barrel. I mean, compared to having an increased damage to having an infinite mag for a couple of seconds, you tell me which one you think is better. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I fucking miss Bulletstorm. One more thing that makes ammo in this game very abundant, that it's something that I wouldn't really notice unless you told me or if I looked it up, but ammo in this game is actually player-sided instead of server-sided like it was in the last 2 games. Server-sided means that it's first come, first serve, so if you're the only person that picked up that ammo box, then nobody else is allowed to pick that one up. But player-sided simply means that the same ammo box that drops from one unit appears on every other player's instance of the game, meaning every player has a chance of picking up that same ammo box with no real downside besides walking over to pick it up yourself. The ammo that you do get overall can definitely be self-sustaining already, even if you were the only one on your team spending ammo. And with a single damage buff to hit most thresholds in the game, it's almost hard to even lose ammo unless you're intentionally missing or not even walking over the ammo to pick it up in the first place. And there's already a method for you to be able to pick up ammo without ever needing to walk over there to pick it up. Foreshadowing is a narrative. I think it's been less than 5 minutes and I've already ran this joke into the ground. Now there's one more thing I forgot to mention about ammo in this game. I say ammo is very abundant, but that's only really a half-truth. Client-sided ammo drops still existed as early as launch, so if you were playing with other people, it was still possible to maintain everyone's ammo pool. But from my own experience, only really being able to get matched up with 3 bots in almost every lobby I joined before they added in a quick play option, I've been putting most of the legwork of taking out the enemies, so most of the time my ammo is struggling to even stay close to the starting ammo count. The bots barely even make a difference in terms of damage and only are really there to take away enemy gunfire away from me. Even then, ammo bags were still pretty useful, not because the player can drop them, but it's because if you run low on ammo after an assault wave, the bots just drop them for you instead. I will be going more into detail about the changes they've done into Payday 3 in my next video, but for the sake of keeping the topic with ammo changes, right when the Fear and Greed DLC dropped, that being the last one in 2024, multiple changes were made to the game that made ammo go from being a little scarce to very abundant. With these changes, I rarely ever have to take out my pistol for combat now, with the only exceptions being the same exact ones I would pull out the 5.7 pistol in the previous game. Ammo bags really went from being promising to just nothing after one update. And if you think ammo inflation in this game is bad, then you've never heard about what happened to the Federal Unemployment Tax Act. For more information, look up Fuda inflation in Google Images. I think sentry guns in this game are great, and I love just placing these down without ever having to worry about sacrificing a huge portion of my reserve ammo like the last game. But with how punishing the armor mechanic system was, or maybe still is, and when turrets do eventually break down, having to get out of cover to pick them back up just to redeploy them just takes too much time. And investing into the skill points to make them better is still pretty expensive. Thankfully not as expensive like the last game, but with how hard it was to get XP to unlock more available skill points, you had to be content with running skills that don't benefit your overall survivability just so that your turrets can stay up just a few seconds longer. Turrets in Payday 3 have received the least amount of balance changes out of all deployable options since launch, with the only 2 direct changes that they were given was just being able to pick them up quicker while they're not overheated, and giving them an outline to better see where they are on the map just in case if you forget where you placed them. But surprisingly from my own experience, I felt like turrets were made considerably better over the first year of this game's lifespan. Besides health and armor being more abundant in future updates, the real reason why they got better was probably because of the maximum skill points that you could unlock increased from 21 to 28 in April 2024. Which aside from the mastery skill, you could max out the entirety of the engineer branch with an already decent build made before the max skill point increase dropped. Even when you had to work with 21 or 28 or even less skill points altogether, because honestly, I think no sane person enough wanted to grind up to level 100 with challenge-based progression. Okay, you should know me by now. There is a considerable problem that happens when you invest a large portion of your skill points into something like the turret skills. None of the turret skills do contribute to the main buff system that almost every skill tree has. I'll go into detail about the skills in this game eventually, don't worry, it's not going to take as long as me uploading a new video, alright? Trust me.
When the fuck did I get a new desk?
But the worst deployable in this game that you will never see anyone run unless they're maybe doing a stealth build was the medic bags. I perfectly understand that medic bags in Payday 2 were the meta, but the nerfs that they received in Payday 3 was just so over the top that I feel like someone just gave a list to the dev team saying what the medic bag provides and then just stripped everything away that made it good in the first place, just basically killing off its actual identity. The medic bag by default didn't even restore a down when used. Instead, you needed to have field surgery as an invested skill to get a down back. But even then, it only works on the person who has the skill, so you couldn't at least try to be a team player if your main reason was to bring them to restore downs in the first place. The description itself at launch was just false advertising, and the healing you get out of just one charge from this thing isn't even enough to bring you back to full health. It's almost like a glorified first aid kit, but you have to drop all your charges instead of just a single one. And to top with the fact that you don't restore any downs while using this, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the medic bag needs a medic bag! I know I'm... probably beating a dead horse by now. I get it, I'm still focusing on one problem with gameplay, and you're probably done hearing me rant about it. Don't worry, I still got a couple more in the back. One more problem that affected every deployable that you could bring that wasn't the turrets at launch was that you could only bring one of them per heist. Having that one deployable is something that Payday the Heist did, and you at least had the armor necessary to try and maintain those resources until maybe halfway or near the end of the heist when you need them the most. And for Payday 3, I can't tiptoe to get those resources if the one that I needed in the first place was the armor necessary for not dying. I feel like I'm demanded to drop my armor bag the moment I hear that fucking glass breaking sound telling me that all my armor just broke. It's the same exact sound I hear now also whenever I shit my pants. And I know that there's a skill like Deep Pockets that exists now that allows you to split your deployables into 2 bags. But a skill like this and many other skills that were quality of life changes didn't exist when the game first came out. There was nothing strategic about resource management in this game. The changes to the core gameplay elements from the previous game was just infuriating to deal with. But just to wrap up how bad armor really was at launch, here's just a short clip of the average zero armor experience and how it was like for the first 6 months of this game's lifespan.
Hurt really bad.
For me. Get fucking pissed.
Oh fuck.
That won't stop me. Those are coming through.
I just wanted to know how something like this just looked okay in a gameplay perspective in a PvE game, because I feel like this just happens way too often within my personal experience playing this game. I feel like the gameplay overall just wanted me to feel like one of those whack-a-mole games running on high voltage every time I just wanted to peek in and out of cover just to take out one enemy. This is a genuine question I have, but was the game actually properly play-tested for the average player experience, or did every single playtester just get a max level account just to test out the game?
Foreshadowing isn't narrative design. No, Daddy, please. I was only following your program.
I'll make that deal. How about you, you bitch? You make that deal?
I'd make that deal.
I don't blame you. Damn good deal.
A professional doesn't need to kill those.
Hostage trading had received so many different changes from the previous game that it definitely had a lot of potential being good even from the very start. When you weren't trying to make every civilian an unwilling participant of your own space program, or turning half of the trained police force into war criminals for defecting on the side of the robbers like in the previous game, the only good thing a regular hostage was able to do was to get a player out of custody at the end of an assault wave. Hostages now have 3 new gimmicks that seem very interesting on the surface but have their own problems, either being underpowered or underdeveloped. From how I see its original implementation, I feel like it's some kind of safety harness that was originally meant for players that wanted a both hybrid, stealth, and loud build. For starters, when the alarms go off for the heist to go loud, first responders will show up before the first assault. You can trade civvies for about 10 extra seconds to hold off the first assault wave, and after every successful trade, you need to trade more hostages to extend the negotiation time even further. And with how boring some objectives are, especially when they require you to wait out in the open with little to no cover, I thought this was already a great addition, even though I don't have any negotiator perks to make it any better. But the only problem with negotiator time is that it can end immediately if you either shoot an unsuppressed weapon, shoot at a first responder, get close to a first responder, shoot your hostage, or even pass a specific heist flag. And that's not factoring final assault triggers are prioritized over negotiation time. So if you were to secure too many bags and fuck up last minute, then the experience you would have is very similar to fucking up stealth last minute on death sentence in the previous game. Or if you're unlucky enough, you can soft lock the entire heist from progressing. Wait, what?
Cover my ass while I'm getting out of here. We know that you're in there.
What? I'm so confused. Okay. I do take damage, I think.
They've raised the fucking bollards. Lower them or the van won't be able to get in.
The van was already here, what? We triggered the van, what the fuck? What happened? I know this might be going a little bit off topic, but I've had multiple times where I would just complete No Rest for the Wicked on stealth, only for the alarms to go off last moment, just for the game to never progress to the heist end screen. I've had similar moments happen on other heists too, and I'm surprised that a 10-year-old game was capable of transitioning stealth to loud without the game possibly shitting itself. But going back to negotiation times ending, it's something that the game doesn't even bother telling you that could happen. This is the only thing that Shade says whenever first responders arrive.
If you tie down the civilian, I have something to bargain with.
I even scrubbed through a lot of my early game footage just to find this one example, but even then, all of my footage from 2023 never had Shay tell the player that hostage trading was an incentive. She just never said anything. I don't care if the argument would be, it's just common sense not to do these things. Since when does every game started using common sense?
You have the hands of a healer. Ooh!
And even though I did pick up throwing away negotiation time maybe within like the first month or so, it still pisses me off that it could just take one teammate to ruin it, either without knowing that information or just doing it intentionally and wasting hostages that can be traded after the first assault wave. After each assault wave, those remaining hostages that you still have can be traded in for resources instead of negotiation time, but the only available resource was just first aid kits. And like I said before, it wasn't going to impact your overall survivability if your main resource that was getting attacked first was your armor. And first aid kits not only didn't heal you for much at all, not only did they not have the ability to grant you overheal when you use them like now, but it didn't even have some kind of broken property like restoring any available downs. The more powerful armor repair kits were added 3 months after launch, but even then, it was only able to repair an already damaged chunk. It couldn't refill a broken chunk until a new skill was added a couple of months later. And the worst part about trading for resources was the fact that you couldn't move those resources after the hostage was traded. The final thing you could do with hostages was probably my favorite thing that I will go into more depth into the next section, and that's grabbing them and using them as human shields. You will move slower and only be restricted to your secondary, but because SWAT units don't want to harm the hostages, they will be less likely to shoot the player, especially if you use the hostage to block them from your point of view. But besides some secondaries that may outperform in terms of damage, some units will try to charge you to knock the hostage out of your hands, leaving you stunned. Even if those units spontaneously lose every single brain cell to charge you like the smartest Fire Emblem Green unit, without proper skill investment, I could see why meat shields may have been a turnoff for a lot of people.
You just can't deny it. I'm better than you are.
Now, just like armor, the skill tree system has been completely reworked, so many of the issues I will be talking about may not exist anymore, but I still feel like it's important to highlight the problems that existed for the sake of documentation, especially when many of the issues existed for almost 2 years. Now, out of all the problems I have to do with the gameplay for Payday 3, I'm willing to argue that this is probably one of the most subjective takes I might have to the game. Compared to the 120 skill points that were in the previous game, you only have 21 to work with in total. Of course, that's if you manage to get up to level 100 with the old skill-based progression system, and I'm already being like negative talking about a new subject of gameplay that I barely even touched upon until now, so I at least want to go over the positives with the skill tree system first that I personally liked from the start. See guys, I don't choose violence all the time, it's just most of the time. Although you don't have many skill points to work with like in the previous game, each skill that you invest into now only costs 1 skill point. And a lot of the skills that you can invest into now have more of an impact, like the chance of getting reusable grenades, so you don't have to use an ammo bag or rely solely on the maximum amount you can bring. One pretty good example of how impactful these skills are that I can think of is using something like Solid in the Enforcer skill branch. Using a human shield by default will force some enemy SWAT units to approach you to stun you so you drop your hostage. But what if I told you that the interaction changes when you're incapable of being stunned? Would you like to stop sucking my dick? Wait, I couldn't get out of the corner, what? What's the game plan? Another good one that I personally find funny conceptually, just investing in a social engineering for stealth just to steal in broad daylight.
Perfect. Don't take another step, pal! Get down on the floor!
If you wanted a perk inside of a specific skill branch, you have to invest into the first perk of that branch. But at least you're not mandated to invest into so many fuck-off skills that you just don't want in your build. There's even a final skill that each branch has to offer that doesn't require you to invest into the first skill, but instead you have to be more invested into the perk branch itself. When you complete your first heist in this game, you can see that this game has skill progression. You can unlock each skill branch chronologically, or you can select a specific one you want to research if there's a skill in that branch that seems interesting. I'm sorry, I'm just having internal thoughts right now. As long as you at least have 1 skill point invested into that branch, you can gain access to new perks. But investing more than 1 skill point doesn't change the amount of XP you gain. This means you don't have to put all your eggs into one basket. Theoretically, you can unlock multiple branches at once as long as there's 1 skill point invested into that branch. So this is a hot take, but hear me out. The fact that they have to slowly introduce the player to how each skill branch works is all influenced by the player themselves. You are not restricted playing either stealth or loud, but if you're interested towards a certain play style, then you as the player can attempt to unlock those perks that you want sooner. Even if you did settle on a build, you probably would have some spare skill points left over, so you can use them to unlock more branches that may have more skills that may favor your play style even more. I was able to unlock every single branch in just 1 week of gameplay, and I could probably argue that this is the only good progression system they added to this game. And that's probably all the positives I can really say about it, because there's just one overarching issue in the skill tree system in Payday 3 that I just don't like. And I'm back to being negative again. Most of the skills you unlock in this game aren't really considered to be passive skills, instead they're considered to be active, requiring you to make certain actions to do in order to activate these skills so that you can get the benefits out of them. The first one is Edge, giving you a 10% damage bonus, and any skills that use Edge increases your overall offense. Grit decreases the damage you take by 10%, while the skills that require it are more defensive instead. And Rush increases your, let's just say 10%. I'm too lazy to fucking do my own research for this. With the 3 active skills that you can build up, they only last for a brief moment. Because of this, a large portion of your skill investment would have to be allocated towards having to maintain the uptime for these perks as much as possible. The system put into place for trying to maintain the uptime for these buffs just feel disorienting at best. Most of my time, instead of being dedicated towards doing the actual objectives, is just trying to do a checklist to see if I meet all the requirements to keep playing the game without eating shit.
I hope the bitch appreciates the trouble I went to.
Many of these skills seem very useful on the surface, but because they require the respective buffs in order to activate, it makes no sense to me why they couldn't just give you like a diet version of what these skills are supposed to do without their respective buffs. Why couldn't they make recoil handling half as effective when you don't have Edge? What about quick reload? It requires you have both Edge and Grit. Why can't that just increase your base reload speed when you have none of these buffs active, while it slightly increases it more when you have one of them? These aren't the exact numbers to increase those stats, these are just examples. But why don't most of these skills just give off an exact number for how they work? How much faster is my reload speed supposed to be? How does hip firing spread decrease? What is the exact number in movement speed increase increase with rush? Why do you show me that with edge and grit, but you don't show me that with rush? There are skills in this game that give you an exact percentage of how they get increased. Why are many of the skills in this game just left in ambiguity? I mean, look at this. Cutting edge increases your AP, but by how much? I don't know, but AP turrets just tells you. What is the purpose of this ambiguity? With how I invested into the skills in Payday 2, I knew exactly what I was getting. Imagine if you're investing into the Overkill perk in Payday 2, and all the game just tells you is that if you kill an enemy with a shotgun, you gain a damage boost for a brief moment. Okay, great. How much does that boost my damage? What do you mean by a brief moment? How long is a brief moment? What do you mean Mocha Mint's not your favorite iced coffee flavor?
I mean, that's fine. I just don't like iced coffee.
Where do you live? Is there anyone else that lives with you? Do you feel safe in your own room with the lights turned off?
Where do you usually keep the knives?
Wait, why the fuck is she not fully asleep? Oh my god, I left the mouse cursor on the screen. Let me give you an example of how convoluted it can be to explain the buff system to a new player. When you start out playing this game, you'll probably gravitate towards acing Ammo Specialist because it's one of the early skill trees that you can unlock that gives you an edge buff. And the method is pretty simple, just by picking up ammo when you just don't have it. But this form of gaining edge is one of the few in the game that doesn't also refresh the time limit for completing the same action again. Let me remind you that although you have less skill points to work with, the skills in this game have a much heavier impact in your overall gameplay. But when these skills do require a specific buff, and if that buff isn't active, then you're basically playing the game as if you were just a level 1 character with no skill points invested. And with how demanding Payday 3 is with its gameplay, where one wrong move can force you to take too much damage, losing edge can be a death sentence for some builds. So now you have to find a skill to refresh it too. But some of those skills are trade-off skills, which require you to have another active skill instead. Okay, now I need to find out how to invest into that active skill to swap that skill to get to the other skill that I need to get. And do you see what I'm trying to get at here? It gets even more confusing that some of these perks don't seem to correlate well with the progression of each branch. Plate Up is a great skill in the ammo skill branch, which allows you to restore any recoverable armor immediately when you pick up ammo. When you have grit, only for ammo specialists to not have any way for you to build up that grit. This is already like the second skill branch in the game, and it's already underlining a pretty consistent issue I have with the problem with the perk investment in this game, and it's just how confusing it can be sometimes. I mean, here's another one. Look at Escapist. It's a trade-off branch, but there's a progression with how each perk interacts with each other. Basic gives you rush 3 seconds after sprinting, while acing it gains or refreshes your edge while sliding. And if you want, investing into move and cover can trade that edge for grit when you mantle over an object or a surface. I only understood that because I had to carefully read the text that was on the screen. Some skills like CQC Specialist are supposed to give you rush when performing a takedown, but there are no skills that require rush in CQC Specialist. The entire point of Strategist requires you to invest into branches outside of it because you don't build any active perks with it. I mean, sure, the basic premise is to mark enemies, but I have to be invested into 2 skill points to take any kind of benefit in combat, and it only works on special units anyways. The motion sensor is your only way of marking normal enemies, but it only works up to 30 times in total for those 2 charges. Top it off with the fact that I can't even build a buff, and this entire branch is just a turnoff for me. Of course, you aren't restricted on using buffs in specific skill branches. The grit that you get from Enforcer by taking out 2 enemies within close range is the exact same grit that you can benefit out of Plate Up in the Ammo Specialist branch. But as a new player, you probably wouldn't assume that and invest into a skill that you either have trouble building that specific buff on demand, or in worst case scenarios, you wouldn't even be able to build up that specific buff at all. I also have another confession to make. I actually do have a form of dyslexia, so when I read this 4 4-letter word, all caps, exact color, I just register in my brain that it's only one of the buffs. And in some cases, like Demolitionist, I just register it in my brain as the wrong buff. This skill tree menu was not easy for me to understand as a new player, and even when I had about 200 plus hours to the game since September 2023, I still can't remember the handful of different ways to build up specific buffs without naming like the 3 or so skills I invest into in every build. I know I'm not the only person that complained about this. I've already heard the argument that it would be easier to understand how each skill works by simply color coding the buffs. Like if Edge was red, Grit was blue, and maybe like Rush being green. I've already seen mods like this implemented since day one, and I've seen Starbreeze change the entire menu layout after 1 year of this game's release, and they still couldn't at least bother to change the pigmentation of the text. And that's just me being petty about how modders did it first. You were not there when I discovered that modders found a way to implement their own server browser before Payday 3 officially added their own. Now for someone who hasn't played this game before, I know what you might be thinking. Is it even possible to keep constantly maintaining between having Edge, Grit, and Rush up as much as possible? Well, one, just don't worry about Rush, that shit sucks. And 2, yes there is. There's one skill that makes the time limit that almost every combat skill provides redundant by design, and it only really costs about 1 or 2 skill points depending on your build. Combat Reload is a skill that resides in the Enforcer skill branch, and it allows you to refresh Edge and Grit by simply pressing the R key before that number reaches 0 on your mag. So as long as you know what your method of building up Edge and Grit is, you can potentially keep your uptime for your buffs from the very start of getting them at the heist to the very end. And you don't need both buffs active in order for this to work. You could have either or, and you can still refresh just one of those buffs. So this is where I'm going to start putting out my hot takes here, alright? So I want you to hopefully read carefully between the lines of what I say, but I personally just don't like the point of adding in a skill like this. And not because I want to suffer more in Payday 3's already bad gameplay. I personally like turning off my brain and pretending the buff system is like COVID-19, but to a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, I get it. It's because they don't think it exists.
Oh, actually, you're right about that. Seems like you're finally starting to understand. Now, my big problem conceptually with a skill like Combat Reload was it already being implemented at launch. I imagine that the dev team themselves wanted to play around this 3 buff system, but already didn't feel confident that people were going to like it. And I feel like the devs just slapped this skill into Payday 3 as a failsafe, just in case if the buff system was too confusing or too much to handle. The failsafe in question is just to make combat feel uninterrupted, so both your offense and defensive buffs just don't turn off while you're in the middle of an active gunfight. Another problem that I have with Combat Reload, besides some of the buggy interactions it has with one specific skill. Come on, guys. Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing!
Father, am I a real boy? Ouch. Please don't be disappointed in me.
The method itself forces me to get into the bad habit of constantly reloading my gun after every exchange. And the moment that you press the reload key back at launch, there was no way of canceling it. The only prerequisite skill that you had to get in order to use Combat Reload was to invest into Enforcer Base, which besides it not actually being a nothing burger skill like some other starting skills, it's one of the most consistent ways of building up grit. Now, I don't have a problem with easy grit maintenance. I'd argue that grit, in my opinion, is the hardest buff to build in this game. A lot of it requires interactions between the cops or the civvies. For starters, Enforcer itself requires you to kill 2 enemies point blank within a couple of seconds, no later and no further. CQC Ace builds grit when you grab a human shield, but it can easily be a wasted skill if all your teammates do is just kill hostages in front of you. And this is why I never wanted to play Payday 3 with other people for the longest time. And most of them that did this were just fucking console players. Of course it was.
It seems like you're a console player. I don't really like console players that much. Whis, get the console killer.
Another one of the only few grit skills that you can build on command. Cooker not only required you to still have a throwable left, but this says it only builds the grit, it does not refresh it. While duck and cover still requires a surface to mantle over, which it could be very map specific. But going back to combat reload, because of how easy it is to just refresh both edge and grit just by pressing the reload key, it completely invalidates many of the rush skills currently within the game. Aside from every enforcer skill that requires 2 buffs to be active, grit had way too many skills associated that consumed your buff. Out of the 7 skills at launch that only required grit to be active, 4 of them consumed the buff on proc. Last Man Standing was probably the only exception to this rule for how strong it was. It gave you a few seconds of invincibility and you would survive the attack that would have made you go into bleed out.
Get me down, get me down.
Wolf is downed.
But I had the thing!
And of course I still find a reason to hate Last Man Standing. The 3 remaining grit skills are strong for what they can do, but getting rid of your grit also means that you're getting rid of PlateUp's armor recovery. I understand maybe in a balancing reason that they didn't want you to maybe spam these skills like blast shield so you can throw grenades without consequences, but they could have easily made it so that these effects just don't occur within a longer time window. PlateUp already has this kind of restriction in place, so why was this not considered? Grit wasn't just the only buff that had these problems, there was maybe just a few edge skills that were consumed when their conditions were met. And the main reason why I have a problem with these skills is that you're not just losing that small damage boost or resistance that they provide, you're losing half of your build when your buffs aren't active. It's especially worse when most enforcer skills require both edge and grit to be active. I know I joked about rush being kinda useless on loud, but I'm still not done beating that horse yet. Rush is kind of the exact opposite, because there's one case scenario that I can think of where you want to lose Rush just so you can get an edge buff. Outside of the possible 10% increase to movement speed, Rush as an active buff was probably the most underdeveloped buff that you can build into base game Payday 3. This is because most, if not all, the perks associated with it are only really stealth-based skills. Some of it could just be very minor, like picking locks or just bagging loot faster, but it makes no sense to me why they didn't opt for some rush skills to increase stuff like weapon swap speed, reload speed, aiming down speed, or even fire rate. They really could have made more loud-based skills for rush, but they didn't. Now, I'm not trying to imply that there weren't any loud rush skills at launch, but out of the 14 skills that required rush, only 6 of them did affect combat directly, but most of them are either redundant by design, or they cost an extra skill point to invest into their basic skill, only for that basic skill of that branch to not really impact what your current build's going for, or even just having alternative options that seem a lot more appealing to play with. And although having a hybrid stealth and loud build in this game is a lot more viable than it is in Payday 2, you can't really control how people invest their skill points when there isn't that many restrictions. If you want to have more success in loud, then it makes more sense to invest into more combat perks rather than stealth, and vice versa. It doesn't even help that the milestone progression even encouraged players to finish heists either before or after the first assault started. So the stealth and loud divide between players was still there. Wait a minute. How are we back here? Rush is very situational to activate to begin with. Well, except for Transporter, but besides that not being at launch, it's just kind of automatic in what it does.
You get the speed boost when you pick up a bag to secure it, like how I get diarrhea after drinking my morning iced coffee.
The best way is Infiltrator, but you have to sacrifice a grenade slot for throwing knives, which if you know the heist is going to be loud, or if you're going to be playing on loud, then that means you're going to sacrifice your potential AoE when you need it the most. And when you do think more into it, you can't properly take advantage of the rush buff in stealth, because half of the time that it's active, you'll have to answer the guard's pager that you just took out to activate that buff.
Fuck.
If you still want to gain rush with a throwable while still having AoE, then look no further than Demolitionist Ace, but this only really works with frag grenades because this is the only throwable that counts as an actual explosion. Also, I'll explain later, but you do not want to use that grenade launcher, alright? The Devil Axe and Fire Emblem is more reliable than this shit. The only skill that you can rely on to give you rush without ever needing to drastically change your build was using Escapist by simply running for 3 seconds. But under the same skill branch, Swift used to be the mastery skill, and you could just invest into it outright without using Escapist, and it just gives you a 10% flat out increase to your movement speed. So you just never needed to build up rush in the first place. Trust me, it gets more confusing the further you look into it. Blowback is probably the only offensive rush skill in this game, and for the life of me, I thought this was an edge buff requirement. Even though acing the Demolitionist branch, the same branch where the blowback skill resides in, says that it's another method of building up rush. Can you really blame me for assuming that a skill that deletes enemy armor isn't really considered an edge buff? You have skills that restore throwable when you have edge. You have skills that straight up increase your damage even further just by having edge. You have skills that further increase that damage when attacking stunned enemies, and you even have Edge isn't just the easiest buff to build, but it's also the easiest buff to maintain in Payday 3. So much so that I'm even questioning what the purpose of a buff system was when all I can do is just aim down the sight while not moving, or just swap my weapon and just aiming headshot after headshot just to keep an offensive pressure going. The 10% damage buff might not seem like much on the surface, but enemies will have the same health pool across all difficulties, so the damage boost stays consistent. Not only that, but the damage that specific guns can deal were carefully catered to that 10% damage increase. The Bison revolver being the best example. Besides most secondaries struggling to successfully take out most enemies with more than half a mag, it's practically a night and day difference on how effective this revolver can sweep a gathering of enemies with just a single edge buff. Edge's 10% damage boost on a handful of guns is just enough to push it to deal a damage threshold strong enough to kill most enemies in one shot if you were aiming for the head. And acing sharpshooter or gunslinger respectively will just outright reward you with even more edge. Although most of these guns that I will go over have strong one-shot potential, at least they have some notable downsides that stop them from being too overpowered. The VF7S has the fastest fire rate out of all one-shot weapons, but not only does it have the worst reserve ammo and mag size for an assault rifle, but its recoil is just abysmal to handle with if your main intention was to hold down the fire button. The Mosconi is a fucking double barrel.
We're shotgun enthusiasts. Of course a powerful shotgun needs to have 2 shots in the bag. What game do you think we're playing here, Fortnite?
Oh my god, how does a close range headshot not kill? That is not a fucking mythic. That is a fucking Nerf dart in disguise. The SA, what the fuck did I write for that thing? I mean, the fake abbreviation they could have given this thing already sounds bad out of context. Either way, I'm still gonna continue calling it the SA rifle despite that. I mean, I guess it doesn't fire as fast as the VF7S. And both the 44 and the Bison revolver, besides having 6 shots in their respective chamber, they both have their own notable downsides. The Bison not only has a slightly worse recoil than the 44, but its reload speed is a lot slower too. But the main reason why you would run the Bison revolver is because of skill economy. The 44 itself, although it has a better reload speed and overall recoil, it still needs another extra damage boosting skill to help it keep its one-shot potential when the heavy swats start to spawn. Overall, every one-shot weapon does have their own built-in downside, and even if one specific one doesn't, with its only downside really being the fact that you have to run a fucking marksman rifle.
We're shotgun enthusiasts, of course we fucking hate snipers.
Every single gun, whether it has the potential to one-shot or not, still has to follow the same basic rules of every shooter. Once the mag is empty, you still have to take time to reload your weapon before you can shoot again without exception. You know, unless you were that skill that I was constantly foreshadowing, like... I already know that the dozens of times I mention this skill, some of you have already paused and read the description of it whenever it pops up, so it would just be pointless if I even went over the skill by name. Insert me screaming so loudly that the audio cuts off because I'm too lazy. You know what? You get 1 millisecond. Ammo funnel in this game is probably the inspire of Payday 3, and that being the fact that it would be basically on every single build you see. What it does is that as long as you have an edge buff, and if you were to pick up ammo while under the effects, that ammo will be fed directly into your active mag instead of your reserve ammo, when your mag isn't full. Now, if a skill like ammo funnel existed in Payday 2, it would already be powerful enough as it is, but the exception would be that its benefit will work on specific guns on specific firing modes too. Now, what I'm trying to say, for an example, acing something like body expertise in the oppressor tree in the previous game was meant to only benefit most automatic weapons, and it allows the player an almost guaranteed chance to inflict headshot damage without ever needing to aim for the head. But if something like the automatic weapon restriction was never put into place, then what's stopping me from going to the sharpshooter tree and using a skill like Graze to give myself the ability of getting just big AoE when I don't even have to aim for the head, by simply just making Graze only work with sniper rifles? And if you try to gaze into Payday 3's skill tree system, every mower skill like ammo funnel implies that the player should be using guns that have a large mag pool and consistent fire rate to take advantage of, like SMGs and assault rifles. Just like how Enforcer was meant to incentivize the player to get within close range, similar to a shotgun playstyle. So just because the skill icon shows you a specific gun type that you're supposed to use doesn't actually mean that you're restricted to only using those guns. So because there's no actual restriction of what gun type you can use, you can run ammo funnel with weapons like a marksman rifle, a revolver, or even just a double barrel shotgun. Now, there's at least one notable downside that I could see while using ammo funnel that was planned in development, and that being the fact that you have to go out of your way to still pick up the ammo that cops drop after you drop them yourselves. This means if you still want to keep a hyper-offensive playstyle, then you need to get out of cover to retrieve ammo so you don't have to keep waiting for your guns to reload while enemies take free pot shots into your armor until the animation is done. I think ammo funnel is definitely a pretty good high-risk, high-reward skill that exists in the game, and what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? So every downside that I can list about ammo funnel just gets completely thrown out the window because of this one particular skill. Replenish. As long as you have edge, you automatically pick up ammo dropped by enemies you've killed. And the biggest problem with this skill is that ammo funnel was already a strong enough skill on its own. Replenish is just a fucking enabler. They turned armor into a resource into Payday 3, but forgot ammo was also supposed to be one too. A skill like this has never existed in Payday before, where you could just not worry about having to pick up ammo after every interaction yourself. Because there was no actual limit to which weapon benefited from this skill combo, it didn't stop people from finding out the handful of guns that were capable of one-shotting with just one headshot and an edge buff. That's not saying that other weapons weren't as strong. There were definitely consistent guns to use, like the Car 4 and the AK, but taking out enemies quicker also meant that you were taking out the very thing that would have been shredding your armor sooner. It still didn't help the fact that there were better ways of increasing your offense, while there was only a few defensive perks or utility that was available, especially within the early life of this game. Investing into these one-shot infinite mag builds was also fairly cheap. If you're willing to cut corners, you can make an already broken build available with just 5 or 6 skill points. But to reiterate on the two mower skills, ammo funnel is probably the most anti-Payday 3 skill because it feels like a skill that would fit right in home with Payday 2. You weren't just being awarded for playing aggressively, but its effects are much more noticeable than any other skill in the game. Replenish isn't just the most anti-Payday skill, but its effects just makes no sense, not just in a gameplay perspective, but also a realistic one too. And I'm not here to say that I'm switching teams and throwing away my previous opinion on how I feel like the game should be, but the implementation of Replenish is by far the most hypocritical design choice when you look at developer intent. It's like on the same level as people saying that they never liked Overwatch, and then you look at their search history and it's just filled with Oh! And I'm surprised these ideals weren't just overlooked once before the game came out, but twice halfway into 2024 when they wanted to change it. My next video will go over more into detail about how Starbreeze tried to fix the balancing for this game, but because the backlash from these changes were very unanimously hated by the community, I think I should at least give the Cliff Notes version. Instead of identifying Replenish as the potential problem, or at least asking their community on what skill they should focus on replacing, or if anything needs to be replaced at all, the lead game dev at the time wanted to take Payday 3's most unique skill being Ammo Funnel and change it to the most generic reload skill that theoretically not only works better with only automatic weapons, but will never reach the fastest reload speed without Ammo Funnel's old effect. My final gripe with the perk system in Payday 3 is that for what it's worth, there's a lot of problems with synergy. And I know that sounds a little bit ironic, especially when the entire skill tree system was built around the 3 buff system that was meant to interact with each other in different skill branches. But surprisingly, there's a handful of skills that may cause some type of anti-synergy instead, either because of a built-in mechanic or bug, or ironically, a specific skill in the same skill tree itself. Sharpshooter's main gimmick is that as long as you're aiming down the sight and keep clicking on heads, you'll get a constant and reliable edge buff. But the second to last skill in the branch, Precision Shot, used to consume your edge just by shooting while aiming down. So if you wanted to benefit from both the edge and the extra damage the skill provided based on your scope, then you can never take advantage of Sharpshooter Ace's edge refresh. And although I already voiced my absolute hatred for the medic bags in this game enough as it is, the medic branch had a lot of potential to being good conceptually. Acing medic allowed you to get grit while reviving a teammate, that same grit that you can use for battle medic to give you and your teammate 5 seconds of invincibility. Top with the fact that if your teammate is going to go down in the first place, you'll always have a reliable rush skill to run to them and revive them even faster, in the form of the Code Blue skill. But Triage basically takes the potential 2 to 3 buffs that you can build and consumes them for the worst possible thing you can get in this game, and that's just extra healing. Plate Up and Replenish as a combo can easily be translated to, while you have both edge and grit, you can recover lost chunks of armor after you kill an enemy. But it's easy to forget that the main condition of Plate Up is when you pick up ammo. And if you throw an Overkill weapon into the mix, then this might start to get a little bit confusing. While using an Overkill weapon, you might lose the ability to regain armor even when you have both buffs active, and that's because Plate Up only benefits the player when they're picking up ammo, but Overkill weapons not only have no way of replenishing their ammo except for calling in new ones, but when you go in a long enough spree with a single Overkill weapon, you might accidentally max out both your total ammo count for both your primary and your secondary. Plate Up, and to an extent, Scrounger, can never proc if your reserve ammo is always full. So your effective survivability gets even worse when you're trying to use your most powerful arsenal available. There's a weird quirk that I've noticed with every gun except for a select few. Despite most guns telling you how much their clip size is, you can manage to reload an extra bullet when the mag is full. And this extra bullet can't be fed back into the mag using Ammo Funnel. And because technically you're not at a full mag, combat reload will actually proc. This isn't exclusive to assault rifles or SMGs. You could use this with marksman rifles, the pump action shotgun, and even the Overkill sniper. But the only guns that are excluded from getting this extra bullet are the Mosconi, the revolvers, and the grenade launcher. Now maybe there's some kind of real life implication that's there that you can have one extra bullet loaded into the barrel of most guns. But for them to remove things like laser sights or even different firing modes on the same gun, I highly doubt that there is some kind of real life reason why this mechanic was implemented. For the guns that don't have this extra bullet, there's a weird bug that happens when you use both Ammo Funnel and Combat Reload. If you manage to have Ammo Funnel replenish your mag while you're still stuck in the animation of reloading with Combat Reload, you won't be able to refresh Edge or Grit. Combat Reload will only fail if you manage to reload with an empty mag, but the game doesn't have some kind of failsafe when you're currently reloading a full mag, so it treats a full mag just like an empty one. And I've honestly had this happen to me way too much when I was just using the Mosconi. And I'm under the personal belief that the developers experienced this oversight too. Now I'm going to speed up the background gameplay just for a little bit for the next time I do prematurely reload, just to show you that I did have combat reload equipped. Now I'm not a programmer myself, nor do I have the Payday 3 source code on my lap, but if I did, y'all wouldn't see me for the next 10 years, because I'd be making the best Payday. Nobody makes the best Payday except for me. I probably should get off this podium before I get shot. But I imagine a fix like this would be easy enough to implement, like changing some part of the code to make it so that combat reload works when your current mag doesn't equal 0, instead of adding some stupid workaround that just makes 3 of the best guns in the game feel more wonky to use versus the other competition available. Gunslinger has the easiest method of obtaining edge, but it's considered to be a trade-off skill, so if you aim down the sight, it takes away your edge. And I could see some kind of reasoning behind that, because they don't want you to invest into both Gunslinger and Sharpshooter to have the benefits of both hipfire and ADS skills. But part of me feels like this is going directly against what the dev team said about how the skill system is supposed to work in the first place.
What we want players to do is we want them to kind of look at how they get these buffs from their build and play around that. So for example, the aim down sight skill that says you get an edge after aiming down sight, that's from a skill line that's focused on sniping, but that same edge buff can be used for skills that are also using that buff but aren't related to sniper rifles or long distance combat. So you're basically mix and matching, how do I get this buff from where, and then which skills benefit from me having that buff active, and then you can build however you want.
And besides that, skill investment, in my opinion, felt like it was already a strong enough reason to not invest into both of these branches, because the cost would only really be too much only for you to use Gunslinger and Sharpshooter only half of the time when you're shooting. If you were given a limited resource of something, min-maxing a single playstyle will always be more viable than going for a mixed option. Payday 2 did this perfectly with how its own skill tree works. Just as an example, because you can ace Overkill so other weapons besides your shotgun can receive the damage boost, doesn't mean you want to sacrifice the 8 skill points, when you could invest into another shotgun with a different ammo type that could fill in your weakness. That being crowd control, shields, dozer plating, and even snipers, there's a way to build a shotgun to take care of that. Choosing to ace any offensive skill tree can already cost about 25% of your skill points at least, and trying to invest into another offensive skill tree can leave you with not enough skill points to not only make cuts on your overall survivability, but also your ability to support your team as well. The less skill points you have means the less armor or dodge you have available. Less skill points means you can't invest into converts to take enemy fire away from you and your team. Less skill points means no maxed out deployables. Less skill points means less possible ways of even increasing your damage even further with one specific weapon type for a cheaper cost. With how resourceful you have to be to make full use out of your skill points in the previous game, Payday 3 should also follow this same exact rule. The fact that they had to put that restriction onto Gunslinger makes me feel like they not only didn't have enough faith that the players were going to be cautious about their own skill investments, but it feels like the most laziest way of trying to decentivize the player from doing the very thing you don't want them to do. And if I'm wrong and the main reason why Gunslinger was given its downside of just the easiest on-command edge buff, then why the hell does Sharpshooter get away with it scot-free? Actually, come to think of it, Sharpshooter didn't get away with it scot-free, it felt more like an active incentive. When you have to compare with Gunslinger's only other damage boosting skill to not only consume edge, but will never likely proc with the broken combination of ammo funnel and replenish, cutting shot is only available in Sharpshooter, and it's the most consistent damage increase in the game, and you don't even need to aim down the sight to get the extra armor penetration that it provides. It just made a lot more sense to go with the Sharpshooter build, especially with the scarcity of skill points. I'm also just baffled that this may have not been considered in terms of balancing, but Gunslinger loses edge while you're aiming down the sight, and that still counts when you're using a human shield, because the only way you can attack with a hostage in your hand is to aim down the sight. And human shields were probably one of the most unique mechanics that was added into Payday 3 that I wanted to experiment with, and when the game first came out, I realized that Sharpshooter was just the better option for me. That, and pairing it up with the Bison revolver, a grit buff, and the solid solid perk, it was probably one of my favorite builds to run. The immunity to stuns didn't just extend to cops, but back then, if a bulldozer tried to kick or charge at you, you were also immune to the damage that those stuns provided. And you know what? I don't even care if an interaction like that wasn't realistic. I think I'm gonna go to my local Target, walk into the Pokemon cards section, and just stand in front of the Pokemon cards to see how resilient I am versus a scalper shopping cart. I really wanted to invest into more CQC specialist skills, but a large majority of them don't actually synergize well with the actual meat shield mechanic on Loud. And that's still not forgetting the fact that meat shields aren't immune to your teammates' gunfire. Even if they were aware of your meat shield, they still might accidentally shoot them while you're maybe just trying to hold off an entry point like a door. And the reason why I bring up the meat shield mechanic in particular wasn't just because of my unique way of trying to traverse through the worst parts of Payday 3's lifespan for like the first 8 months. But there was a particular skill combination that I wanted to play around with. Pin Puller is a skill that consumes grit, and I thought I could use this as a support option whenever I run flashbangs, because not only could I stun enemies and grab one of them, but I could also throw down a smoke screen to potentially lower a horde of enemies' damage even further. But if I ran out of flashbangs and Scrounger wasn't giving me any new grenades, then I thought of investing into menacing as a failsafe just in case. By default, you can't intimidate law enforcers without this skill like in the previous 2 games, so I thought being able to have a SWAT unit as a hostage would be the easiest way for me to make use out of Pin Puller. But also when there isn't any more available hostages on the map to take advantage of, I would still at least have some kind of option to still be able to take a meat shield. Only for me to soon realize that menacing and Pin Puller were the worst anti-synergy skills, because if a SWAT unit has to obey the rules of a civilian, then civilians shouldn't have grenades. So I basically have the ability to crash the entire lobby in hand. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. I'm just not allowed to fucking get recording. I'm not allowed to have fun with this game. I'm not allowed to get recording for this game. I fucking hate this shit. I understand you can't account for every possible skill combination, especially when there's about 100 different ones to choose from, but it's really hard for me to believe that skill synergy in this game was properly handled when some of the best perks have some stupid Achilles heel whenever they conflict with other perks. Even though human shields were in Payday 3 as early as the first gameplay trailer, I feel like the mechanic itself was really implemented in just one day. And I'm not just talking about the lack of synergy, but also one specific bug that makes you unable to move when your shield gets shot. Aside from the many day 1 bugs that wasn't patched 2 months later, I just want to conclude that the skill tree system in Payday 3, especially at launch, was the most bland butter toast, peanut butter, chocolate, Coke, rum, EDP cupcake system in place, with build diversity being almost non-existent. There wasn't any alternative playstyles that you could commit to. There wasn't any other option besides running the meta, and actively trying to go against it just makes the gameplay feel more rage-inducing than it should be. From how I felt as a first-hand experience and how the skills work in Payday 3 at launch in a loud gameplay perspective, the overall way I can describe it is that it just feeds into this toxic meta. With the big example being ammo funnel and replenish, offense is prioritized a lot more than any other defensive or support options out there. Besides the only grit skills that most people ran being a part of Enforcer that already gave more of an offensive benefit, Plate Up is the only skill that I could really put money on that most people were investing to take advantage of grit. There wasn't anything else consistent unless you wanted to lose a resource, or more importantly, a core buff. And without both edge and grit, I can't take advantage of any of the Enforcer perks that can range from faster reloads to more damage up close to even being immune to the stuns from things like shields and bulldozers. At least when you lose your buffs on command, you might still be able to play around it, but when your best skills have to be on a time limit, it can be hard to maintain them without forcing a habit. Even with combat reload, I still forget to reload my guns until it's too late. Losing your buffs not only can halt the overall feeling of combat, but even stealth isn't safe. Losing that rush can be the difference of either staying hidden or the alarm sounding off. Let me build up my rush again and just find her.
Sorry. Come back another time.
Get my rush, get my rush. Where's my rush? She's right there. Give me my rush. Give me rush!
Nope, you're not getting in.
Give me my fucking rush. Oh my god.
You're not on the lease.
What the fuck was that? The closest thing that was even considered as a viable support skill that benefited every player was just upgrading the armor bags so you can bring them to have a max of 6 charges. The ability to restore downs with medic bags only became a universal mechanic months after launch, and skills like steady hands and high grain were more or less skills that only benefited the player using them before they were changed to affect every teammate for their respective benefits. And hostage trading, although it was made better with the introduction of armor repair kits, the more skill points to invest into for more resources per hostage, and even the introduction of a completely new mechanic in the form of an overheal, it doesn't stop the fact that the first aid kits that you got from trading hostages at one point weren't going to help you peek around every corner, especially when armor was still the first line of your defense before your health was next. One more thing about hostage trading that pisses me off was the fact that they couldn't at least let manipulator skills that you invest into work on your teammates also. Even when console players can finally read the text chat, I still hate having to type in chat every time I join in a game telling people that I have hostage trading skills, only for them to completely ignore or not even read my message just for 5 repair kits per 2 hostages goes down to 1 because little Timmy on the fucking Xbox couldn't at least read the text on his CRT television, while there's a faint humming sound coming from a vacuum cleaner through his headset mic. There's a dog barking too in the background, and you can also occasionally hear little Timmy screaming too because his dad's just using his arm as an ass. Oh my god, I wrote that. There felt like an illusion of choice when making different loadouts when most weapon skills were made to benefit every weapon type. And the only reason why I feel like a gun expert in Payday 3 wasn't because I enjoyed every second of gameplay, but it's because progression was locked behind using weapons I didn't want to. And most of my gameplay was just starting to boil down to just playing aim labs, but through a bathroom doorway. And when you start to realize things die more often when you use specific guns, then you're more inclined to bring those ones because they do the job better. When I started playing Payday 3 when it first came out, the only time I felt like I had actual power in this game was running these one-shot builds, and I hated every second of it. Not just because I felt like I was forced into a playstyle that I hated, and not just because there are mechanics built into this game that make gameplay feel more stressful than enjoyable, even when I wasn't playing on the Overkill difficulty, but because I became more aware of how different and flawed the gunplay really is in this game compared to Payday 2. The shooter genre for the longest time have dominated the video game market, and almost every list that I've come across online, the shooter market has always been on the top, either as number 1, or with the only few exceptions I could find like websites like CTongue that rate it as a close second, when the number 1 genre by CTongue was Battle Royale, with the other shooters like Fortnite and PUBG as examples that they've used to their conclusion. And websites like Visual Capitalist put millennials and Gen Z's ranking shooters at the 3rd most popular, but this is still putting into perspective that a likelihood of 53% of all gamers still play shooters, whether it be first person, third person, or just virtual reality. This still means that you could just flip a coin and the person that you might be talking to has at least played a game with a gun in it at some point. So you might be asking, what is the purpose of me just underlining the overall view of the shooter genre in the first place? That's because besides games being either in first or third person, the shooter part of any game is a lot more different on the surface and a lot more complicated than you might think. Like if your shots either come from the center of your screen or from the gun itself. Or in more extreme cases, if guns in certain games aren't hit scan, but are projectile based instead, meaning you not only have to line up your shots where someone is going to be, but you also have to account for distance and gravity as well, or else your shots will land on the ground. What can make a shooter vastly different besides hit scan or projectile guns is the recoil every weapon has. And knowing how your game's recoil mechanics work gives you not only a better advantage, but understanding of how combat is supposed to work in your game. Random spray is the most common and easiest to understand. Every first shot will always be accurate, but every other shot after the first shot will start to deviate from the center. The longer you hold down the button, the more the shots deviate, but the more you space out your shots, the more accurate they can become. Spray pattern recoil is unique in the sense that I don't even know any other game besides Counter-Strike that does this, but I still think it's very interesting. Every gun in the game has a unique spray pattern when you hold down the trigger and empty an entire mag. So if you remember the spray pattern of your gun, then the more likely your shots will land, especially when you ever have to just spray like your life depended on it. Camera movement will shoot your camera up the more you fire your guns, so if you don't want to shoot the wall or ceilings, then you have to fight against the recoil by gradually moving your aim more downward. Payday 2 actually does use two different methods of emulating recoil. I've modified two Car 4s in this game, one with the best stability and one with the best accuracy, but modded them to also have the worst of their opposing stats. From what you can see, Payday 2 has both random spray and camera movement as their main ways of emulating recoil. Random spray can be negated with more accuracy, while camera movement can be negated with more stability. But having these two firing modes isn't really as bad as you think. I had to go out of my way to modify these guns to give them the intentionally bad stats. The Car 4 is actually the best gun in terms of getting both accuracy and stability maxed out. Even when you're at max stability, you still have to drag your aim down like camera movement recoil, and granted, it's a lot more manageable. And although accuracy is a stat that works as intended, many guns in Payday 2 make you choose either between a more accurate or more stable modifier. The only reason why I have close to the max stats for my Car 4 was because of the skill investment I had, so I can afford to make the gun more accurate. I will go into a little more detail about Payday 2's weapon modding soon, but for what it's worth, I felt like the shooting in Payday 2 was very satisfying. Payday 2's loud gameplay overall felt very fast-paced. Every action in this game just felt like second nature. The only time I felt like I wasn't having fun was either because I was using a bad build, or if the weapon I was using didn't have any good synergy. Let me reiterate. I have to intentionally shoot myself in the foot if I want to make myself suffer. Oh! I stepped in shit! Payday 2's gameplay loop is the main reason why I kept coming back to play this game even after all these years. Yeah, keep laughing up these hours, alright? And my 100% completion, alright? I loved every second of it. This game was probably a lot better than sex. It took me a while to really grasp what was wrong with the aiming in this game. It felt like a mishmash of other recoil mechanics. Trying to even understand it just feels just as confusing as that masculine urge to stick my cock into a moving fan blade. I can't be the only one. There's just something that is so... tempting about it. I had a feeling I knew what was wrong with the recoil, but I wasn't 100% sure yet, and the only reason why I felt this way, besides being trapped in a god-awful one-shot meta, where if I wasn't taking out enemies quickly, then the game was just practically unplayable. The main thing that stuck out to me like a sore thumb since launch was the mouse sensitivity. Even on max value, the sensitivity still felt lower than what I was used to in Payday 2. Actually, scratch that, it felt lower than any other game that I usually played on with high sensitivity. It was just another shitty setting restriction that I just had to thug out, but I didn't want to change how I play 99% of my other games, even if they weren't traditional shooters themselves. And having to play with two vastly different sensitivities for different games is problematic, especially when you have to make quick decisions. It's not like I'm Goku wearing weighted training gear in a PvE game, and the moment I boot up Fortnite, that's like taking them off, and I'm able to unleash my inner gamer. Even when I got used to the sensitivity, I still felt like my shots weren't as accurate to what I was actually shooting. Especially when my main method of taking out enemies was to aim down the sight with every single interaction. I was just confused looking at a majority of my shots. They felt like they were either missing or hitting when I know they didn't feel like that at all, both in-game and looking back at the recording slowed down. I was kind of at an impasse for how I could describe how off the gunplay really was, but then I was almost certain I knew what happened when I got stunned by a shield without running the solid perk and kept firing while being stunned. I then tested it with multiple ways of stunning the player, and when you get stunned, your camera not only shakes, but your gun will also be misplaced for a few seconds. Your aim will not be accurate while you're still in this state, but the shots still fire where your gun is placed, and I decided to compare getting stunned in Payday 2 as a comparison. It might be hard to visualize even with a recording, but your aiming in this game doesn't actually bounce like in Payday 3 despite the camera moving away from the target. I even tested it with a sniper with only one shot in its clip, and I can confirm that there's only one problem that plagues Payday 3's aiming that I'm not a fan of. Payday 3 has physics-based recoil, which means your aim is directly tied to your gun's fucking animations. And I'm beginning to understand why they didn't want to make the base game sensitivity any higher, because if you could swerve your aim too quickly, then you're more likely to miss your shots, not because of bad aim, but because the gun itself can swerve off from the center of the screen. I have a theory for why they decided to remove the ability for every law enforcer to have a quick melee on command for whenever you get too close to them in Payday 3, and it's probably for this exact reason, so your aim doesn't get so fucked like you were just aiming down the sight with a Hyperion sniper rifle. The more I keep talking about recoil for every shooter, I feel like Alex Jones without the crisis actors, or just Adam Conover talking about how the ball moving gives women a disadvantage in basketball. Like, it's stupid. It sounds stupid. I understand. It's such a small thing to talk about, and honestly, the game has received enough changes to allow you to make more mistakes than you ever could at launch, so you don't have to always bring a one-shot build. But I still have a problem with physics-based recoil, and many of the changes made the combat to make it feel much worse than its predecessor. The only time I ever see a system like this work is either if the guns that you're using is in a virtual reality setting, or if the game in question was meant to make the shooting intentionally bad by design. The only time I ever see physics-based recoil be acceptable in a first-person shooter is if the game was built around having that added realism in the first place, and if the game was a player versus player setting. And besides Payday 3 being a player versus environment game where the only person's feelings I'm going to be hurting is the cloaker I just flashbanged when he tried to charge at me, it's the fact that this game is not what I really signed up for when I was initially playing Payday. Hopefully by the end I could at least prove to you guys what I mean, but it really does feel like a next-gen modern shooter hiding in a 4-player co-op's clothing. There has been one game or DLC that I can think of that has disappointed me for not being the game I originally wanted to play, and that's Fallout New Vegas' Dead Money DLC. I feel like most people don't like the fact that their maxed out characters felt more powerless in almost every scenario, especially when their heads just have a tendency to randomly explode. Yeah, kind of like that. Get this thing off of me!
This is the Washington Police Department. We have a warrant for your arrest. This has to be a dream. I'm probably just going to wake up like nothing ever happened. This is not a dream, Buster. You are wanted for reckless driving, murder, vehicular manslaughter, and grave robbing. I did not do that last one. Stealing a body from the morgue is close enough. You have 30 seconds to open the door, before we open it for you. That clearly wasn't me. I never shit the bed. I don't have time to clean anyways. Searching for weapons. Yeah, touch me. I bet your wife is jealous. Touching my balls instead of her camel toe. All clear. The only thing to worry about is just the smell of shit in his pants. There's more where that came from. Of course we have a fucking comedian here. Is there anyone else in the building with you right now? There's not really anyone here with me. Wait a fucking minute. This isn't even real. You aren't real. You're not the only one who said that before. Let me guess. Are the demons in the room with us right now? Looks like we found your accomplice. I didn't even know someone was there. I thought you said no one else was inside the building. That's complicated. Someone broke into my house a few months ago, and all they have been doing is leaving your dead pieces of paper for me to find. Who the hell breaks into someone else's home and leaves notes around for you to see? The fuck should I know? All I know is my uncle should be in the morgue, and not in my shoe closet hanging. I think we're dealing with a job here. You fucking saw the door closed yourself with your own eyes, dipshit. I know there's a pool spring somewhere. This is not a haunted house, a fake one I mean. There's someone actually behind that door. Why don't you go inside and see what your little squatter looks like? If you let me go in by myself, you two will be dead. Are you threatening an officer of the law? This isn't a threat, this is a promise. You can either open the door, or we can just go to the precinct right now. I already know where this is going. This shit is too long. My god, what the hell is that thing? We gotta get 53, officer, go. Go, stay back. I said stay back. Something doesn't feel right. I fucking knew it. Finally, a gun with some bullets. Oh my god, this place is a fucking mess. This painting feels off. It's almost too detailed.
Going back to Payday 2, both in weapon modding and weapon stats, they're fairly easy enough to understand. If you want the weapon to perform better in combat, then just modify the weapon to increase their stats. The only time you would want to make your gun's accuracy and stability overall worse was because of concealment modifiers, either for stealth or for making dodge builds. And as much as I hated the concealment stat, in a loud gameplay perspective, it has probably a lot of valuable trade-offs. The reason why you would want to invest into concealment concealment is for low blow to be able to crit. But only getting basic means you're not only limiting your overall weapon pool, but you're also intentionally making your guns a lot worse to handle. Acing low blow will not only give you a lot more leeway, but the trade-off being that you might be losing out on more valuable skills. Even if it's just 6 skill points, your playstyle can drastically change as a result. And I still haven't mentioned armor types yet, but for brevity's sake, the 2-piece suit was the most popular option for its highest concealment, its lack of a movement speed penalty, and its naturally highest dodge chance out of all armor types. Every weapon is unique and has their own different stat distributions that make it either easier or harder to max out a specific stat. I realize I'm just probably describing weapon modding for every game, like how I'm the first caveman that discovered how to make fire. So the same thing does apply to Payday 3, but when I mentioned the gunplay before felt more sluggish, it was because they really wanted to make the simplest of actions you did feel longer and clunky. Some of these actions that you can do in Payday 2, like weapon swapping, aiming down the sight, and even canceling sprint to fire your weapon, has been directly tied to a new stat called handling. And if your gun's handling stat is too low, then all these little minor inconveniences can start to add up in the worst possible scenarios. And it's confusing in a sense that many of the weapon mods you can put on may not or barely even increase handling as a stat. Sometimes it could say it increases 1 out of the 3 stats that handling buffs, but drops the other ones as well, but by how much? I don't know. Just like how I don't even know how the other mods are affecting my gun stats. Not only are they not telling me how much the stats go up and down, but sometimes it barely even changes the stats around, even on a new gun. The point of weapon modding is that the stat increases should be accumulating with other mods you've equipped, but when the changes are just a speck of green or red in the bar formation that's a lot harder to read than an actual numerical value, then I have a lot less faith that the weapon modding in this game is actually changing any of my weapon stats at all. Hey, so this is a little trivia that I didn't actually know until doing the research for my video. Payday 2 originally had a similar way of displaying stats for the first year of its release, but this was obviously revamped shortly after, and I didn't even know about this until I saw a snip of an old menu system in the Payday live-action series before the game actually launched. But to quickly return to the stats, I'm even more confused on what stability does now when there's an actual recoil stat that exists in the game. That's because there isn't just vertical recoil to worry about, but horizontal as well. And I'd like to know what I could do to minimize these as much as possible, but it genuinely feels like the devs behind these decisions were just telling me to get good at a system without explaining. There's already skills in this game that don't inform you enough on what they add or trade off to your own build. And when the game just doesn't tell me what my guns are actually capable of doing, it genuinely feels like playing an old-ass NES game that just gives you little to no information to work with without looking up a guide. With the lack of information that the weapon mods have provided in my playthrough of the game, I didn't even notice that a handful of guns I've been using since launch had a negative targeting speed modifier attached to them. I didn't even know what this did until I looked it up in a video explaining how weapon mods for this game worked, and apparently targeting speed is just another way of saying ADS speed. Then just say that! You have a skill that refers it as ADS speed. Why do you have to name it something different in the weapon modding? And the video in question that I could find talking about every stat and mod came out almost a year after this game's release. Trust me, I was looking around. I couldn't find anything else earlier than that. It's almost like people weren't even interested in the game enough to learn its actual mechanics. Out of all the weapon stats that exist in this game, there's only one that is exclusive to the pump-action shotgun called cycle speed. What this is supposed to do is that it's supposed to allow you to cock the shotgun faster, so it technically gives you a faster fire rate. But from a side-by-side testing with one that has cycle speed and doesn't, I hardly even notice a difference in speed, especially when I slow down the footage. I genuinely don't know if the stat itself is either bugged or if it does anything else in this game, because all I really have to work off of is some stupid name that I'm not even sure if real gun experts would even use this as part of their vocabulary or terminology. You know, like how there's a fear for everything on Earth, and instead of just saying the phrase "I am afraid of," they just have to say it in some Latin word followed up by the word phobia? That's literally what I get from reading stat changes from almost every weapon mod. Most of the time it just feels like a guessing game, especially if the specific mods I'm looking for, like overall gun kick and spread, aren't on a majority of options available, even if I have all mods unlocked. At least it's better than having a fear for long words. Can you even pronounce that? Not even the damage stat is safe from this system. Modding a weapon like the SA rifle, I'm still calling it that, not my fault, has a CQC barrel mod that's supposed to drop your damage over distance. But why the fuck does your damage skyrocket as a result? As another example, there's a weapon that you can unlock at level 21 called the Northwest B9 Assault Rifle. Usually there's supposed to be some kind of expectation whenever you unlock a new weapon that's under the same category as another one. It's supposed to have one or two stats that stand out enough to make the gun unique. But when you compare the Northwest to the Car 4, the same gun that you start out with, it has nothing going on for it at all. In fact, the damage from its old weapon stats wasn't lying. Its damage output was overall worse for no acceptable trade-off. After people have decided to either mod the game or just look at the raw stats for every gun in the game files, the Northwest's raw damage is actually less than the Car 4's. It also had a slightly higher ammo pickup rate, but for how many bullets you were spending, even with the game having a generally lower ammo drop at launch, it could take 4 or 5 headshots before you took out one enemy, and it still would put you in the red in terms of how much ammo you used. And this was a very notable downgrade for the longest time. And one more funny thing about the Northwest rifle, it was promised to get a buff as early as January of 2024.
Saying that these two weapons are gonna get, like, worked on in the next patch doesn't mean that those are the only two weapons. We might look at, like, more of them.
Yeah.
But it only got a proper buff almost until the next year, when the first World Bank heist was implemented around December. I have went through every changelog prior, and the only thing they changed about the Northwest rifle was just giving it different fucking animations. It's like going to the dentist, but instead of them removing all that plaque and tar between your teeth, they just spray paint it white so you don't look British. The only mods that are directly affecting my weapon that's noticeable without constantly playtesting are both the sights and the magazine mods. But even then, like, how does this affect my reload speed? Like, Payday 2 already had this. Why is this a hidden stat on the menu? This is also another weird quirk that magazine mods have that I didn't know until reading the Fear of Greed patch notes of September 2024. Yeah, we've reached the next year. Any gun that has a magazine mod equipped can also affect the gun's ammo pickup rate. Most of the time, if you didn't have a magazine mod equipped, then your ammo pickup rate stays high. But if you had any of these mods equipped, whether it be a speed pull mag, an extended mag, or even the compact mag, this negatively affected your ammo pickup rate, and I don't understand why they couldn't afford at least telling the player that something like this can happen. Ammo pickup rate is a hidden stat in the previous game, and some mods can negatively impact this stat. And I hated this lack of information so much, and I was hoping that Payday 3 could at least be more upfront with me if specific mods will alter that stat. But it can't even do that as a simple task. If I were to try to summarize my problems with Payday 3's gunplay, is that it surprisingly makes simplicity its most complicated design flaw, and that's only just recoil and weapon modding. I still feel like I barely even touched on how much weapon bloom in this game feels almost comically bad without either crouching while hip firing or just aiming down the sight with almost every interaction. There was obviously skills for these things, but I feel like I was weighing my options between nice quality of life or literally just put this on every build you make. I have never played a traditional FPS game where I not only felt like my shots weren't accurate to what I was shooting, but it was just confirmed by looking at the recording slowed down. I don't understand why Payday 3's entire gimmick is trying to make the game more fair towards the bots than the actual players. Like, did I hear there like little feelings or something? Did the cloaker from the previous game go to the forums and bitch about how his headshot multiplier was higher than a fucking bulldozer's? That's not a joke, by the way, look that up. So just looking up the best snipers in the world, yeah, so I'm not trying to make the argument that I'm the next Simo Haya. Wait a minute. But if my aim doesn't properly line up with what I have to see, and if I have to go back to my recording only to see that I was as off as a failed assassination attempt, then I think I'm going to scrub my entire internet presence and then encrypt my phone so the FBI knows that this is a joke. This is a joke, okay? I feel perfectly fine and happy with my life. And even reloading your gun was a problem because there's different states of reload that your weapon can go under that the game will remember. It sounds good on paper, and it works much better for this game now, or at least when Payday 3 might still be playable. But for the first 7 or 8 months, if you think about just tapping the reload key and try to cancel the action, well, tough shit. I literally pressed reload like a second ago. I literally pressed reload a second ago and still wanted to reload after I shot the shot. What the fuck? I know there isn't any good way of trying to visualize it in-game, even if I have the footage to show you, but just imagine trying to get like an ad on YouTube and letting it play out, and then you decide to pause the video after the ad finished, but the moment you decide to unpause the video, another fucking ad starts to play. That is literally how Payday 3 reloading worked at one point. As much as ammo funnel and replenish break the meta for this game, they still don't get a pass when you're able to replenish the mag with just one bullet left to take out an enemy. You still have to reload your gun. And the double barrel shotgun was the biggest victim of this the most, because you either get a kill on the first shot or be forced to reload on the second, and it didn't matter if ammo funnel put one more shell in. The only difference is that if you can manage to get a kill on the second shot, then you can at least proc combat reload. But you still have to make sure you don't walk over the other ammo drops, because doing so would have given you about the same exact reward as missing both your shots. What? I've reloaded my gun. It's like Schrodinger's cat had 3 possibilities of either being alive, deceased, or an ascended being across the cosmos. If we're on the same field talking about shotguns, there was only 2 back when the game first launched. The Mosconi, in my opinion, was the only usable one before it paid DLC and the weapon balance around December 2024. The Renfield shotgun on paper can at least constantly refresh your buffs with combat reload, but besides it having considerably the second worst fire rate out of all weapons in this game, its one-shot potential is probably the worst in the game because of how inconsistent it is. Not only do you have to run face to face for the extra damage, but you weren't even guaranteed the kill because the pellets could still potentially miss. And the fun thing about shotguns taking out multiple enemies with just one shot wasn't really in this game like Payday 2. The fact that a shotgun out of all things had to be modified to be as accurate to be viable is by far the most foreign concept to me, especially when in the previous game you were encouraged to make them as inaccurate as possible. And if you thought that weapon modding or this bar formation isn't confusing enough, then I clearly haven't shown you some of your secondary options. Just look at the damage of 3 of these pistols in the menu versus in-game: the Model 11, the 44 revolver, and the Bison revolver. You can take your time to view these stats, but I'll still compare the discrepancies of each secondary as I go. The Model 11 is promoted to having the highest damage output out of all pistols, but it struggles in two-shotting just a regular SWAT. Meanwhile, I was comparing it with the 44 revolver, and I've noticed that this gun can reliably take down most enemies within just 1 or 2 shots. Maybe it's because the 44 has better handling than the Model 11, so the shots are more accurate, and the Model 11 has a bigger magazine size as a trade-off for being a less accurate gun. So I could see these guns work perfectly fine in a vacuum. Wait, are you fucking kidding me? This does... What? But then the Bison revolver starts dominating in terms of damage instead, despite being promoted as the worst in terms of damage out of all 3 of the pistols. In fact, one more weird conundrum between these guns is that both revolvers can damage a shield before breaking the glass visors, but the Model 7 just struggles in even landing a stray shot like I'm in fucking San Francisco. That's until I looked it up and oh my fucking god, there's hidden stats for these guns! Fucking headshot multipliers and armor penetration? There are not 1 or 2, but 3 hidden stats that each gun has that dictates how much damage they are capable of dealing. Damage fall off is, I mean, it's almost in every game. The further you are, the less damage you deal per shot. But this is where it starts getting interesting. Headshot multiplier is also just kind of a weird stat, mostly because it's tied to damage fall off. Some guns have a great headshot multiplier within close range, but most if not all guns start to lose their damage even further, because not only do guns in this game start dealing less damage the further away they are from the target, but their headshot multiplier also suffers a damage penalty as well. The best way you can tell is by shooting a sniper. For some reason, snipers have only 40 health across all difficulties, but most of the time you wouldn't be able to get close enough to get the higher damage multiplier. If you look back at the Model 11 and its hidden stats and compare the damage fall off and headshot multiplier, without a simple damage buff, the gun can only deal up to 34 damage at most. most from a headshot from 100 meters. Comparing it with the revolvers and their stats, even within 100 meters, they shouldn't be able to take down a sniper in one shot without an outside source. But if you can still manage to hit headshot after headshot, the snipers can still go down in one shot. The reason of the discrepancy that the revolvers are able to one-shot a sniper versus the Model 11 is the final hidden stat that every gun has, and that's the armor penetration. For maybe the first 3 or 4 months of this game's release, I've been trying to wrap my head around how this stat works. But even trying to understand how armor penetration works is just still a very vague concept to me, that even trying to look up videos on YouTube on how it works, the only thing I really get is just people complaining about how the armor mechanics work. It's just... you cannot win. Armor penetration is not only a hidden stat that dictates the usefulness of every gun in the game, but it's the least documented stat. When you're going for body shots, enemies have a separate health pool similar to how your armor works. So before you can attack their health pool, you have to drain their armor first. Headshots don't deal any armor damage, so instead they deal their full damage output with their headshot multipliers to take into account, but you get the point. So why does armor penetration matter when performing headshots? Because the higher that gun's armor penetration also increases to their headshot damage. So going back to the revolvers, the reason why the 44 had trouble one-shotting versus the Bison was because its armor piercing was just a decimal point off. I'll fucking show you a decimal point off. Now, even with all this information put together, for me playing this game, even knowing how armor penetration works, something did feel a little bit off. Until I had to look up the information on Reddit, which I don't want to fucking look up anything on Reddit, to be honest. And there is one more catch to armor penetration. And even the Reddit post doesn't explain it correctly. Can't even afford antipsychotic meds in this economy. So this spreadsheet will tell you every single armor piercing value for every gun in the game. But it's still not accurate enough because every single enemy in this game has another hidden stat called armor hardness. And here are those values for every enemy in the game. And a large majority of enemies in this game have a value of 1.5. So you take that value, subtract it with any armor piercing value of a gun that you're using, and that is the real armor piercing value. Hello, this is me from the future after having an aneurysm trying to solve how armor penetration works in Payday 3. I'm not a math person, and I don't expect this to be 100% accurate, but if any of you whose jobs is to put numbers together, then please tell me if I'm doing it right or if this is wrong. I cannot fucking fathom how much I've been looking at this and still trying to understand whether or not that I'm correct. So I just need an answer to this question, and that's why even go through that many hoops just to make the most complex system of damage I've ever seen? Why can't gun shoot and gun do damage? Is me brain damaged? What the fuck were they smoking when they made this stat? There is a huge lack of secondary diversity in this game, and the only options you were given at launch were just 6 different handguns, 2 of them just being the revolvers. The game didn't have a separate section for buying primaries and secondaries like in the previous game, and I assumed that I could at least purchase the SMGs as a secondary. And vice versa, I thought I could buy pistols in the primary slot so I can dual wield it like the Akimbos in the previous game. Like I'm Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Or I'm Lara Croft without the big tits and only ate McRibs for my diet. Or that guy from Borderlands. There's so many primary options that you only have room for maybe 2 or 3 reskins until you reach the maximum limit for primaries. Yes, you can buy more weapon slots, but this is the limit itself. Meanwhile, you can probably own every single pistol and still have some leftover slots before you start using C-stacks to buy more. In terms of actual usefulness on Loud besides the revolvers, every other option felt like they were both draining too much time and ammo just to take out a single enemy. Besides the Model 11 having no rights to a slower firing speed when the damage is not enough to one-shot, and the gun kick being just so over the top, like I'm fighting the recoil of an actual gun. Or something like the starting pistol, the Signature 40. Its only saving grace is its accuracy, but that doesn't matter when I could empty an entire mag and it still wouldn't be able to take down anything. I'm still using extended mag in the footage, but for how many shots it takes to take down one SWAT, I don't want to imagine using the speed pull mag just to have less ammo in the clip. The Signature 403 is just a straight up upgrade as far as I've noticed from the 40. And the only good pistol is the Strike 7 because it has not only the highest ammo pool, but it also has the highest mag size with the extended mag mod, which in its own right feels like a stretch because even if you wanted to unlock the extended mag, then you have to level up the gun just by having it in your loadout. The Strike 7 is the only gun in my opinion that needs a specific mod to make it stand out more because something like the Signature 403 already has the same starting clip at 17, and it's more accurate after each subsequent shot. It doesn't help that the best builds in Payday 3 that everybody was running never required you to swap off from your primary in the first place. Whether it was from the insanely high ammo pickup rate or the fact that ammo funnel and replenish practically gave you an entire clip after every kill, it made you forget that you even had a secondary option at all. The lack of secondary diversity is painful, and I don't understand why they took this route. I mean, in Payday 2, you could have secondary choices from shotguns to even as recent as sniper rifles, and SMGs have been moved to the primary slot instead, which, honestly, I didn't have any faith moving SMGs to the primary slot would have worked, especially with this gun in particular. The Ziv Commando definitely went from being the worst gun in this game to one of the best after a single update, but before that could reach that point, you were hardly taking out just one enemy with a single clip. Besides SMGs, especially the Ziv for having the worst damage output in the game, SMGs back then had assault rifle ammo pickup when it took more than twice the amount of ammo to dispose of a single enemy. The Ziv and the other two SMGs at launch just drained so much ammo that I was practically using my revolvers as primaries instead and not the other way around. To some extent, I feel like within late development, they just wanted to switch the SMGs to the primary slot and just forgot how to balance it to make it more appropriate. If you wanted a general idea of what the Ziv Commando's damage was like at launch, try to equip the Tribune 32 and try not to swap away from it. It's a new automatic pistol that was added for free in the Houston Breakout update. Because this gun is a secondary, it's not that bad of an option to bring. And something like the ammo economy has gotten a lot better, especially when every gun now doesn't start with half of the max ammo they can bring. Even if the SMGs are mostly dog shit in this game, I could tell you right now that I haven't even scraped the bottom of the barrel yet, because not only is this gun so bad in comparison to other guns in Payday 3,
I just fucking shot myself!
But even using this gun makes me question why they have to make the gunplay feel so fucking clunky compared to Payday 2. That being the Renfield Sniper Rifle. The Renfield Sniper just marks everything wrong with this game. This gun can one-tap heavy SWAT units, so it should be in par with other S-tier guns, right? So why is it low on the C tier? Heck, why am I not even editing this tier list right now to put this dog shit underneath the Ziv Commando? This gun has the worst fire rate in the game. If you miss one shot, it'll take too much time before you can fire again. And compared to the competition, all other guns in the S tier have two things in common: their high damage output and their fast fire rate. The SA rifle is a gun that you can unlock even before the Renfield rifle, but severely outclasses it simply because of the faster fire rate and the mag size. So if you did miss that first shot, you had enough time to readjust yourself to get the headshot in the next one. Even if you did land your shots with the Renfield rifle, every one kill you could have gotten with this gun, you could get 3 kills with the SA. But that's not even the weird part. This gun by design is given its even slower fire rate when you're scoping. Why the fuck is hip firing faster with the rifle? Also, I want to know who on the team thought that bolt actions in Payday 2 needed this change.
I don't think we're like punishing players enough that they're using a sniper rifle in a PvE game. So let's just take this scope and just smash it on their face.
You can see that I keep unscoping every time I take a shot. And that's exactly what it looks like, because this is the only gun in the game that has this weird quirk. Not even the Red Fox Sniper has this, and you can unlock this thing 13 levels before you get the Renfield. Even when I don't land all my shots, I need to swap to my secondary to finish off my opponent. The Renfield highlights one of the dumbest mechanics they added into this game. Remember when I said that this game remembers what state you're currently reloading your gun? So why does this have to be applicable towards the Renfield, you might be asking? because of the bolt action fucking animation. So you don't even have to reload to feel the same effect. You just have to shoot, and you have to commit to the next shot with the gun too. Even if I wanted to make this gun more bearable for me, I realized there's just a huge lack of mods that could have made the gun much better. Angled sights acted as iron sights for snipers without having to sacrifice their long-range potential, but the mods in those mechanics don't exist in Payday 3 yet. And having to choose a different sight to work with is just another pain in the ass. I'm a simple man and I want a red dot on this small scope, but instead I gotta work with this weird circle crosshair that I'm just not a fan of. Yeah, there is a red dot scope, but besides that being unlocked as one of the last mods you can get for the rifle, it has a downside of a slower weapon swap speed. Although I didn't know how much of an impact this would have, I still wanted to steer clear away from it because I was afraid of any negative impact this would have. Half of the time I need to swap to my secondary, not because I can't land my shots or the fact that I'm running out of ammo, but because it's very easy to get overwhelmed just by not being able to shoot every 1.5 seconds. Even when I wanted to use other scopes, I feel like my vision just gets clogged up so much. I feel like the tunnel vision's so bad that by the time I unscope, I would just be the white girl on the couch surrounded by 5 black dudes. You know the meme. Out of all the weapon mods that are not in Payday 3, I really wish they kept crosshair customization because everyone has a different preference. Sometimes even those preferences can be different depending on the gun. And not having that can lock players out of certain playstyles that they would prefer. Even if I didn't like the marksman playstyle that this game had to enforce at launch, I still had to worry about how much ammo I was spending to finish off just one enemy. Besides ammo pickup being a lot lower in the early life of this game, every time you started a heist before the Fear and Greed DLC dropped, you only started with half of your max reserve ammo for both guns that you can bring. If there was still a form of dealing damage that wasn't tied to a resource like a reliable melee option, then ammo wouldn't really be so scarce, especially when you don't have the skill points invested for it. But melee in this game is just so goddamn neutered that they might as well have just taken the 2 back legs from it too.
Look how they mess with my boy.
It's too slow, it has a very short range. Half the time I feel like I'm better off just shooting or finishing a reload just to get enemies off of me. And the biggest problem I have with quick melee, besides the lack of variety from the previous game, is just its non-existent damage. The only possible reason I can think of why melee doesn't deal any damage is because that would just completely invalidate ever using the new takedown mechanic to deal with guards without a suppressor.
I just joined this lobby, dude. I just joined this fucking lobby.
I understand the reasoning behind it, but it feels very arbitrary. Not even having any other melee options or skills makes the system feel like a last-minute addition. I don't think anyone wants to be in a scenario where they not only run out of armor and ammo, but their whole trio of bots or players are either downed or in custody. Or sometimes I can't even revive them because of a bug that doesn't allow you to interact with anything in the game, and it's been in there for God knows how long. And slightly off topic, but I literally experienced this bug just from playing the tutorial when I first bought the game.
Now set up a zip line. It's an easy way to move bags or yourself quickly.
Got it.
Where did I drop the grenade? What? Oh. Oh. What? What? Wait. What? If there is a god, then there must have been some kind of divine intervention that I just so happened to get one of the most annoying bugs within the first 5 minutes of gameplay after purchasing this game on launch. Back to what I was talking about before, I feel like there needs to be a system in place that still allows you to deal damage even when all your resources are gone. It makes no sense to me why something like the quick melee or possibly a handful of other mechanics that I may or may not have talked about yet that were implemented as early as the first Payday in 2011 did them right, while Payday 3 is just trying to add too many spins to the point where it just spins out of control and creates a fucking natural disaster. So I know I barely even touched upon the grenades and the final gadget you can bring on loud, so this is going to be a little bit of a lightning round before I talk about Payday 3's biggest gimmick being the Overkill Weapons. Frag grenades have received the biggest change in Payday 2, allowing you to cook them before you throw them at your intended target, but the self-damage can break an armor chunk if not thrown far enough, unless you are running Blast Shield to tank the explosion and Enforcer to refresh grit immediately when getting the close range kills. My biggest gripe with frag grenades, besides there being a better option, was the fact that this is the only throwable that has an actual cook timer. The smoke and the flashbangs still have a set time after you throw them, and it disappoints me that a cook mechanic was only really exclusive to one throwable until they added in another one in the future update. The smoke grenades weren't just confusing, but they felt severely outclassed when you unlock flashbangs a lot earlier. The reason why I say they're confusing is because a perk deck like Sicario that existed in the previous game encouraged you to stand in the middle of the smoke grenade's gas to get its buffs, while in Payday 3 you have to throw the grenade at the enemies to give them an accuracy debuff instead. The smoke grenades have gotten a lot better after the introduction of the assassin perk branch and buffs to strategists allowing you to mark enemies in the smoke clouds, but nothing beats the viability and consistency as the flashbangs. You don't have to make flashbangs any better besides getting Scrounger to make them a reusable asset. If you were getting overran by enemies, this was basically your panic button. Frag grenades may not kill most enemies in a group that you throw it in, but when you throw a flashbang, that means that you're able to easily land more headshots on enemies that are standing still. In fact, there's another broken build that I might argue even rivals Ammo Funnel and Replenish that exists as early as launch. Besides obviously using Scrounger, Instaflash used the combination of Overcooked to allow all your throwables to detonate on impact, including flashbangs, and Expose will make all stunned enemies lose their armor, including armor hardness. If you're wondering why I'm not screaming, no, this is not an AI generated voice. I was currently having a mental breakdown while recording this. You can even use flashbangs to grab SWAT units as hostages immediately, but if you don't have the solid perk, then the SWAT unit you just grab will promptly begin to shoot at you when he's freed. One more advantage that flashbangs can offer is that whenever you're not running insta-flash, if you hear a cloaker charging you, you can set up a flashbang around your feet, so if he gets close enough to incapacitate you, you're able to free yourself almost immediately. And this was your only method of getting a cloaker off of you reliably without an outside source. Infrasonic mines are the only loud applicable gadget you can bring, and honestly, they suck when compared to the flashbangs. Besides the stun not being similar enough to allow you to grab a human shield, and the fact that you can only have a total of 5 per heist without it being rechargeable, it requires a lot of setup. Mainly because the range itself requires you to be up close to the surface you want to put this on. It's not something you can use in the moment without your armor getting shredded, and I've stopped using them entirely because of one exact moment of them failing to trigger when I wanted them to.
No, thank you, no, thank you. I thought I stunned! Where's my stun?
One of the core game elements that separates Payday the Heist on the surface is the ability to bring 3 guns with you in a heist: a primary, a secondary, and a handgun. Unfortunately, the secondary choices did range from just 1 shotgun to 2 SMGs, but the most used secondary in Payday the Heist was actually just a grenade launcher from the only DLC available, because not only was it the best crowd control that you had access to and throwables didn't exist in this game, but it was the best answer for dealing with enemies like shields. In fact, a large majority of Payday 2's best weapons for crowd control and shields on the surface aren't just the grenade launchers, but are these big flashy weapons that you have no right to be bringing on a simple bank heist. Payday 3, besides obviously keeping primaries, had wanted to make handguns mandatory to bring as your second weapon of choice. And Overkill Weapons were meant to fill in this void. Not only can you still have the option to bring a big flashy gun no matter what build you were running, but you aren't allowed to have access to it until you reach a certain point into the heist, either by a combination of taking out roughly 100 enemies or doing the objective. With how the game is structured, you more or less are guaranteed to be able to call your overkill weapon roughly when the heavy SWAT units start to spawn.
And I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. Were they trying to copy like fucking Call of Duty or some shit, like with like the kill streak airstrikes or something? Like, I don't understand, but this fucking sucks. Why is this, oh my god.
Dallas has gone down.
This fucking grenade launcher sucks, man. It genuinely sucks.
You started out with a grenade launcher that used to deal too much damage to you than it did to the actual enemies in this game. A large part of it has to do with how wide the range actually is versus the actual particle effect. The radius is so big that it's very easy to accidentally blow up other environmental explosives on the map, which can still deal even more self-damage to the actual player, because environmental explosives are one of the few cases where your health gets attacked directly. It's really funny to me when you think about this. If you wanted to deal more damage with this thing, you had to land direct hits, but what is the purpose if I can't take cover from the blast when I needed line of sight in the first place to deal more damage? This was fixed 2 months after launch, so the self-damage was nerfed to only dealing 20% to the actual player, but you still had to fire this thing far enough away so you didn't reset your armor recovery or break a segment off of your armor without even realizing. You had to use the same skills you use with frag grenades to minimize the self-damage, but it's insulting that you had to make more of an investment towards this when it's literally not only half of your available options for almost a year, but you had to get up to level 40 to even access the other option. It adds even more insult to injury that bulldozers are immune to explosives, and that includes the starting grenade launcher. It did nothing. The only other option you had was the Red Fox sniper rifle, and for some ungodly reason, I personally believe this thing had much more crowd control potential than the grenade launcher, and it doesn't even have to include any possible buffs. Although you don't have much AoE with the sniper, the penetration this gun has in the thermal vision just to better line up the shots for collaterals is much better of a crowd control weapon than the fucking grenade launcher. Also, it kills anything with just one shot except for bulldozers. That only takes 2 shots if you aim center of map. And people are going to say that I'm complaining, I'm schizophrenic. I'm clearly making up things. The hip firing in this game is perfectly fine as it is. It's fine.
I don't know, Doctor. I think Payday 3 is just a shitty game.
Cool Gamer ran over a crowd of children for Pokemon cards. I did have one problem with the Red Fox, but it wasn't really viability. There were plenty of problems already built into the Overkill system as is, but from an actual usable gun perspective, it was great for getting rid of special units. But can someone really explain to me, like on the dev team, why they thought it was a good idea to make the scope just make everything look untextured with a crystal meth filter? I'm also never going to understand why they use the logo for the Talibu Raza achievement in the previous game as an actual indicator. Like, the logo itself is very misleading to where the actual enemy's hurt boxes are. I'm definitely a lot happier now that that's not the case anymore, especially changing the thermal logo into a simple, small rectangular box. It kind of reminds me a lot of how Railgunner's scope works in Risk of Rain 2. I could have been making a Risk of Rain video instead of this shit. I don't know why I put myself through this. But even when you have to outweigh your options on the only 2 overkill weapons you should be bringing, calling your overkill weapon can drop in the most inconvenient spots sometimes, just like in Golden Shark Bank. Sometimes the chopper can drop it on the roof, and by the time you have your overkill weapon ready, you're either close to opening the vault door or already moving the loot to the escape on the roof. Or Bile could just be a piece of shit and just drop it right in front of the bank's entrance. Or it could be even as useless for the drop in the nightclub heist. Like, no matter what, it'll also drop at the front entrance also, despite the fact that Bile could just drop it in the middle of the fucking dance floor where you're supposed to build the cage and escape on loud.
Cloaker's dead!
Also, if your teammate brings a different overkill weapon, then you wouldn't have any idea what it could be until you open the kit and it's the fucking launcher. Before Payday 3 launched, I thought that the overkill weapon system had a lot of potential. I've seen the few beta footage before launch using them, and I thought they could at least define the entirety of Payday 3's balance at least. Even if armor eventually would run out, the idea that you can at least have a much better offensive pressure in the later parts of the heist did intrigue me. But the biggest problem that plagued the system, in my opinion, was just the same exact disappointment I had to go through while just playing the tutorial. Be fucking likey, dude. Wait, so I have 3 weapons now? Oh, what? Aww. Now, if you've never played this game before or don't even know what I'm just hyperfixating about, do you want to know what made me feel very disappointed? Swapping to any of your guns will just drop your overkill weapon. I had to wait patiently to get it. Heck, I had to fight through an entire horde of SWAT units in the first place, far enough from the actual objectives, and I just drop it like an unsupervised child. Ammo for the overkill weapons can't even be replenished with ammo drops or ammo bags, and I thought this was already a pretty balanced system, but I guess Payday 3 needs another level of extra realism. It just, I'm trying so hard to hold it in, but I can just feel I'm on the verge of a manic episode. If overkill weapons were something that you could just pull out on demand after picking them up from the case, that would be the only change in my opinion that would fix them. And the only reason why they suck is because they require too much commitment to even make them work when you already have 2 other guns at your disposal. That's what I get for shooting. If there's something I'll never understand is the reasoning why overkill weapons were even considered to be implemented in this game when there was only 2 options to choose from, especially when there's a plethora of different choices they could have grabbed from Payday 2. Why were miniguns and LMGs not on the drawing table? What about RPGs? The Hailstorm was one of my favorite guns added back in 2022. Why not have a gun that has different firing modes? Why not change the portable saw to make it a more viable melee option? What about Elon Musk's fucking flamethrower? Not a flamethrower, despite the fact that it works exactly like a fucking flamethrower. There's flame particles already when you shoot the explosive barrels, and that's at least halfway done already. The grenade launcher itself already looks like it was taken from the previous game with the short barrel and speculator sight mods attached. So I don't understand why a weapon added in 2015 was reused and other more recent weapons weren't even considered. I'll even gladly take the bulldozer's drum mag shotgun instead. Like, how come nobody in the Payday gang didn't think it would just be a great idea to steal a bulldozer's gun from its corpse and just started blasting? Why even promote a feature like overkill weapons when you have more heisters to choose from than the actual fucking new feature itself? My final gripe with overkill weapons, besides being dropped in less convenient spots, is the fact that whenever my teammate is calling their weapon, I can't even call in my own weapon until a few seconds after the chopper drops his weapon onto the map. This entire feature was made to show how much more advanced or modern the Payday franchise has become over the years, and you're telling me that the devs can at least be bothered to make some kind of queue system for the weapons to be dropped sooner, instead of me either forgetting to call it 10 minutes later from originally getting it, or just constantly spamming my phone like an ADHD gremlin. If I still had to wait for the weapon to drop, can I at least choose where the valid spot would be to deliver the weapon so it doesn't get dropped in the middle of the street far enough away from both the objective and my teammates? You know how pre-planning in Payday 2 was before the heist starts? You can select an asset and most of them can be placed on specific spots on the map. Literally just do that with overkill weapons, but in the middle of the game. Oh, and of course overkill weapons as a system have finally changed. How long did it oh, of course it was more than a year of... I think I should stop taking my antidepressants.
Ready? Oh yeah, baby, come on, let's do this, let's go!
Before I go over the special units, I at least want to go over the regular SWAT units briefly because a lot about them has changed since Payday 2. Sometimes whenever you miss a shot, they'll actually try to dodge to make your next shots harder to land. This wasn't Payday 2, but this was tied to a stat called Threat, and most of the time whenever enemies dodged, they probably were going to die anyways because of how fast-paced Payday 2 really was as a game. Half of the time you won't even see them out in the open because they'll try to hide from the player around every corner or cover that they can find on the map, and they're more likely to push you in a more well-coordinated team. Compared to Payday 2, the only reason why you see so many units together is because of the large amount of them that spawn in a single group. Most of the time, whenever new units try to enter the map, they spawn in unison, so there's about 5 or 10 extra units in roughly the same area. Because of this, it's not rare to see most players on death sentence try to spawn camp units before they even get the chance to roam the map. From how Payday 3 handles its own unit spawns, they aren't just more spread out across the map, but their main way of getting the player is trying to pincer them, so not only do you have to worry about the enemies in front of you, but you also have to worry about possible flank routes that can leave you open. That's not saying that enemies weren't doing that in the previous game, but in Payday 2's case, it just kind of feels like a happy accident. When they spawn enough of them, eventually 1 or 2 of them will take a flank route and probably die to that one player running and gunning with akimbo shotguns. Heck, even if I'm talking about a common enemy gimme, shotgun units will actually be cautious around hostages, so much so that they'll even swap to their pistol to avoid any collateral damage if you're using them as a meat shield. I only really started noticing this from either just a few pieces of recording and also just looking it up on the wiki, and I just thought that was mind-blowing. Like, you're telling me that they went through that much effort for not even just a special unit. Heavy SWAT units, unlike the previous game, aren't mixed in with just the regular SWATs, but instead are supposed to outright replace them when bulldozers start to spawn. Heavy SWATs can finally start taking damage from body shots. Oh my god, that wasn't even in the script. I fucked that up. I don't even know how. You know what? I'm keeping that in. I'm keeping that in. Unlike their previous game counterparts, where their chest piece wasn't just immune to most forms of gunshots, but no matter how much damage you dealt, it couldn't break through it without a specific weapon or skill. But there's still that added incentive that you should be aiming for their heads even in Payday 3, despite having a higher armor stat of 170 versus a regular SWAT unit's 70, which means not only going for body shots can waste more ammo than before, their armor hardness value is exactly the same, and as a friendly reminder, aiming for the head still ignores armor. I could see why they did this, maybe to make the game feel more engaging, or at least make it so that every shot that lands has some kind of impact, even small. But I can't help but think at the end of the day, armored SWATs were just accuracy checks, and swapping them from regulars to heavies in Payday 3 more or less didn't change much in terms of gameplay from the last game. If they made the heavy SWATs do drastically more different shit like the shotgun units, I can see them having more potential. Like if they had their own method of rushing down the player, similar to a bulldozer charge, but you know, less powerful. But of course, maybe not to the entire 4-man squad of people like lemmings.
I'm sorry, sir, but your that warranty has already expired.
Maybe if they know that player that they're charging is just all by themselves, or if they have a big enough group of SWATs and one of them is willing to take the risk similar to an AI becoming infatuated trying to knock out a meat shield from your hands. And, you know, maybe while they're doing that small charge, they cover their heads with their arms so you're more forced to attack their armor first, or maybe just give them a small tactical arm shield so they can just react to getting shot in the head from a distance by blocking the next shots. Overall, I want heavy SWATs to feel heavy. I don't want them to feel like I'm fighting SpongeBob with anchor arms. I mean, I'll take SpongeBob, but I want that guy on fucking roids. I want a better reason of fearing them instead of feeling like a $1,000 premium currency reskin. Aside from their heavy counterparts, regular SWAT units have been split into 3 different categories. Blue is just the standard unit. Their priorities is just stopping the player first. Gray units are sabotage specialists, and their main job is to stop or halt progression of the objective. No other unit is supposed to do their job, so taking them out sooner means less time wasted to continue the heist. That was a blue unit. Yeah, just don't ask me why the key panel for Rock the Cradle is the only time that blue units break that rule. I'm already being burned in the 9 circles of dogshit game development as it is. White units are the hostage rescue team, and their job is to free any available hostages that are still left on the map. Just like sabotage specialists, they're the only units capable of performing their respective tasks. But I think it's just kind of fucking stupid that most of the time I would take them out only for them to just release the hostage anyways. Also, I don't know why the fuck hostages can't be re-intimidated to get tied up again, or just be immune to all forms of gunshots like they're one of the weakest Dragon Ball side characters. I sadly don't have footage of this, but I've personally seen this as an issue in stealth before. Besides the white SWAT units, if a guard sees a tied up hostage, the first thing they will do is free them before setting off the alarms. But because the civvy is invincible from all sources of damage, then they could just run out of bounds and set off the alarms despite taking out the guard. Now, guards will prioritize setting off the alarms first, but I still see just a little bit of that old code just existing while I was trying to recreate the scene. Now, if you were comparing special units from Payday 2, it's just like trying to run Windows 95 and hardware from 30 years ago. It worked as intended. There was already a structure of what these special units were supposed to do, but it felt like what they can do was just very simple by design. Whether it was because of how old Payday 2 was getting, or the diesel engine barely even holding together when it should have just been abandoned as early as the early 2000s, the special units in this game made a lot of interactions that you can have with them either feel like an absolute joke, Or in other cases, you'll feel like a joke just trying to engage them.
They're both medic dozers. I'm out of ammo, I can't deal with them.
From how simple they were in design, Payday 2 had to allow more of the same unit to spawn for them to be an actual threat. Heck, they had to make an entire guy that had 10 shields around him, and he still got his ass kicked like a bitch. Starting off from the first one on the list. Yeah, no, you're reading that right. I don't care if that's just a vehicle. I still have some nightmares dealing with SWAT van turrets.
I fucked your mom, shitless.
Although Captain Winters doesn't exist now, Payday 3 decided to replace him with the FBI van, and luckily this thing doesn't have some giant fuck-off turret that stops your armor from recovering. I honestly never understood why the turrets just get to shoot at your general direction, not even landing a single shot, and it still indirectly harms your overall survivability. The FBI van makes the current assault wave that you're in an endless one unless you take out the van's antenna, and unlike normal final assaults, special units usually have a cooldown after you take them out on the map, but they'll be able to respawn immediately after you take one out. For some enemies like shields and tasers, it's not really as impactful, but an instant respawning dozer just means that you're either going down more often, and if not that, you'll just be short on more ammo. Luckily there's only one that spawns per heist, so dealing with the one means no more FBI assaults. Am I even able to shoot at that? I have no fucking ammo. And you expect something this important to the cops to at least be guarded properly, right? Well, yes and no. Yes, because in most cases if you shoot from a distance, there's still enemies that you have to worry about flanking you. And no, because if you rush the van, then there's nothing stopping you besides taking a little bit of chip damage. And if we're on the same topic as Winters, or the shields, or I don't know how to properly segue in the next bit, God help me. The shields in Payday 3 have received the biggest changes from the previous game counterparts. In Payday 2, although they had the same health pool as a normal SWAT unit, the shields themselves were not easy enough to get through without circling around the shield or bringing a specific weapon to deal with them. Whether it be explosives, flamethrowers, snipers, or even the 5.7 pistol, because it's the only pistol in the game that can penetrate through shields. With how the shields were made so impenetrable, they had an active moving collision box, so if you went down within the wrong circumstances, they could either push you or take you away from your actual team like you just got killed by a bracken in Lethal Company. Is that game still relevant now? Holy shit, I took so long to make this video that they're in Fortnite now. Now, not only did the shield unit's overall survivability get much better than a heavy SWAT's, primarily because their armor hardness being at a value of 2 instead of 1.5, making them harder to even two-shot now. But now their shields come with a glass display that you can shoot from the front, with its own armor and armor hardness value that's separate from the shield unit itself. Because of how narrow it is, if you try to shoot the glass visor from a distance, not only is it harder to land the shot, but the damage itself wouldn't really be as impactful as getting close enough to the shield itself to make an actual dent. But unlike their Payday 2 counterparts, if you get too close to them, then they'll shield bash you to stun you in place. If you need to distract them, you can even throw a grenade behind them and they'll try to block the effect. And when they do turn around to do that, that gives you an opening to take them out. And one final change that I liked is that enemies will try to hide behind the shield unit when they're trying to get close to you from a distance. All of these are great inclusions, because I love how they took a simply designed unit and gave it so much added depth. I even love the voice lines from this guy.
I can take anything! I'm starting to get pissed off! Just give up! Stand down, asshole! Get out of my face! Oh no, you're not!
They added so much personality. Like, do you guys want to hear all the Shield's voice lines in Payday 2? That was it. There was nothing else. I loved what they did, but I feel like there was still some issues from the very start. For starters, weapons with a higher armor penetration have a much easier time getting through the shield's visors, and even damaging the shield unit without breaking the visor in the process. Any gun that has an armor penetration of 1 or close to 1 is the best option to dispose of a shield. It's not something that I hate, but it's something that I at least like to know instead of putting some entire tier list that I didn't make showing off the armor penetration stats of every gun to see some kind of correlation. And that's not all. Shooting them through the glass visor already puts the shield at a disadvantage, but making them flail their shield around away from their body when they take a lot of damage to the head was a stupid inclusion. If it was from a grenade blast, I could see that happening, but from just a single gunshot, now bro is overreacting. And as much as I love the solid perk for using human shields or messing with dozers, I could see how busted it was when the shield's only method of dealing with you up close was just negated completely. Everything that makes the shield unit threatening is there, it's just the fact that you can choose to simply ignore the shield's existence with a few skill investments and the right weapon. And that's not far off from what the dev team wanted to do when it came down to the overall implementation of combat in this game.
If you really hate a certain special, you can build something that basically deletes them for you from the game. So if you really hate the dozer and you never want to see a dozer again, you can have a build that consistently 3-shots the dozer, but you will be weaker in other aspects of the game.
It's very interesting they use the bulldozer as their chosen example, because dozers are built in response to be as difficult as possible without assistance from another teammate. But a lot of the execution behind this team-designated special killer falls flat on its head when you realize how easy it is to just become a one-man army to do it yourself. For an example, they said you can make a build that specializes in taking out a dozer in 3 hits. First of all, they probably missed 1 shot, and I know I did. And second, you don't even need an edge buff. 2 successful body shots on the dozer's chest is enough to take them out with no skill investment with the Red Fox sniper. That's maybe one of the problems that concerns some people with something like the dozers, but for me it's a little bit more different than that. If we would have compared them to the previous game, bulldozers in Payday 2 feel like a joke. Depending on both the guns you bring and the build that you have, either you could have the worst time trying to take out their faceplate with a pumped shotgun, or shred them with an SMG like it was nothing. They still had their oppressive damage, but most of the time people are either running dodge or their obligatory "I don't want to die" perk deck, cause I really fucking lovely. Besides dodge builds and the abundance of healing being removed from the game completely, bulldozers in Payday 3 really do feel like they make a huge dent into your resources if you're not being careful enough to deal with them. The dozers have 2 armor pieces they have to worry about. Their entire body has an armor rating of 3,500, while their visors have 850, and both of these pieces have an armor hardness of 4. Just like every other iteration of the dozer, shooting their visors are their weak spot, but having a higher armor penetration stat means you're dealing slightly more damage to break through their armor faster. And it's kind of funny to think about this, but the dozer's actual HP stat is just 200. Notice how even the cops invested into having more armor instead of incorporating field medics into their line of duty like the previous game. It's almost like the game is trying to tell us something. Aside from the unintentional environmental storytelling, they move slow, but when they get in, it's hard to get them out. The damage output from their drum mag shotguns can just take any armor that you had and just absolutely f*** it. Like if we were talking about Minecraft YouTubers hearing the number 15 alone. And if you think I'm over-exaggerating, then here's my proof. Come on. Even though that they're slow, if you're far enough from them and if they have line of sight of the player, then they'll charge you down. The charge itself is still as dangerous as getting hit by their kick in close range. So overall, trying to make more space is your best option of dealing with them. There are some weapons that have trouble dealing with dozers consistently, but I don't feel like it's as pulverizing as it was in the last game. If you don't have a weapon with a fast enough fire rate, having one with high armor penetration can make up in the loss of damage. As long as you aren't using the fucking grenade launcher. And if you were thinking about using throwables to easily cheese dozers like in the last game, then all I have to tell you is that frag grenades and flashbangs have no effect on them. And if you're thinking this is finally your chance to use the infrasonic mines to stun them, no, they cannot be stunned. I've had a lot of my runs ruined from these guys alone, but I can be content with the fact that most of the time, it's my fault for not trying to find a better way to deal with them sooner, either by not dwindling their faceplates from a distance, or just from separating from my teammates when one starts charging in. I know that people who've played this game before any major updates that have changed difficulty wanted there to be more than one dozer to spawn at a time to make the game harder, but I felt like allowing them to spawn as early as the first assault wave was just enough. Now they didn't do that change, but I was afraid afraid that allowing too many dozers to spawn in a game could have been difficult as playing Left 4 Dead, where every special infected was just the tank. It's definitely an extreme example, but it's not a matter of taking him out that matters, but just running away as fast as possible, and it's something that I was hoping the game wouldn't become over time. Payday 3 at launch was already like that, and I didn't want the game to become that much more pulverizing in the gameplay. Why is there two? Why would you need there to be two to pincer me? I am like only one. I'm only one guy. My only problem with the dozer is just their design. All they look like is an upscaled heavy SWAT unit. I know you can argue saying that, oh, it's just the base mesh without the textures. But this is what they look like with their colors on. Just looking at these two images from far away, you can't really easily make out what each enemy is, and that especially affects gameplay. Sometimes it's harder to point out dozers in an area because I'm looking for the bigger guy and not something as simple as a different colored enemy. The reason why a bulldozer's design worked in Payday 2 was because not only did they have a high contrasting design with other SWATs, but it was easy to tell what you were dealing with from a distance. Even with the different bulldozers that were in Payday 2, the colors helped them stand out so you knew not only if it was a bulldozer, but also what kind of bulldozer they were. Because in Payday 2, there was more than one bulldozer. At least as of now. They could add more, I don't know. But because of how bulldozers can be deceivingly similar to heavy SWAT units, the final stretch of most games where bulldozers start to spawn start turning the game into Where's Waldo? But you know, if Waldo had a drum mag shotgun with heavy armor and was just gonna blast you the moment he finds you, that's fucking insane. Like, I honestly thought I was overreacting about like the fucking blue thing, but no, that's literally just it. This next one should be short. The snipers in Payday 2, I did not even just finish my fucking The snipers in Payday 3 feel a lot more fair now, where they have to line up their shots instead, so you're given more time to be able to take them out. Also, on the Overkill difficulty, they could just take out all your armor in one shot. Which, it's not the fault of the sniper, it's more or less just the fault of the shitty fucking system they put into armor. I'd honestly prefer that the snipers attack my health directly instead of my armor at that point. Now, from a balancing perspective, the sniper changes were much needed, especially with the old, terrible armor system. But with enough game sense, and after a couple of updates into 2024 with the introduction of the adaptive armor, it was too obvious that snipers were just underperforming in their role to apply pressure. The same footage that I used to just stand still to get shot by a sniper took about 10 seconds before the sniper made a shot. You had so much goddamn leeway that you could take your time firing an entire magazine without taking any cover just to take one of them down. And with the introduction of something like adaptive armor that was added later into this game's lifespan, you can simply choose to run away from the sniper because there isn't that much of a movement speed penalty when equipping this armor piece. Within the right circumstances, you could just outright ignore snipers altogether. I want to reiterate that the issues with the sniper already existed as early as release, especially with this background footage of me reviving a teammate in front of a sightline with two of them. Payday 3 just kept adding in new content that made their weaknesses just stand out a lot more than it should. Speaking of new content, this other problem didn't really exist until more heists were added to the game that put some sniper spawns within closer proximity that the player can walk to. There's a video by Unintelligible on YouTube that goes more into detail about special units specifically, and although I'm trying to cover as much of Payday 3's early lifespan as possible, I still recommend watching this video to get a better insight on what the game really was like a year after this game came out, before something like the Armor 2.0 update rebalanced the entirety of the game. But in the segment of that video that shows off the snipers, you could see that instead of them shooting at you when you get within close range, they just sometimes swap to their pistols instead. And I know that sounds a bit hypocritical of me because half the time I bring up my own footage using the Renfield rifle, it's just me swapping to my own pistol. But on a special enemy, this is just insulting. And apparently, the snipers in Payday 3 may have existed longer than Payday 3 itself. The behaviors of the snipers from this game seem very similar to the marksman enemies in the Flopped the Overkill's The Walking Dead game, almost as if the actual code may have been reused from this game.
Never. I'd like to click never. I never want to install these bullshit, meaningless, superfluous side item. I hate these stupid updates.
The taser unit in Payday 3... Oh no, I'm sorry. Zappers. That's such a fucking stupid name. I don't care about the reason behind the name change. I refuse to call them by that name because it sounds like a child made that up. And if you're still those people that call it a zapper, then I bet you're the same exact kind of person that calls it GIF instead of GIF. And there's a special place in the 9 circles for people just like that. Tasers in Payday 2 were practically a joke unit. As soon as you heard them charge, you were given enough time to turn around or peek a corner just to tap them once to stagger them. So most of the time, they didn't even get the ability to tase you. In fact, getting tased was actually a viable strategy. Because if you got tased, then your current active gun will reload every single shot in the clip. Now whenever you get tased, whatever you have left in the mag is what you have left. And even if you're just manually reloading your gun, then the taser can leave you a lot more vulnerable because of how reloading works in this game. If you are caught in any reload state, then you can't fire your weapon even if the HUD says that you have ammo left in the clip. And unlike getting tased in the previous game, your rotation is locked behind 180 degrees, so if you get tased from behind, then there's nothing you can really do without a teammate's assistance. Luckily, tasers at least give off an audio cue before they go for the tase, so it more or less just comes down to reaction time. And tasers now gained a new strength and weakness. Now they can place these mines on the ground that can stun you briefly if you're not careful, and you can shoot them to disable them. But in turn for making them more powerful, they've been now given a new weak point in the form of the battery on their belt. Shooting that will both stun the taser and anything around it. This includes other units or other players around him. Overall, the changes to the taser were much needed to make the unit more of a threat that you had to respect. But my only issues with the taser is just maybe how underwhelming they become with enough game sense. Anytime that you see a special unit, it's obvious that they become the top priority to deal with. And tasers feel like they spawn more up front with the regular assault team instead of taking any kind of flank routes to make that 180 camera lock any more effective. Early game, they actually feel like a threat, but when you start getting an ammo funnel and replenish build going, then there's a lot less chances for the taser to catch you ever needing to reload your weapon. And whenever I do get ambushed, it feels like the taser just takes forever to do his actual job and tase me. Part of it is just because he has to swap to the taser itself. Remember how this game was meant to show how more technologically advanced the Payday series has gotten since 2014, and you're telling me that the taser unit no longer has an underbarrel attachment to his gun so he doesn't waste time pulling out its main tool of pacifying threats? Fucking genius game design. Last time I heard someone wanted to put a lot of detail into a game, they said they were gonna do it 16 times the amount. And last time I heard, that game was a flop so major that they were sued for false advertising.
Yo, who the fuck threw my game into an N64? What the fuck is this shit?
I rarely even hear their taser charging up now, and the only time that I've ever been tased was when I don't check the floors to see the mines. If they're meant to be a frontline unit, then why can't we give them something else in their utility to work with? Why do they bother giving players the ability to use shock grenades in later updates instead of giving it to the taser themselves? It would heavily make up for the lack of range, and it could work similarly to how Nader's grenades work. The fact that their mines are the only thing that you have to worry about doesn't make them an active threat, more of a passive one. If that's too much effort to make them do something else, then why not just allow the taser to store a charge the moment they have line of sight of a player? So if he gets close enough, he can stun them more consistently. It was like that in the previous game, so why did they have to remove it? Also, I didn't know this, but when I was trying to get footage for the flaws in the taser, I didn't know that shooting the battery makes him incapable of tasing the player. I know it's meant to be that common sense bullshit that the game was trying to promote, but most of the time he just dies after getting his battery popped. So I didn't even know that was a thing. In fact, it was really hard for me to get footage of the taser accomplishing anything. That's how bad they are. I wasn't even trying to kill him, I was trying to get recording, I still fucking killed him. Naders are a new enemy that seem promising to increase the overall difficulty of the game. The grenades they throw are gas grenades that discourage camping in one spot, and the gas itself attacks your health directly, so it doesn't matter how much armor you have. Trying to escape can be harder too, because if you were caught in the middle of one of these explosions, your sprint gets disabled when you're in the gas. Camping is a very strong strategy in Payday 3, but naders try to invalidate that. That's why they have two weaknesses that you can exploit to keep camping in one area. The most common one is their gas belts on their chest. Shooting it doesn't just stun nearby enemies, but it also instantly kills the nader. The second method is having a hostage near you or a meat shield instead. They can't afford harming civilians without the gas, so they have to resort to using flashbangs instead. But of course, this is Payday 3, so that part sometimes doesn't work for some reason. Dude. There is literally a hostage here. There is literally a fucking hostage here. There's literally a hostage here! What are you doing? Why are you catching the hostage? Why are you catching the hostage? Okay, there's gotta be a reason why he didn't just throw once, but twice. You know what? I can see it now. The corruption of the NYPD knows no bounds. Like, that nader didn't even hesitate to throw another grenade. I guess this game also has a hidden stat where if the hostage is a minority, then they just don't give a shit about casualties. It's almost like Starbreeze did their research. As a very new enemy included into the Payday franchise, I can't help but feel that its inclusion over time just started to oxidize with each passing update. And by that, I mean they used to do their job pretty well. If a player is trying to camp a location on the map, they try to flush them out. But after a few changes, like the implementation of adaptive armor and adrenaline, the nader has trouble even trying to pin down the player now because there's less of an active incentive to camp in a single room to wait out an entire assault wave. And that can be said about a lot of units in Payday 3 over time, especially the fucking DLC pistols versus a standard shield unit. Oh my god, welcome back 5.7 pistol.
Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again, expecting shit to change. That is crazy.
Now, I know I've been deviating a lot with the main purpose of this video talking about how Payday 3 was like at launch, but remember when I was talking about players camping in bathrooms to level up quicker by completing weapon milestones by killing maybe about 800 to 1,000 enemies depending on the weapon choice? Well, this is probably my personal little game theory.
I'm autistic as shit.
I think the nader unit was just made in spite for people doing just that. I mean, think about it. The gas cloud fills the entire room. It attacks your health directly, so regardless of how much armor you have, you'll still be going down if you stay in the room for too long. And if you're not quick to run away, then your ability to sprint gets disabled. I know that sounds a little bit like deja vu, but there doesn't really seem to be another good reason for the nader to exist. He doesn't have any access to other deadly grenades like frags or even smoke bombs to make it harder to see other enemies. Why the hell did they remove that from Payday 2? Actually, no, scratch that. Why the hell did they remove that from Payday the Heist? There were so many missed opportunities of buffing the nader's capabilities, but instead they implemented a new unfinished unit into the first DLC heist that a good chunk of the community didn't want to be incorporated to the rest of the base game heist because of their future ability to disable the player's ability to use any of their buffs for 20 seconds. And no, this isn't a transition to talk about the techie because I hate Wish. She wasn't part of the base game heist until like 7 months later. I'm sorry, I've been shrinking more periodically the more I keep talking about special units because I'm sick and tired of talking about this game. I just realized this was the worst mug I could have chosen as a prop. You know that one meme of like the dude like getting political after like a couple of drinks or whatever? That's me. But if we were still talking about special units that were in launch in Payday 3, I have saved the most annoying enemy for last. These fuckers piss me off so much that I almost dropped even making a video about Payday 3 because of them.
Why don't you go and complain on
The only positive thing they did with cloakers was just making them not down you immediately, only attacking your health until you go down, where if you do go down, they'll attempt to cuff you, which halves the time your teammates have to save you. Oh, did I say positive? Let me be very thorough about what makes me hate the implementation of cloakers into Payday 3. I hate how a lot of the utility that you can bring in this game, like armor, didn't tell you the information of what makes each armor piece different exactly in the menu. I hate how there wasn't a better way of showing the player what milestones are easier to complete. I hate the skill tree system in this game because the game doesn't properly tell me the exact information of what they're supposed to do. I hate the weapons and the modding in Payday 3 because it doesn't give you enough information. I hate the heads up display for teammates in this game because of the lack of information of what they can bring to the heist. I hate dozers blending in too well with normal SWAT units because the color coding being the same blue color can easily tell my brain the wrong information. And I especially hate the fucking cloakers because they don't give you any proper warning when they charge you. 402, so... Can you not? Thanks. He just kicked me again! Oh my god, fuck you. Disregard everything I said about this video up until now because the main fucking reason why I hate Payday 3 is because it doesn't respect me as the player to give me any proper information.
Here and armor bags.
The cloaker is supposed to have a loud audio sound that alerts the player of his presence nearby, like how it was in the previous game. But 99% of the time, you wouldn't even know if a cloaker was in the area until he started to blitz his way 5 feet behind a wall without requiring line of sight of the player. The charge can be too quiet at times because I wouldn't even know if he was either charging me or another player. And it gets even more confusing when cloakers don't need to build up much speed before their charge audio peaks. I couldn't even hear that. I paid $40 for a heisting experience. I didn't fucking pay $420 FNAF mode with guns. So you might be asking, is there some kind of context clues that you can use to preemptively deal with special units when they spawn, especially when you don't have any clear information like having them marked out or having any kind of clear line of sight of them? Well, yes and no. SWAT units will usually call out special units within the area, which gives you a bit of time to prepare and react to each of them.
Make way for the dozer! Dozer coming through! Got Zapper support! Zapper in play! Zapper unit moving! We got shield cover! Shield on site!
But not cloakers! Cloakers are the only units they never call out. Except for when the cloaker just pins you down. That's when they start calling them out.
The cloaker laid him out! Cloaker laid him out! Oh, Cloaker laid him out!
And with the new added hindrance they can do, they can destroy deployables, especially the ones that you're going to be very reliant on, like your armor bags. This includes the ones that you can bring as the player, the bots. Are you fucking serious? And even the assets you buy, if you're unlucky enough. I didn't ready up yet. Can I put my armor bags? I could put that, but I can't put my armor bags. Freedom of choice. Freedom of choice. The illusion of choice. Look at this shit. Look at that shit. I can't put my armor bags. This one added hindrance that cloakers can do makes playing with bots just that much more less desirable. Because the bots don't care where they put down the bags, they just put them down whatever. So let me give you a quick rundown. They gave cloakers the ability to destroy resources that were much harder to replenish during launch, like armor bags. Their main purpose is to rush the player without any proper information to work with. And without Payday 3's structure, there's very little counterplay to deal with them by yourself without a third party like a teammate or a sentry gun near you. And the best counterplay of dealing with cloakers was using the flashbangs. Besides them already being useful to stun a horde of enemies, without any skill investment, if you hear a cloaker charging you for a split second, you could just throw one at your feet on reaction and walk away with only getting kicked once or twice without taking too much damage. Even when cloakers receive their much needed nerfs in future updates, I still can't help but throw flashbangs on the ground the moment I hear them charging. Even if my weapon that I'm currently using can spray them down easily when they're trying to dodge, it just became a natural reflex. But even with my human reaction time, when I start hearing a cloaker just charge, just a millisecond, I try to throw out a grenade, and this fucking happens.
Snipers, go!
You don't understand how pissed I was when I saw the animation for the grenade start up. So I did the math. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm fucking doing this. The human reaction time towards sound is around 140 to 160 milliseconds. A frame for 60 FPS translates to 16.67 milliseconds. I'm only using 60 FPS because Payday 3 runs on that. So this is the frame where I hear a bit of the tinnitus right before the cloaker charge is about to peak. I keep going through the frames and I see that my grenade button gets grayed out at frame 9, meaning I hit the button at frame 9. So doing the math, 9 times 16.67, and that's even with human reaction time, the most optimized human reaction time cannot deal with cloakers preemptively when you hear them.
Maybe you're just bad at the game. Get good, screw.
You don't think I heard that the billionth time by now?
My reaction time has been augmented to be superhuman levels of strength because of these bastards.
What was that? That was literally a cut. That was literally a cut. I'm gonna look at the fucking audio for that, and I will fucking guarantee you that is a fucking cut. I want names on who thought this was okay, and I want them to be beaten with an inch of their lives with hammers. I still feel like I haven't underlined how god-awful the base game's aiming and shooting was enough, but I'm still dumbfounded that I managed to do anything by myself when the controls feel as rough as wiping my ass with sandpaper, just to avoid the same hole getting a cloaker's foot up it. God damn it, this fucking... I'm so cracked. I'm so fucking cracked. Even when flashbangs were essentially the best countermeasure for cloakers, they still weren't completely defenseless when you stunned them. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, what? I honestly thought that animation was purely cosmetic, but I only discovered that it had an actual hitbox 7 months after launch. If every other unit or special unit did something like this, I would understand it'd be a basic rule or trade-off of using flashbangs, but allowing the cloakers to be the only one just feels preemptive, like they knew what they were creating. Every special enemy in Payday 3 has an Achilles heel, but the only Achilles heel that cloakers have is that they could just take more headshot damage. Just aim for the head, bro. Which it's really hard to do when they can move around like this. And sure, you could say, oh, just stick with your teammates. You won't be able to get down as long as you're near your team. That's literally any enemy in any game ever created since multiplayer was a thing. You shouldn't expect players to 100% rely on teammates to save your ass. Because either they could be preoccupied with something else, or they may not know what the hell they're doing. Or they know that they're not doing anything and they're still doing it. Also, I really liked getting downed as the last player standing by a cloaker. Like, they just constantly kick the shit out of me until, like, they just cuff me. Like, what am I supposed to do in this scenario? Is there, like, a mini game I can do to break free from him? Like, what is this? Why is it still there when I'm the only one alive? What am I supposed to do? I'm sorry, but if your sole purpose is to make an enemy that is meant to be stealthy and pins down the player or instant kills them, then that enemy should be top priority in development to be given an Achilles heel. And without that, the game is just going to feel... Oh no, I'm sorry. No, you heard that right. I left that in intentionally. How did you feel? Did you feel shocked? Did you feel afraid? Did you feel angry when you heard that? Are you now going to watch the rest of this video on a lower volume now so you can barely even make out what I'm saying, just so you won't have that sudden shock again? Whatever you're thinking about doing in that moment is exactly what happens when you don't give people a proper warning. And most of the time, they're not gonna put up with it. Also, I would like to apologize for making that loud audio. Trust me when I say that even I've jumped out of my own seat from time to time, forgetting where I put it in the first place. I felt like that loud screech was the best comparison I could make to demonstrate how unfair cloakers were, especially for people who haven't touched Payday 3 at all before they fixed it. To keep it simple, there was no proper build-up or even warning that the game gave you of a cloaker's presence, and audio cues are very important, especially as an early warning. There are plenty of games before Payday 3 that understand this, and Left 4 Dead not only has multiple warnings of a single special infected enemy nearby, but almost all of them have some kind of means of pinning down the player, especially if you don't know what audio correlates to the method in which you're going to get pinned. As the best example of an enemy similar to the Cloaker from Payday 3, the hunters from Left 4 Dead have several audio cues that alert you of his presence. Their music, their growling, and their scream when they go for a pounce. And there's definitely other factors too, like how the hunter has a very linear pounce, making it possible to sidestep and punish him. There's definitely more advanced ways of dealing with every special unit, but the audio cues help new players feel more invested to learn. A game mode like Last Man on Earth, where you play by yourself with only special infected spawning, becomes almost luck-based to complete if you don't have any warning whether if the special infected is in front or behind you. The only reason why Last Man exists is because it's meant to be the ultimate knowledge check. Left 4 Dead was built around its subtle audio cues throughout every game mode, and Last Man is meant to display it in full effect. Left 4 Dead wouldn't be a timeless classic for some people if the game didn't respect you as the player while still providing a moderate challenge. And if audio seems too simple or takes away from the entire stealth aspect of an enemy, then visual indicators are essential. Right near the end of 2023, a little game called Lethal Company did this perfectly with an enemy like the Bracken.
What you gonna do, you big ass chicken? You big ass chicken? You big ass chicken? I'll whoop your ass!
Lethal Company's enemies each have their own strengths and weaknesses without needing to rely on both equipment or teammates to deal with them. Each weakness is a check, like staring at a coil head so he doesn't move, scanning the room occasionally to see something on the ceiling, or just occasionally turning around.
Oh my god!
Most deaths in this game is either not being aware of your surroundings or just not knowing what to do in that scenario. What?
He doesn't he doesn't like scared him. Guy's almost dead, I think.
Do you want to know how long it took for them to finally implement the Cloaker's Achilles heel in the form of a louder radio sound so that you can hear them before the Cloaker gets the opportunity to charge at you? 11 months. 11 fucking months. They could have pushed out 3 waves of paid DLC, heists, weapons, and cosmetic packs, but they couldn't even be bothered to make Cloakers follow a very essential rule in game development. And even after this change, they still haven't fixed part of the Cloaker's audio from cutting off.
More cops on the way. They're in 30 seconds.
There was like no fucking warning. I mean, I heard him coming, but like, I didn't know he was charging. I didn't know he was charging around the corner. This is also something I wish they can consider, but why don't they just also implement something risky that you can do to get an upper hand against enemies like the Cloaker? Looking back at Left 4 Dead, they did something perfectly with the quick melee. Quick melees in Left 4 Dead are high risk because you're putting yourself in danger of getting down, for the high reward of killing any special infected that would have dealt a shit ton of damage to you otherwise. Heck, in Payday 2, you could use something like the buzzer or the electric brass knuckles to achieve a similar effect to Cloakers too. In fact, I tried to quick melee a Cloaker by reaction to think if it would work, but every time I go for a risk that just gives me no reward. Oh my god! There's no warning!
Why don't you go and complain?
I was in the middle of it. I couldn't even cancel reload. Fuck this game, dude. Oh my god. But it also wouldn't be much of a problem if the fucking AI teammates worked as intended, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Hoxton! Oh my god. Cloakers were a very diverse enemy with a lot of abilities from the previous game, like tactical dodges, their smoke bombs that they throw when downing a player, and even their main ability of hiding in the map and ambushing unsuspecting players. But when all of that is stripped away and their only job now is to just rush the nearby player with no audio warning, it's just a lazy excuse of saying that they're meant to be a stealth unit. There was no warning! And when I saw that cloakers could do these evasive maneuvers, especially when I was watching the first gameplay trailer, I did shit my pants a little. But after when I decided to finally come back to play this game when adaptive armor and adrenaline was added, I realized something. Their pathing is just actual dog shit. Their AI is just as intelligent as the zombies in the Overkill's The Walking Dead, the first game that Starbreeze has ever worked on using the Unreal Engine. And just like the zombies, if you try to get into a slightly elevated surface, then there's nothing that the cloaker can do, besides, you know, pull out his gun for the first time and start shooting like a normal cop. I'm more or less just frustrated that I never really knew how bad their AI really was, because every aspect of Payday 3 survivability was just a risk where resources will eventually dry up, and longevity was just the biggest it was just armor, okay? It was just because of the fucking armor. And the second thing that left me frustrated to even continue playing this game were the cloakers, not because I couldn't do anything, but because it felt like the game was tricking me into thinking I could do something. What am I supposed to do? I saw the grenade come out and everything. What am I supposed to do? He literally has both the bots on him.
Just picked up a transmission. The cops are about to launch a final assault. Dallas is downed. Watch out. They're bringing in dozers.
Please help me, please help me, please fucking help me. Oh my god. Trust me, I do want to get to the bots soon, but let me just add this before moving on. Fuck you, man. Oh my god. The basic premise I want you to take away from this section of the video, either as a player that has to put up with challenging game design, or as a game developer that's trying to find that fine line between balancing and punishing mechanics, the core principle of these 4-player co-op games isn't really just to rely on your team, but also to rely mainly on yourself. Nobody likes stragglers that do nothing but waste a spot with more competent players or just AI teammates. If at least one person is doing a terrible job, then the other team members will suffer as a result. The gameplay in the background is a game called Deep Rock Galactic, and honestly, I wanted to talk a lot about it on this channel for a while now, but I had to put it aside for the production of this video and other videos on topics like Payday 3. And there's multiple reasons why in this clip this team comp is falling apart. Maybe it's due to the fact that the NG is not placing down his turrets or using his grenades to take away enemy aggro. Or maybe it's the gunner for forgetting that shield bubble is a thing in his toolkit that he could use while reviving teammates. Or if you're like me for joining a millisecond before the game started so you can't swap to driller instead for an overall better team synergy, there's a lot of factors that could have played into us nearly failing the mission, and most of it falls underneath the unspoken rules that exist within the game. The biggest, most unspoken rule of these games like Payday, Left 4 Dead, or any other game similar to this genre is that you have to learn how to pull your own weight. And for something like special units specifically, you have to understand how each of them works so you can exploit their weaknesses. Now, if their main weakness is that you have to stick to other teammates because of the lack of information they give or the lack of counterplay measures, then all I have to say is that that's god-awful game design. I want it to feel like it's my fault for not being aware or not good enough, or to be more specific in Payday's environment, I want the punishment to fit the crime. And I'm sorry, but dropping the soap in prison is a much more fair punishment than cloakers in Payday 3 for the longest time. And probably still is. No, I haven't loaded in! I haven't loaded in! And people wonder why the fuck I hate cloakers. And people wonder why the fuck I hate cloakers. That's the reason. 11 fucking months I had to put up with the worst game design that I've ever seen before they finally did something, and my ass has never felt the same.
The nation can only heal from what horrors we have seen today. Many people have lost families. Political tension between both sides will further de-radicalize. It seems very generic to see in the news. Don't you think so? Shut up, bitch. In the news, 2 years ago. A strange junker in swift familiar, both girls up in Medway and Telebo to grief. 2 officers from the state of Washington have went missing in their line of duty. That's how things in life goes, right? People go for a long time only for others go so the worst. What were you people even running from in the first place? Responsibility, accountability. Are they trying to prove something to themselves? Their friendly egos? I'm glad that you people are dead. There were nothing bombs that call them the grand scheme. And when I be the grand scheme back? Oh, the brat, you'll know just as much as Miss Liddy. How much more obvious do we have to spell it for our viewers? This has to be perfect. It will only take me another 3 months. The only one who can do it is myself. Piss off with these papers. Oh goddammit. If I have to see another one of those fucking pages, I'm going to scream. Leave me alone. Where the hell am I? What the? I thought I shot the TV.
I've already said I had hot takes in this video, but I think this is probably going to be the biggest one on the surface that people were just going to outright disagree with me right away, but let me explain. I don't think adding in an offline mode should have been top priority for some people. Like, if you already watched this far enough into the video, I've already talked about the myriad of issues plaguing Payday 3 in terms of gameplay, and most of the time, whenever I hear people talking about the problems with this game, it's always defaulting to online, like they got that opinion from their favorite YouTuber and didn't even bother spending a single penny just to experience the absolute shit show itself. Even for how long it took, after Starbreeze finally figured out how to fix the servers, I feel like Payday 3's lack of an online mode was the least problematic aspect when it came down to gameplay. And this isn't me announcing that I'm in support for online-only services. I still think it's a very scary thought that so much time and even money that you could invest into a game could just be gone in seconds. And most of the time, it doesn't have to do with just the absence of players, but the corporate greed going on behind closed doors. And the main reason why I'm still making this video still is to at least just document Payday 3's early lifespan as much as possible. The only thing that online only has negatively done for me is that being able to get more replays and recordings of earlier versions of the game is no longer possible for me. So some of the background footage that you might be seeing across the video may not be as accurate to the time period that I'm describing. Some of the problems that have been plaguing this game that I've mentioned in this video have been fixed or at least addressed in their own way. So many of the things I've talked about may not be relevant for the game today, but many of these problems still do exist as early as launch, with a handful of new problems that I will go over in the next video. Who am I fucking kidding? Most people don't even care what's being shown on the screen anymore. Some of them are just letting this video play while they're playing Minecraft on their second monitor.
Hey you! Yeah, you! Fuck you!
He's not talking about me, right?
Yes, you dumbass! Fuck you!
I think it's very important that I at least have this video out to at least give a majority of people who have not been interested in the Payday franchise at least a lot more context to why Payday 3 wasn't actually a good game from the very start. Because I have heard the horror stories going on inside Starbreeze Studio that makes me afraid that Payday 3 will inevitably go offline indefinitely if the wrong decisions are still being made. So before the overall slowly implemented changes to matchmaking in 2024, before, the overarching problem with Payday 3 in my opinion was the multiplayer or co-op aspect in general. The absence of a server browser or quick play in general meant that you were just guessing which heist and difficulty people were playing on the most. Even if you were playing on like a popular heist like Golden Shark Bank, either on normal to overkill, you still wouldn't be able to find another player. I know I can rule out time of day because for most of my footage that I grabbed, it was mostly around 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. Central Standard Time. Usually late p.m. to early a.m. is when most people are active online, so I can at least assume that I was playing with others on the US servers. I just use that as a reference for every other time zone in the US, at least on the mainland. Fuck you, Alaska and Hawaii. You think you're safe from my wrath? Keep smashing your setup right here on this monitor. I even played around with enabling and disabling crossplay to see if there was any difference. By default, crossplay is enabled and you can't play with other PC players if those PC players decided to have it either enabled or disabled, or you know, just the exact opposite option that you have enabled. And I think it's only safe to assume that most people didn't even know that this was an option that they could change in the menu. Trust me when I say that I have tried my best to find lobbies with as many people as possible when this game was still as relevant in most people's minds at the time, before the game even dropped below 4 digits on Steam. But I realized something was wrong as early as my first couple of heists on No Rest for the Wicked on normal when the game just came out. It not only was weird to me that the first heist on the easiest difficulty wasn't getting filled with the full squad of 4 people as early as the early afternoon of launch day, but when someone left the heist back then, no one else new could join the lobby while the heist was still in middle of progress. It still wouldn't even matter for how long I was waiting in the menu because people still wouldn't be able to join after 5 minutes of the pre-planning phase was over. And from what I've heard before the game officially launched, people who pre-ordered the silver or gold editions of the game early could play the game 3 days in advance before the rest of the player base had access to it. And from what I've heard from those players, their testimony was that the servers ran much better before the 21st of September 2023. And from my own experience, I've maybe played about 5 games in the late morning to early afternoon before I had to go to work on the 21st of September, only to come back to see the Nebula errors every time I tried to play the game. It took maybe like 20 errors until I could actually get into a single game, so I think that story does add up. So I came up with an educated guess with logical reasoning on why the online servers were collapsing under the weight of the influx of new players after the game first launched. Players would try to search for heists being played on specific difficulties, that's pretty much the standard. But after a certain point when the lobby is created, there is a cutoff time to stop other players from joining while there's still room for more players to join. And because of that, unnecessary new lobbies would still be created with 1, 2, or even 3 empty slots in total. Maybe because someone saw that there was a lack of players in one lobby, then they would just leave and requeue only to continue the cycle even further. So I'm not much of a server expert, but I could imagine maybe if every person from the existing lobby were to leave either from the pre-planning or after the heist finished, it doesn't mean that the instance of that game that they were in is deleted right away. And because of all these unnecessary instances being created because the game didn't know how to properly fill in the lobbies with active players, then that's probably the main reason why the servers couldn't handle the influx of new players. I also have a bit of a speculation that this was maybe done intentionally as well. When you look at some milestones that have to be completed, some of them are heist specific, some of them require you to finish before the first assault or after, and many of them require you to do it on the harder difficulties. For my first theory, the server problems were probably done because of progression. Hypothetically, it wouldn't be fair if someone could just join in the lobby near the end and get the same amount of XP as the people who were just there from the very start. For my second theory, it could have something to do with resource management, especially within the form of the deployables. Most bags that you drop are tied to the server, so if you leave, then your deployable stays in the heist. Maybe this was done to counteract the off chance of people constantly joining, maybe dropping something like their armor bags and then leaving, or maybe the game didn't know how to record player data from that instance, like how much ammo, grenades, or even deployables that they had left in their inventory before they left the heist. So maybe if they joined back in the middle of it, they'd just be filled back to the default starting values. I don't have any solid proof of proving this, but the pieces just fit too well in place that I thought it would at least be a talking point for some people to discuss, maybe in the comments. But even when you get into a lobby with people, there's still another problem. Most of Payday 3's heists are built around being completed either in both stealth or loud. The biggest problem here is that it's not a two-way split between players, it's a three-way split. You wouldn't know if someone likes stealth until they voted to restart or calmly trade every hostage that they see within a 5-meter radius when the alarms go off. You wouldn't know if someone had a loud preference until they fucked up the stealth portion themselves and refused to restart the heist. And you wouldn't even know if someone was okay with either or, because they're mostly not vocal about whether they have a preference or not. Even when lobbies were fixed after the introduction of a quick play button in the menu, most people were still operating doing the heist in stealth for the first couple of minutes just to see which one of them had the itchy trigger finger. And you can guess pretty well what happens when the heist goes loud. You'll probably have every player replaced with a machine that doesn't care about having fun like an actual person does. Wow! You really can't play this heist with like other people, man. You really cannot play this without other people. And to top off all the myriad of problems, even if you find the one game with a full lobby of players and have a great time playing with them, you couldn't even get the ability to party up with the same exact people that you just played with until quick play was added after the end of April of 2024. For a 4-player co-op game, there were so many factors that was just actively discouraging the experience to play with other people. And I'm not just saying that with just the atrocious numbers that they were pulling with little to no growth. Now, for a large majority of this video up until now, most of my lines have been re-recorded to come off less negative in my criticism for this game. But I think it's better off that you just hear what my original mental state was when I was just about to give up making this video entirely when I talk about how god-awful the bots were to deal with in this game. So, a little bit of a volume warning when you go into this. Most of these voice recordings were made around October to November of 2023. So let's let the pissed off cool gamers start with why the Chains bot decided to run in guns blazing in the middle of stealth.
My boy James! Don't let up!
Oh, and you wanna know why Chains ran in just guns blazing? That's because if you get cuffed in stealth, you're given the option to call for help. Do not do this if there is a bot in the lobby. I understand this was a failsafe so you don't softlock yourself just playing solo, but now the bots do nothing but just follow you with an unsuppressed weapon, so if they get caught by any guard, then the run's just ruined. And listen, I'm gonna say this right now. I understand why people want an offline mode. I perfectly understand that. But I don't know what's worse. Either having these fucking lobotomized players or just having lobotomized bots. Like, what did they do with the bots in this game? Hey, this is me from the future interrupting. No, sorry, but economic uncertainty is still a thing in the future. So I feel like I haven't given enough context to what I mean by lobotomized players. I have decided to play this game both in stealth and loud before, but after so many failed stealth attempts, I was sick and tired of restarting the heist every time the alarm just gets raised when the game wasn't even halfway completed yet. Almost every public stealth attempt felt like it was just gonna take an hour to complete. Meanwhile, I felt like if I just did it in loud, it would have just been done in 10 minutes. And remember what I said very early on in the video when console players didn't have the ability to see or use the in-game text chat. So when roughly about 2/3 of the player base, being Xbox and PlayStation kids, couldn't see that important information that's being said in the chat, then it was more than common for those exact players to be the ones mindlessly setting off the alarms, like watching an unsupervised baby crawl into an active fire pit. And I hated it when half of my skills that I invested into stealth became obsolete after the alarms were raised, so my interest in the tactic had faded away as early as the first 2 weeks of gameplay. So all I wanted to do at that point was just to play the game on loud, and I almost never got that luxury to play with other people like a well-coordinated team. Every single lobby I was in with 3 bots in them were originally meant to be public lobbies that were either never filled out in the first place, or every player after a certain point just left after I didn't want to play it stealth. Yes, I was a toxic player for wanting to play loud only, just like how there were people actively taking out hostages as their way of telling people that they wanted to play stealth only. That's the exact environment Payday 3 had cultivated at launch when you don't properly have the means to separate those players in any meaningful way. The fun for me playing Payday was playing it with other like-minded people, even if I don't know who these people are behind the screen. And when the only thing I could do to even get an inch of enjoyment out of the game was to play with the worst excuses of AI teammates I've ever played with in my life, then I'm going to point out every single flaw with them. And this is where I'm gonna let Past Cool Gamer continue explaining his hatred towards the bots. Okay, first, let me go over the biggest glaring issue that was in the game during launch before they updated it, like around 2 months after its release. The bots themselves had terrible survivability on higher difficulties. So 9 times out of 10, you just didn't have any bots. And it was more unforgiving with maps like 99 Boxes and Road Rage, like, because they were open map. This one was the only loud heist in game during launch, and there was little to no cover to take advantage of without that cover having a fucking blind spot everywhere. So they did kind of fix the bots. Now they have 300% more HP than they did versus launch, but it's still not enough. Like, this is only just a hotfix of what is the bigger issue with bots. Okay, so I just want to go on a tangent. I like how Payday 3 was meant to bring the franchise into the modern era with technology. That was the art direction towards the game with stuff like the gadgets, the hacking, and the entire point of the nightclub heist is just to steal a crypto wallet, just for the fucking crypto market to crash in the last year before the game came out. But that's besides the point. But hear me out. Just hear me out. How can you try making the art direction for this game about technology when the bot's pathing you program is literally dog shit?
I got the shield.
It's almost 10 minutes and they have not moved from that one spot. I could just imagine Morpheus offering me the 2 pills, either lobotomized players or lobotomized bots. You know, who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? They're both doable. They're both doable. Let's... Ah!
Have trouble getting up?
Send me up a medic bag.
Dallas, I swear to God, man.
I'm tracking another
What?
team.
What?
About 30 seconds.
Cloaker is out of service.
It's been almost 2 years. It has been almost 2 fucking... You know, it's been almost like a single fucking year. It's 2025. And they still do this shit. Fucking jackets out. The fucking one character that people have been fucking requesting for so goddamn long. And they still couldn't figure out how to fix the fucking AI. Can I just be perfectly honest why I don't understand why they couldn't port a lot of the amazing things that bots could do in Payday 2 currently versus Payday 3? Like, okay, I understand. Crewmate customization with like all these different skills. I understand that be a little bit too overpowered, so I'm just gonna leave that to the side. But you know what I want to do? I just want to command these bots to just tell them to stay in one location so they don't have to keep peeking out to places where I can't pick them up. It's not like in Payday 2 where I could just fucking revive them 9 feet away like I'm the second coming of Jesus Christ. It would also be amazing that I could just tell them to stand on these circle locations just to run hack times so I don't have to do it myself. And I think one really fucking weird thing that the bots have that is just not applicable to the actual players is that they just have like immunities to some things. Shields don't bash bots. Tasers don't go for stuns on them. When a bot's in custody, you can't outright trade them back like actual players. Actually, I didn't even know I could just trade players back from custody. I didn't even realize that was a thing in the base game. I'm at that point of just believing that if any feature that was in Payday 2 is just not there in Payday 3. Like, if you told me that just reloading my gun cost me $5 real, I would have just outright believed you, despite me having more knowledge about this game. It's mind-boggling to me that the bot AI feels like a toddler using a Game Boy as a touchscreen. That video is 7 years old, and I know that kid grew up now, but God, I just want to grab him and just... Bots don't revive other bots, they only revive players. So if they keep going down, I feel more incentivized to bring flashbangs as it is just to stun groups of enemies long enough to revive the downed bot, only for another one to just take its place. And sometimes the game can just bug out and the option to revive bots doesn't appear no matter how close I get to them. I think the biggest spit of all is just having cloakers just charge straight at me when they're trying to fight between getting through like 3 bots in the way. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't even know who's more lobotomized. The cloakers for forgetting, like, the years of CQC training just to prioritize the most heavily guarded person in the group? Or the bots for not trying to stop him until he cuffs me?
Chains is in custody.
Are you serious?
Kill the cloaker!
Are you serious? Why is there 2? Like, was this game even play tested for single player at all? Is this why they wanted online only? Did they not think people were going to notice how shitty the bots were performing in-game? Especially when most public lobbies just turn into single player games after it just goes loud, because auto-filling players in is just out of the question. Their only, and I mean their only saving grace is that whenever an assault ends, they just occasionally drop bags. Like, it could either be ammo, armor, or even health bags, but they only do it if you're low on that resource. So if you're constantly not eating shit every time, then they're not going to be dropping those bags. Like, what is the point of this fucking emote wheel? Like, it's got some really amazing utility, but the bots don't understand half the they don't understand any of the shit that you put out here. Oh, it's really useful. I can keep calling the drill a piece of shit and also inspect my weapon. But can I please get them to come follow me or drop me shit that I need when I'm dying? Actually, wait, no. Here's a correction. I forgot something. If the bots come back after an assault wave ended, they don't drop any bags. So the basic science of how bots work in this game is that number 1, you have to eat shit, and number 2, they can't eat shit. Because if they do eat shit, they can't drop anything.
Coming in 30 seconds. Get ready.
Are you fucking serious? And I thought this was bugged out. But I realized they can drop bags even in the middle of downtime. Not just the start of it. It's... What did they screw this up? How did they screw this up?
Oh God, no. Was that my only way out? Where is it? Where is the damn thing? Of course I dropped the gun when I got pulled in. I am not going there. There has to be a staircase somewhere. I don't want to play your games. You can either let me go back home, or I'll... Why did it get quiet? Of course. No, you're lying. It's not that easy. It's not that fucking easy! You bitch! Come on, come on, come on. You had your chance to leave me be. Now I'm gonna enjoy every second the next time I see you.